The man abducted several terrifyingly powerful dragon women, because if they died, the whole world would die with them. He had already gone through 6 regressions, yet he still failed to stop the dragons from wiping out humanity. So this time, he decided to try a different approach. If he locked them away ahead of time, maybe the disaster would never happen again. Please, let me out. Why are you doing this to us? That child stopped breathing because of you. Are you satisfied now? The man's expression stayed ice cold. You're asking me why I'm doing this? You should know better than anyone. You ended up locked in here, and that guy chose to end his own life. All of this was caused by your own hands. The woman desperately denied it, insisting she had done nothing. But the man simply cut her off. Save it. It's already over. This was the man's 6th regression. And even in this loop, he still failed to stop the world from ending. He had wondered before whether things might have changed if he had listened to that guy back then. Even so, he had no regrets. He had struggled through this hellish world all the way to his 6th regression. And in the end, all he understood was failure, and the experience bought with that failure. That was everything. If he wanted to survive, the only thing left was slaughter. But no matter how many monsters he killed, the disaster never had an end. System notice. Planet Earth has entered an abnormal terminal state. UGT, you failed to save Earth. The EX Almighty Clock will now rewind the world's time. Everything you did was not meaningless. When UGT opened his eyes again, the world's time began to reverse once more. Someone suddenly started shouting. Look, what is that? It looked like a door, but its shape was so eerie it made people's skin crawl. A massive vortex appeared right in front of everyone. One man said he had seen something like it in a movie, then boldly walked toward it, ignoring everyone who tried to stop him. He figured he wouldn't die anyway, and snapping a few photos before it disappeared would make him look cool. A real man had to get the shot. But what he didn't notice was the monster already looming behind him. The next second, he was devoured by the monster in front of everyone. In the 21st century, as gates began opening all over the world, monsters started pouring out endlessly. Humanity's flame seemed like it was about to go out, but those who found a new spark opened a brand new era known as the New Age. Young hunters with outstanding potential from around the world were gathered on the artificial island of Hedolin for training. That was how the Global Academy City of Lair was founded, and the regressor entering his 7th loop descended once again. At that moment, a suspect was holding a hostage at knife point. A police officer ordered him to deactivate his ability and surrender immediately, but the suspect roared, "Back off. You think I'd listen to fake cops like you?" He had completely lost it. If he was going down anyway, he was taking everyone with him. Just then, a voice came from behind the suspect. I said, surrender. The suspect suddenly realized he had not sensed this person at all. When the hell did this kid get behind him? He immediately threw the hostage aside, then snarled, "You're a cop too, aren't you? Then die." But not a single one of his attacks landed on the man. Instead, the man slammed a fist straight into his face, sending him flying on the spot. Only then did the man realize he had forgotten to hold back his strength again. He was none other than UGT, an officer of the Lair local police department. According to reports, earlier that morning, the former superhuman suspect, Jo Ho-ji, had been cornered during a police chase and caused a hostage situation by grabbing a passing civilian. Either way, UGT had to write the incident report first. Meanwhile, his female coworker could not shake the feeling that Senior GT had changed somehow. Was he always that tall? And did he somehow get a little more handsome? Then someone spoke up. UGT, I heard you caught Jo Ho-ji, but didn't you hit him a little too hard? What if this turns into another excessive force complaint? UGT looked around, only to find that every face here was unfamiliar. To him, ever since his regressions began, he had never actually come back here to work, so everyone here was basically a stranger. The reason he had abandoned his ordinary life and started regressing to stop the apocalypse was the death of the young dragons. Once young dragons in the other world of Astalifa matured to a certain level, they would come to Earth to gather happy memories. But among them, some went berserk in war and died after losing control, while others were crushed by the malice humans poured onto them until they completely broke. Some even stopped their own hearts after fulfilling the purpose given to their lives. And because of those young dragons' deaths, the adult dragons flew into a rage and began attacking humanity. The regressor had grown stronger through each life, even reaching a point where he could barely grow any further. But protecting the entire world alone was still impossible, so this time he decided to try a different method. At that moment, one of his coworkers called out to him, "Senior, do you have plans after work?" A really good restaurant just opened nearby, but I haven't found anyone to go with. If you're free, want to have dinner with me? Yujite replied, sorry, I have somewhere to be. Where are you going? Yujite answered calmly, Europe. Not long after, in a certain village in Europe, a blue-haired girl was playing with children and making flower crowns for them. The children were having a great time with her. And in that moment, Yujite appeared there. As if sensing something, the blue-haired girl slowly turned around. Yujite looked at her and said, hello, you need to come with me. This girl was the S-rank being known as the Collapsed Babel, someone who could freely control the language and writing system of an entire nation. The girl smiled and replied, hello, why did you come looking for me? Yujite answered, because I have business with you. She immediately understood that he must have come knowing who she was. So you came here because you know my identity? Yujite nodded. Then she asked, and do you know who I am? You're Yujite, right? Yujite's gaze turned sharp. Where did you hear that name? The girl blinked. Isn't it written on your chest? Yujite. Then she laughed and added, I was joking. I actually have no idea who you are or what you do. But I can tell one thing. You're incredibly strong, and you don't belong in a place like this at all. So, are you here to kill me? Hearing that, Yujite first looked away, then fell silent. The girl tested the waters. Then, are you here to kidnap me? Yujite immediately denied it. Abduction, then. The girl thought for a moment, realized that sounded a bit closer, and instinctively covered her chest. You're not one of those weirdos with a special thing for dragons, are you? Yujite cut her off coldly. Enough with the jokes. I came to protect you from this dangerous world. If you refuse to cooperate now, I'll have to use a rougher method. They say the eyes of the green dragon race can see across 1,000 miles. So I know your kind is sharper than other dragons, and better at reading people. Since you're a green dragon, I hope you'll make the smart choice. After hearing that, the girl asked, so basically if I behave and listen, you'll be nice to me, right? Fine. It's not like I have a choice anyway, but you'll treat me kindly, like a guest. That's a promise, okay, mister? She tried to sound casual, but her hands were still trembling. She was clearly terrified. In the end, Yujite still made a pinky promise with her. After that, the girl woke up in Yujite's home and rubbed her eyes. Mister, are you awake? But then she noticed Yujite talking to someone. It'll be fine. Just go there and handle things as instructed. That was his ability, Shadow of the Grand Duke. It allowed him to summon a clone with 50% of his original power. As you command, my lord. The next second, someone identical to Yujite stepped out from the shadows. The girl stared in surprise. He really looks exactly like you. Yujite answered calmly. Don't worry about him, he's the one going to work in my place. Then he looked at the girl. Did you sleep well? The girl seemed a little surprised. But it looks like you don't personally go to work. Yujite replied, a clone is still part of my ability, so it counts as me working. Besides, I need to stay by your side. The girl smiled. I guess that makes sense. Then should we go eat breakfast? Of course we should. You didn't eat anything last night either. Yujite said he wanted to eat, but if the host did not eat, the girl would feel awkward eating alone. Yujite asked, do you eat every meal on time? The girl replied, dragons can live even without eating. This isn't about survival. Eating delicious food makes you happy and gives you energy. So mister, let's go grocery shopping together. I'll show you the power of breakfast. Unable to refuse her, Yujite ended up taking her to the supermarket. A passing child tugged at her mother and whispered, Mom, look at that lady. Is she a celebrity? And the man beside her is really handsome too. Yujite looked at the shopping cart and asked, isn't this too much just for breakfast? The girl replied, I checked your kitchen earlier, and there weren't any ingredients or tableware at all. We'll be cooking from now on, so we need the basics. She urged him excitedly, let's hurry home. I want to make breakfast right now. But Yujite said, we'll put the groceries away first, then eat out. There's somewhere we need to go, and you're coming with me. Besides, breakfast time is already long over. The girl finally apologized. Sorry, I haven't gone shopping in so long that I got carried away. Still, the place Yujite wanted to take her was somewhere she would definitely meet if she was going to live here. Plus, there were still many things they had to do. At the shop, an old man grinned slyly. What a beauty. Is this young lady your lover, boss? Yujite threatened him without hesitation. If you want to keep your other eye, shut up and get to work. A short while later, her documents were ready. This was her resident ID on Earth, and her name was Yu Chun. The girl stared at the card, amazed that she actually had an ID now. Yujite asked, you've never had one before? She replied, not just an ID, I didn't even have a bank account or a hologram watch. Yujite frowned. Then how did you live on Earth before? The girl looked at her name. My surname comes from yours, mister. But why is my given name Chun? Yujite answered. It comes from the 4 seasons, because there are 4 dragons. The girl softly repeated it. Yu-Chun, I like this name. Spring is the season when life descends into the world. It's such a beautiful name. In truth, it was not that she was no longer afraid of Yujite. Her eyes were still warning her that this man was extremely dangerous. Even so, she felt that Yujite did not seem like a bad person. Yujite asked, You can decide that after just 1 day? The girl answered seriously. My intuition is more accurate than anyone's, because I'm from the green dragon race, so I can keep observing you for a while longer, right? It was a smile from a green dragon that Yujite had never seen in any of his past loops. She quickly added, Now go eat, I'll prepare dinner. Looking at her, Yujite felt that this start might not be so bad after all. Meanwhile, somewhere in the wilderness of the southern continent, someone sneered. That's it? You acted so tough? But this is all you've got? You crazy bastard. Did you really think you could mess with us and walk away fine? A woman stepped on the bald man's face and said with disgust, You're so ugly it makes me want to stomp harder. You're not dead yet, right? With this? It's 199 battles and 199 wins. Who will my next opponent be? News report. A large-scale conflict has broken out in the Rainbow Nation. The demon-based criminal organization Bakata launched an attack, causing more than 1,000 civilian casualties. The true identity of the mysterious night warrior was revealed to be a teenage girl. Yu Jitae knew it was about time to move. Just then, Yu Chun's voice came from nearby. Mister, are you busy? Dinner is ready. But the bowl of rice in front of him did not look very impressive. Yu Chun asked with hopeful eyes, Doesn't it look delicious? She said she once saw a sardine dish in Great Britain and thought it would pair well with rice. They said Koreans got their strength from rice, but this thing in front of him was almost impossible to swallow. So, Yu Jitae changed the subject. Tomorrow, I'm going out to bring back the red dragon. When Yu Chun heard it was the red dragon, she immediately warned him, but bringing her back probably won't be easy. She won't come along as obediently as I did. Yu Jitae said, If you come with me and help persuade her, it won't be that difficult. Yu Chun sounded unsure. Can I really help? After all, even among dragons, there were still barriers between different races. They were all dragons, but what they pursued was different. Yu Chun liked peacefully creating things in her own time, while the red dragon race was completely different. They loved battle, worshipped violence, and had a tendency to show off their strength. But forcing a red dragon back through power alone was dangerous too. To the red dragon race, humiliation was harder to accept than death. Yu Jitae believed he had to bring the red dragon back as soon as possible. Someone was already targeting her, and at this rate, she would definitely die. If you come with me, we might be able to settle this peacefully. Yu Chin looked at him and suddenly said, Mister, you look really strange when you ask someone for help. I thought you would shoulder everything on your own no matter what happened. But since you don't ask for help often, of course I'll help. Besides, I don't want the red dragon to die either. But I have one condition. You have to finish all the food I made. When you brought up the red dragon just now, you quietly put down your spoon. I saw everything. Yu Jitae fell silent for a moment, so she had noticed after all. Not long after. Somewhere else. The red dragon looked at the fallen men and scoffed. You guys are way too weak. I never thought my 200th win would happen like this. Looks like there's no one left on the Rainbow Continent who can challenge me. Where should I go next? I heard the green dragon is in Europe. Maybe I should stop by. What those men didn't expect was that 3 elite units would be wiped out by one young girl. Don't treat her like an ordinary girl. She's a monster, born only for battle. One thing is certain. We can't handle her with our strength alone. We need to get that person here as quickly as possible. Just then, the red dragon had already rushed over. What are you boys whispering about over there? Right as those two were about to be killed by the red dragon, several beams of intense light suddenly shot toward her. The red dragon hurriedly blocked with her blade, but even she did not expect the magic to feel this heavy. She immediately slashed the magic apart, but the mask on her face shattered as well. The attackers had not expected her to cut through magic directly. She was truly a monster. That girl is the night warrior, right? Take the injured and retreat. The person who appeared was Javier Talma, the 8th rank superhuman of the Rainbow Continent Union. The red dragon was briefly startled by that attack, then grinned. That last strike was pretty heavy. Looks like you've got some skill. Are you the boss around here? Javier said. I heard you were female, but I didn't expect you to be this young. The red dragon laughed. Did you fall for me too, big brother? That's why I usually wear a mask. The moment people see this beautiful face, they get all dazed and can't even fight properly, right? Javier remained unfazed. You should already understand the gap between us. Are you still not going to surrender? The red dragon scoffed. What are you talking about? Running away just because one mask broke would be way too embarrassing. Instead of surrendering like a loser, I'd rather fight until I die. The moment she finished speaking, the red dragon charged forward. Like she had no regard for her own life, she threw herself into close combat with Javier and quickly spotted an opening. Seizing that chance, the red dragon smashed a heavy blow toward him. But after taking the hit head-on, Javier did not move an inch. Looks like you've never fought an opponent stronger than yourself. Every battle you've had so far must have felt like child's play. It's a shame to waste your talent, but I'm not interested in playing this little game with you. With that, Javier swung his sword at the red dragon. She barely managed to dodge the first strike, but Javier immediately reinforced his blade again and unleashed a technique called Binding Sword. The red dragon instantly realized she could not dodge this attack. In the next second, the sword strike slammed into her body and sent her flying. But at that exact moment, she had strengthened her arm and barely blocked a fatal hit. Javier could tell she was no ordinary child, so he decided to raise his output even further. But a moment later, the red dragon suddenly vanished. Yu Chun had arrived and covered her mouth. The red dragon froze. Green dragon? Why are you here? Yu Chun answered, I heard you were in danger, so I came to save you. The red dragon only got more irritated. What are you talking about? You suddenly show up and say you're saving me? How is someone who can't even fight supposed to save me? Yu Chun replied, I heard that if you keep fighting like this, you might die. That clearly made the red dragon angry. Anything else is fine, but I told you not to interfere when it comes to battle. Whether I live or die is none of your business. Don't say anything. I'm fighting until the end. Yu Chun said seriously, but red dragon, the moment you die, our game ends too. Your death isn't just your own problem. You don't want our game to be ruined either, do you? I still want to stay on Earth, so you'll cooperate with me, right? The red dragon looked completely confused. Are you saying we should run away together? That guy is ridiculously strong. Even if we run, he'll catch up right away. Yu Chun stayed calm. Don't worry, Mister will handle it. I didn't come alone. Javier also realized someone had appeared and immediately demanded, Who are you? The newcomer answered calmly, I'm her guardian. Javier frowned. At the same time, Yu Jite's main body had found another dragon, and something about the person in front of him felt strange. The presence was clearly that of a green dragon, yet not quite a green dragon. The other party asked cautiously, Mister, who are you? You're not a bad person, right? Meanwhile, based on Yu Jite's behavior, Javier judged that this man did not look like someone who needed protection at all. The red dragon asked Yu Chun, Is that the mister you mentioned? She tried to peek at what was happening, only for Yu Chun to pull her back. Yu Jite said to Javier, The situation is complicated, and I can't explain all of it. How about we end this here? Javier replied coldly. What are you talking about? You show up out of nowhere and expect to brush this aside with nonsense. This isn't something we can just ignore. That girl crossed the line. Yu Jite replied, But she didn't kill anyone, did she? Javier cut him off. Don't play word games with me. Yu Jite continued. That child won't appear here again. Can't we end it at that? Javier drew his weapon. You think I'll just step back after hearing that? This area falls under the jurisdiction of the 3rd Reconnaissance Authority. Effective immediately, as the holder of the 3rd Reconnaissance Authority, I will arrest you, the self-proclaimed guardian, and that girl. In the next second, a powerful sword aura slashed toward Yu Jite. Golden sword energy swept across the land, leaving a deep trench carved into the ground. Javier said coldly, If you're the guardian of that monster girl, an attack of this level shouldn't kill you. But Yu Jite's voice came from behind him. You're really getting on my nerves. You're supposedly the 8th-ranked superhuman, and you're really this stubborn? Only then did Javier realize he had never sensed when the man moved behind him. In a single instant, one of his arms was severed. Before he could react, he lost the other one too. Yu Jite said coldly, Javier, listen carefully. Today is the unluckiest day of your life. As a holder of reconnaissance authority, while escorting that child away, you encountered an unidentified monster. Unfortunately, you failed to respond to its preemptive attack, so both your arms and eyes were destroyed. The monster and the child escaped together. And very soon, you'll forget this ever happened. Javier did not even have time to beg. As long as he had one breath left, a healing-type superhuman could restore his eyes and arms. But the fear carved deep into his mind would remain forever. Because fear was so efficient, Yu Jitae had always liked using this method, and that included the violent little dragon brat, calling herself the Night Warrior. The red dragon could not help asking, "Hey, green dragon, what exactly is that monster?" Yu-chun corrected her. "Mister isn't a monster, he's human." The red dragon could only laugh dryly. If that counts as human, then I'm just a giant red lizard." Yu Jitae looked at the red dragon. "From now on, you'll live in my house with Yu-chun and remain under my protection. I'll give you enough freedom. If you need anything, I'll provide support. But if you cross the line and leave my protection without permission..." At that moment, the green dragon, Yu-chun, interrupted Yu Jitae. "Mister, the red dragon looks really shaken up. We should calm her down first. I'll explain the rest to her properly." Yu Jitae allowed her to handle it. Then, he said, "Also, from now on, red dragon, your name is Yu Ha-chun. Remember that." Elsewhere, Yu Jitae was speaking with his clone. At the same time, from the tropical rainforest, the clone reported back, "Things are almost wrapped up on my end too. I'm getting ready to return." Yu Jitae thought to himself that the red dragon was like a wild horse. As expected, convincing her with only the clone would not be easy. Sending Yu-chun there had been the right choice. The gold dragon asked in confusion, "Mister, who are you talking to just now? Your smartwatch is still right here. Do you normally talk to yourself?" Gold dragons were born to enjoy being the center of attention. And in 3 out of the 6 loops, this girl had lived a life that shone brighter than almost anyone else's. But the brighter someone shined, the more attention and love they attracted, and the more likely they were to trigger the end of the world. That brilliance often carried poison inside it. The fact that she was hiding in such a remote place inside the game was probably because of that. The gold dragon, meanwhile, was still shouting excitedly, Mister, this is amazing. The screen is floating in the air, and the image quality is incredible. The one I saw last time didn't have anything like this." Yu Jitae asked, "Why are you staying in a place like this? If you've left the game, you should be living among humans. There's nothing here but beasts and insects." The gold dragon immediately became wary. How did this man know she had left the game? Yu Jitae explained, "I heard it from the green dragon." The gold dragon finally understood. "No wonder you smell like her. So you're someone the green dragon knows." Yu Jitae asked, "Gold dragon, are humans frightening to you?" Hearing that, the gold dragon immediately deflated. "Not exactly frightening. I tried living among people, but some of them gave me weird looks, and some people kept following me. That felt pretty scary too. Anyway, that's basically it." Yu Jitae asked, "Do you like bread?" The gold dragon blinked. "Bread? I'm a dragon. I don't need to eat, right?" Yu Jitae simply snapped his fingers. In the next second, countless hands reached out from the void. It was the shallowest layer of the abyssal void, a subspace with enough capacity to swallow an entire city. The sight made the gold dragon's jaw drop. But soon, her attention shifted to something else. "It really is bread, and it's so golden. It smells amazing. Why did you bring so much? Donuts, and blueberry tarts too." Yu Jitae said, "Gold dragon, stop staying here. Come with me. Your friends are over there, and it'll be safe. You should enjoy the game like the other dragons." The gold dragon hesitated. "But Mom said I shouldn't follow strangers." Yu Jitae said calmly, "If you behave, I'll buy you macarons." The moment she heard that, the gold dragon was instantly tempted. Meanwhile, inside a certain house, the red dragon, Yu Ha-chun, was sitting there with an irritated look. Whenever she thought about Javier and that terrifyingly powerful mister, her mood only got worse. Just as Yu-chun was about to comfort her, a voice suddenly came from the entrance. "So this is the house where Mister lives?" The gold dragon immediately insisted. "Let me say this again. I absolutely did not come here for the bread." Of course, the sausage bread was delicious. It tasted even better than the finest sausages in Astalifa. When she took another bite of bread, she instantly gasped. "So this is a macaron? Crispy on the outside, soft on the inside, and so moist." When Yu-chun saw Yu Jitae return, she immediately said, "Mister, you're back." The gold dragon recognized her at once. "Green dragon, long time no see." With that, the gold dragon threw herself onto Yu-chun. "When did you start living here? Have you been living alone with Mister this whole time?" Yu-chun replied, "It's only been a few days. Also, the red dragon is over there too. Do you want to say hello later?" The clone also bowed to Yu Jitae. "Welcome back, my lord." Yu Jitae replied calmly, "Good work. You'll return to your post shortly." At that moment, the red dragon walked out of the room. Yu Jitae merely glanced at her, while she still looked visibly annoyed. Yu-chun asked first, "Red dragon, have you been doing all right?" Then she quickly frowned. "That smell. You smoked again, didn't you? Why do red dragons like putting unhealthy things into their bodies so much? The red dragon shouted in anger. Shut up, shorty. Keep chirping like that and I'll yank you out by the roots. The gold dragon muttered from the side. Red dragons really are rough. After that, Yu-Jitae gathered them together and asked how old they actually were. The green dragon, Yu-Chun, was 20. The gold dragon was 10. The red dragon, Yu-Ha-Chen, was 15. The gold dragon confidently explained that dragons usually matured faster than humans, so there was no need to treat her like a child. Then she asked curiously, "But why are you calling the red dragon Ha-Chen? Is it like an alias?" Yu-Chun answered, "Mr. gave her that name." The gold dragon asked in confusion, "We haven't even had our coming-of-age ceremonies yet, so why are we already getting names? And giving someone such an important name can't be this simple." Thinking about it, she suddenly realized that she must be Autumn. Yu-Jitae casually added, "Right, from now on, your name is Yu-Chu-Chen. The one over there will be named Dong-Chen once it's born." The gold dragon looked at the egg. "You know that's a blue dragon egg too?" Yu-Jitae replied, "That's a shapeshifter. It's about to hatch, so handle it carefully." The gold dragon could not help being amazed. "Mister, you're clearly human, but you really know everything. How do you know so much?" Yu-Jitae only answered calmly, "You don't need to know that." Since everyone was there, he repeated the rule once more. "From now on, you only have to follow one rule. Enjoy the game, but don't cross the line." The gold dragon did not understand. "What does that mean?" Yu-Jitae explained, "It means don't disappear from my sight. I'll manage all of your games, and they can only happen where I can see them." The red dragon immediately questioned him, "Are you trying to rule over us?" The other two looked at her at the same time, and the red dragon snapped, "What? Got a problem?" Yu-Chun accepted it quickly. "I understand. So we can play nearby, right?" Then she suggested, "How about we all go out for a bit? If we're going to live here from now on, we need IDs. And we need to buy daily necessities." The gold dragon sounded that interesting, but worried they had no money to buy anything. The red dragon thought robbing people might be fun. Yu-Jitae simply tossed over his information terminal. "Don't worry about the money. Go have fun." The gold dragon's eyes lit up. "Thank you, mister. How much can we spend?" Yu-Jitae answered, "As much as you want." It did not take long before the three dragons began shopping like crazy. Yu-Jitae's bank card alerts started going wild, and the card was maxed out in one shot. Judging by the results, everyone had bought what they wanted. Yu-Chun apologized awkwardly. "Did we spend too much? I actually wanted to buy some clothes for you too, mister, but the card hit its limit." The gold dragon spun around excitedly. "Mister, look at me. Pretty, right? There were so many cute outfits that I accidentally bought them all. Oh, and I bought this too. It matches yours." Yu-Jitae had to admit that it suited her pretty well. Even the red dragon looked less irritated than before. She told Yu-Jitae that she had bought something too, because her previous sword had been broken. Yu-Jitae asked, "Do you like it?" The red dragon replied, "The stuff you buy is actually pretty good quality." Just then, the gold dragon rushed over again. "I bought clothes for big sister too. Hurry and try them on." Yu-Chun whispered from the side. "Ha-Chen just isn't good at expressing herself. She's actually grateful." Yu-Jitae looked at Yu-Chun. "You didn't buy anything? Why are you the only one empty-handed?" Yu-Chun answered, "I did buy something. It's over by the dining table." Yu-Jitae followed her gaze and found a flower pot sitting there. Yu-Chun said, "Taking care of plants can make you feel better. It will bloom someday and leave behind memories. Maybe even eternal memories." Then Yu-Chun remembered something she had been curious about. "By the way, mister, you know that for us dragons, the game isn't just about eating and playing around. Within your boundaries, is there a way for us to fully enjoy the game?" Yu-Jitae answered, "Of course. Do you want to go to school?" The other two dragons immediately became interested when they heard the word school. After that, they went for school interviews together. When they came back, Yu-Jitae asked, "Why did the interviews take so long?" Yu-Chun asked in confusion, "Mister, weren't you there?" The gold dragon suddenly said nervously, "Sisters, I just thought of something really scary. What if both of you pass the interview, and I'm the only one who doesn't? Does that mean I'll be the only one who can't get into school?" The red dragon shot her a disgusted look. "You've been saying unlucky crap this whole time. Someone shove a piece of bread into that pig mouth." Yu-Jitae said calmly, "You worked hard at the interviews." The gold dragon immediately rushed over and asked pitifully if she was going to be rejected. Yu-Jitae reassured her, "Don't worry, you won't be rejected. I went to pack this up just now." The gold dragon smelled the aroma, and her eyes lit up. "It smells so good. Is this something I like?" She thought it would be bread or macarons. Yu Ji-tae said it's something you like even more than those. In a television interview from a past life, a certain live stream program invited an incredible guest. That guest was the world-class pop star, the Gold Dragon. Because of that interview, Yu Ji-tae knew what the Gold Dragon loved to eat most. Fried chicken and cola, of course. The smell alone already made it seem insanely delicious. The Red Dragon asked in confusion, "Isn't that supposed to be your favorite food? Why do you look like you're seeing it for the first time?" The Gold Dragon answered confidently, "It's fine. From now on, this becomes my favorite food. What's the big deal?" Yu Chun asked, "Mister, aren't you eating?" Yu Ji-tae replied, "I'm fine. You all eat." Yu Chun smiled. Food tastes better when everyone eats together. Just then, Yu Ji-tae received a call from Lair's Academic Affairs Department. "Are you Guardian Yu Ji-tae? There was a small issue with the interviews." Yu Ji-tae asked, "What issue? Tell me." The person replied, "You haven't heard about candidate Yu Chun? Student Yu Chun received a perfect score in the student selection interview. The interviewers unanimously gave her extremely high praise, so we'd like to ask if candidate Yu Chun could serve as this year's student representative for the entrance ceremony." But the interviewers got too excited and directly proposed it to the candidate herself. And student Yu Chun refused. Still, this is a very rare opportunity, so could we ask you as her guardian to help persuade her? Yu Ji-tae answered calmly, "Sorry, but I don't want to force her. If that's what she wants, then my answer is the same." With that, he hung up. The Red Dragon asked, "Was that call about the Green Dragon?" Yu Ji-tae corrected her. "Call her Yu Chun." The Red Dragon clicked her tongue. "Damn, Spring, that gives me goosebumps. At that age, she still wants to play house? Whatever. I'll just say what I want to say." "Why are you protecting us?" Yu Ji-tae answered. "So you can do what you want to do." The Red Dragon immediately said, "What I want to do is fight. Are there a lot of strong people there?" Yu Ji-tae replied, "It's where elites from all over the world gather, so of course there are." The Red Dragon sneered. "At the end of the day, they're still just brats." Yu Ji-tae said flatly, "You're a child too." That one sentence instantly pissed her off. She pointed at Yu Ji-tae. "Come on, fight me properly. I know you're strong, but just how strong are you? If you're gonna boss me around, then let me see your strength for myself." Yu Ji-tae merely glanced at her. "Enough. Go inside and eat your fried chicken." The Red Dragon cursed through gritted teeth. "You know what? You're seriously boring as hell." As she cursed, she flipped Yu Ji-tae off. The Gold Dragon held out a piece of fried chicken. "Come on, big sister. Don't be like that. Just try one bite." The Red Dragon kept refusing, but the Gold Dragon still shoved a piece into her mouth. The moment she tasted it, the Red Dragon realized she was doomed. Lair was an educational institution, built on Hadelin, a massive floating island that circled the globe. It served as a superhuman academy for children with all kinds of blessings and supernatural abilities. But usually, the ones who got to study at Lair were children from wealthy families, famous bloodlines, or elite talent training organizations. Because of that, some people believed Lair was creating a world only for those with money and power. The Gold Dragon could not help exclaiming, "Lair really is an incredible school. I heard only rich people or nobles can get in. Could Mr. secretly be some hidden chaebol heir? We spent so much money, and he didn't say a thing." Yu Chun felt that judging from his appearance alone, it did not seem entirely impossible. The Gold Dragon quickly became cheerful again. "But we all passed, so that's great. I thought I'd be the only one who failed. I'm so happy we got in, and the uniforms are super pretty too." Then she soon noticed something. "But where did Sister Ha-chan and Mr. go?" Yu Chun replied, "Ha-chan went to the Blue Dragon Society for a practical interview. Mr. said he would go with her to Lair as her guardian, to keep mentally immature prospective superhumans under control. An adult from an institution or family usually accompanied them as a guardian." The Gold Dragon nodded. "That makes sense. If Sister Ha-chan isn't kept in check, things could get dangerous. But she still has to do an interview?" Yu Chun explained that the major Ha-chan applied for apparently required prospective students to conduct mock battles against each other. The Gold Dragon immediately became interested. "They have something like that? Then we should go watch too." Yu Chun said, "I already asked, and he said no. Mr. said if all of us went, it would be too noisy." Meanwhile, Yu Ji-tae and Yu Ha-chan drew attention the moment they entered the school. Inside the Blue Dragon Society's Kangchun Hall, practical combat matches between prospective students were currently taking place. A large number of spectators were also watching the sparring matches from the side. Yu Ji-tae was there as well. A teacher spoke up, "Guardians, I understand how you feel, but please remain calm, otherwise you'll only make the prospective students more nervous." One guardian, asked who he was. The man then said, "I forgot to introduce myself. I am Wei Yan, the head professor of the Blue Dragon Society. I look forward to working with you." The crowd could not help murmuring about how impressive all the guardians seemed. Good connections, strong abilities, plenty of money, and even war heroes among them. Yu Jitae merely glanced over. Soon, the announcement rang out. Number 124 and number 7 enter the arena. The ones stepping forward were the red dragon Yu Ha-chan and a blonde girl. The blonde girl did not look ordinary either. Yu Ha-chan thought that if this duel turned out to be boring, she would simply run away from home. The spectators began discussing. Sophia versus the redhead. Who are you betting on? They're both pretty, but I like the redhead more. Another person snapped, "You idiot who asked about your taste. I'm asking who's more likely to win." Obviously Sophia. Before becoming a student, she was already a member of RIL. RIL was a Russian Hunter Airborne Special Forces unit that had earned outstanding achievements during the Great War. It was especially infamous for its brutal training methods, which were said to be closer to torture. Just then, a muscular man suddenly shouted, "Sophia, the higher-ups have high expectations for you. You can do it, you can win." Staff members hurried over to stop him, while Sophia herself looked utterly embarrassed. Yu Ha-chan mocked her. "Your daddy looks pretty worried. Why don't you force it now and run back into his arms? Or should I call him your babysitter?" Sophia said coldly, "You'd better shut that mouth, otherwise I really will kill you." Yu Ha-chan challenged her. "Then go ahead and try." The spectators couldn't help but gasp. That killing intent was intense, as expected of someone from RIL. But that redhead did not seem simple either. As the referee announced, "Number 124 and number 7, take your positions. Begin." Sophia charged first, but Yu Ha-chan not only blocked the attack, she also caught Sophia's fist directly. With a single strike, she forced Sophia back. Sophia immediately followed up with a sweeping kick. The kick landed directly on Yu Ha-chan's clothing. It tore a large section of the Red Dragon's outfit apart. That outfit had only just been given to Yu Ha-chan, so this was way too much. The two of them immediately put distance between each other again. Sophia charged in with a straight punch, but no matter how many times she attacked, she could not land a hit on Yu Ha-chan. Yu Ha-chan kicked off the iron fence around the arena, then leaped into the air, while Sophia also launched herself upward from the ground, trying to seize the high ground. Yu Ha-chan smashed her wooden sword into Sophia. Sophia instantly tried to guard, but the bones in her arms still cracked on the spot. Before Sophia could even react, Yu Ha-chan was already behind her. "Hey, idiot. Did you think I was just playing with you? Not bad though." With that, Yu Ha-chan punched Sophia, sending her body flying into the protective fence. The red dragon's wooden sword was pressed right in front of her face. The match was over. Someone in the audience immediately mocked. Number 124 acted so tough when she came in, but she turned out to be trash. Hearing that, Sophia's face darkened instantly. Yu Ha-chan also sneered. "So, this is the world's elite? That's it? You're all garbage." The crowd started murmuring. Sophia got completely destroyed, though it looked pretty even at the start. "What do you mean, even? The redhead doesn't have a single scratch. It's obvious she's insanely strong. Or maybe Sophia is just useless. Honestly, even if she's from RIL, she's probably just some promotional reserve member. Weak skills, pretty face, so they gave her an armband for publicity. Basically, a total fraud." The medical staff told Sophia's guardian that emergency treatment had already been done and that she should recover soon, though both her arms had suffered fractures. But Sophia gritted her teeth. "It's not over. I haven't lost yet." Her guardian comforted her. "You did your best. Unfortunately, with your current strength, you can't beat that child. But I'm not disappointed in you. If anything, meeting her now might be your good luck." What no one noticed was that Sophia's eyes had already locked onto the knife at his waist. Her guardian kept talking, saying that failure would make people stronger, and that he would report the matter to the higher-ups himself. Just then, the medical staff suddenly shouted, "Guardian, the student, something's wrong." Sophia had already drawn the knife from earlier and muttered, "I haven't lost. I was only pushed back a little." In the next second, she charged straight at Yu Ha-chan with the knife. The blade pierced the completely unguarded red dragon. Yu Jitae saw it happen. Yu Ha-chan had not expected her opponent to launch a sudden sneak attack either. Sophia shouted with a twisted expression, "Die, you bitch." The entire audience stared with their mouths wide open. The school administrators broke out in a cold sweat on the spot. Yu Jitae's expression finally turned serious. Sophia's magic-infused stab sent both of them flying. Yu Ha-chan realized this bitch was actually trying to kill her. Sophia charged at her again. Yu Ha-chen dodged the attack with ease, then grabbed Sophia by the hair. She yanked Sophia's head back and slammed a charged punch into her face, beating her to a pulp. Someone in the stands panicked. Shouldn't they stop this? Her next full-power punch sent Sophia flying straight into the audience seats. Anyone could tell Sophia was badly injured now. Yu Ha-chun pulled the knife out of her waist and said coldly, "I'm not done yet. I'll return this exactly as it came." Just then, Sophia's guardian grabbed Yu Ha-chen. "That's enough, isn't it?" Head Professor Wei Yan immediately ordered. "Mages, create a cross space. Suspend the interview." A group of mages instantly began building a barrier, and moments later, the cross space formed. Yu Ha-chan questioned them. "Why are you only targeting me?" She was the one who pulled a knife first. The other side asked back, "So you were going to kill Sophia?" Yu Ha-chan snapped. "Was I supposed to stand still and let her stab me? With your strength, you could have just restrained her easily. What kind of bullshit is that? Control your own kid before running your mouth." At that moment, Wei Yan also arrived. "Everyone calm down. The atmosphere is too tense right now. Student Yu Ha-chen, our assistant instructor has already gone to find your guardian, so please calm down and receive treatment first." Yu Ha-chen shouted. "Calm down my ass. I'm still pissed off." Wei Yan said, "We saw what happened just now, and we fully understand how you feel. Even so, we cannot allow the situation to keep escalating. If this becomes a bigger issue, we as administrators may not be able to help you, and it could even affect your entire family." "It's the Yu family, correct? Student Ha-chen shouldn't be the only one there. If your friends get dragged into this because of you, that won't feel good either, will it? So until your guardian arrives." Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "No need to look. I'm that child's guardian, Yu Ji-tae. Stop pressuring an injured child. Come outside and talk." Wei Yan was instantly shocked. How had this man suddenly broken through the barrier and entered? Yu Ha-chen still looked visibly annoyed. Later, in a certain room, Wei Yan served tea. "This is a famous oolong tea. I hope it suits your taste. They say tea can help calm the mind, don't they?" Wei Yan judged that the man in front of him must be Mr. Yu Ji-tae of the Yu family. Since he had easily broken through that cross space, he was clearly a very high-level powerhouse. But as for this Yu family, Wei Yan had never even heard the name before, so he would need to investigate it properly. Sophia's guardian and Yu Ji-tae sat together, and Wei Yan spoke first. "I honestly don't know where to begin. First of all, I apologize to both guardians for what happened. Fortunately, I heard that neither student was seriously injured. Student Yu Ha-chen has already been discharged as well, so I don't think there's any need to make this bigger than it has to be. If this becomes awkward for both sides, you'll still have to see each other at the Blue Dragon Society in the future. Why not settle this through proper discussion?" Sophia's guardian remained silent for a moment. Then he said, "The cause of this incident was on our side, so I'll apologize first. I am Sophia's guardian, Mikhailov." Sophia is still young and immature, so she seems to have acted emotionally in this matter. Yu Ji-tae cut him off. "I don't accept an apology from the guardian. An apology spoken through someone else's mouth has no meaning." Mikhailov frowned. "You're being completely unreasonable. We're both guardians. Why not just accept it properly? Are you saying this because you don't know who I am?" Yu Ji-tae replied calmly. "We operate by different rules. Perhaps where you belong, that's how apologies are given. If you truly want to bring the injured child here to apologize in person, then go ahead." As the mediator, Wei Yan quickly stepped in and urged both guardians to calm down first. But Yu Ji-tae said, "I didn't come here because of that girl. I'm just curious. When that child drew the knife and charged forward, why didn't you stop her?" Mikhailov said in a low voice. "The situation happened too suddenly." Yu Ji-tae replied coldly. "What a pathetic excuse. Blaming your own incompetence on an accident? Aren't you ashamed?" That instantly enraged Mikhailov, and he grabbed Yu Ji-tae by the collar. "There's a limit to how far you can go with that mouth. You think you can challenge RIL on this tiny little stage? Some family I've never even heard of. And you sure talk big." Yu Ji-tae suddenly asked, "Is that blade sharp? If it stabs the wrong place, it could be dangerous. The sheath is so loose that a child could steal it without you even noticing." Mikhailov instantly realized that he had already raised his guard just now, and yet, the knife had still ended up stuck in the table without him knowing when it happened. Yu Ji-tae said calmly, "Mikhailov, looks like you'd better stick to crowded places from now on." After saying that, he stood up and left, leaving Mikhailov sitting there in complete confusion. Even Wei Yan could do nothing about him. Yu Ji-tae came outside and found the red dragon still waiting for him. He asked, "How's your body?" The red dragon replied, "It barely grazed me, and the red dragon race has strong vitality anyway." Yu-Ji-Tae nodded. "Good. Let's go." The red dragon hesitated for a moment, then suddenly asked, "Hey, do you think it was my fault too? Do you think this whole mess happened because of me? It pisses me off like crazy, but in situations like this, am I supposed to act more mature?" Yu-Ji-Tae answered, "No, you did well. Next time, kill her where there are no witnesses." Hearing that, the red dragon finally let out a breath of relief. She looked up at Yu-Ji-Tae. "You said that yourself. Don't regret it later." As Yu-Ji-Tae and the red dragon walked back, he said, "Hachan, pack your luggage when we get home. We're moving here. We'll live in Lair." Only then did the red dragon realize why that little chick had been fluttering around so happily. Just then, someone called out to them, "Guardian Yu-Ji-Tae, may we speak for a moment?" Yu-Ji-Tae said coldly, "We already talked about everything that needed to be discussed. What else is there?" The other person replied, "I know, but there's something I must say. It concerns student Yu Hachan. Hachan, could you listen as well?" The red dragon immediately said she did not want to hear a lecture. The person quickly said, "It's not a lecture. I'd like to offer you a good proposal. Student Yu Hachan, would you be willing to serve as the freshman representative of our Blue Dragon Society?" As the name suggests, the freshman representative becomes the face of the Blue Dragon Society. We would also provide a large scholarship, magical tools, and media appearances. Yu-Ji-Tae said, "That's a sudden proposal, but can you decide something like that on your own, Professor?" Wei Yan replied, "You don't need to worry about that. I also have ties with Vice Principal Ma Namjoon. Guardian Yu-Ji-Tae, please consider it carefully. You won't find an opportunity like this anywhere else." Yu-Ji-Tae immediately caught the key point. This man had ties with Ma Namjoon. After all, both of them were demons. Unlike superhumans who were granted blessings, demons were humans who had accepted the abyss. They usually carried blind rage toward humanity, killing intent, and obsession with desire. Because of them, the world had once faced a massive threat. And in the first two loops, Yu-Ji-Tae had lost precious things because of demons. So when Wei Yan first appeared before him, Yu-Ji-Tae had imagined killing him countless times. But he held back again and again, because this bastard still needed to carry far more sins. Yu-Ji-Tae said calmly, "I think I understand what you're trying to say, but I believe what matters is the person involved. I'm only her guardian." Wei Yan smiled. "Exactly. Everything depends on the student's own choice. Student Hachan, the Blue Dragon Society will undergo many changes from now on. Especially for this year-end event, I hope you can represent us at the front. Wouldn't you like to help me, your professor, draw that future together?" The red dragon rejected him on the spot. Wei Yan thought he had misheard, but the red dragon said directly, "You heard me. I said no. Let's go home already. Didn't you say we had to prepare for the move?" Wei Yan could not help asking, "Then why did you come to the interview at all?" The red dragon answered with perfect confidence, "I was bored. I wanted to fight. Is that not a good enough reason?" That answer made Wei Yan's temper flare. He said in a heavy voice, "Student Yu Hachan, look at the people below. They are reporters. Reporters from different countries are waiting there just to hear my opinion on this incident. Do you understand now? One word from me can make or break your life in Lair." The red dragon did not buy it at all. "I don't get it. We're leaving." Wei Yan watched the two of them walk away, then said coldly, "I hope you don't regret this someday." Meanwhile, the reporters waiting outside finally saw the red dragon and Yu-Ji-Tae. The red dragon had not even figured out who these people were before the reporters crowded in. "Miss Hachan, the online communities in Korea are currently buzzing over the commotion from your duel. Did you do this to gain attention and revive your family? Student Yu Hachan, please say something. Why did you apply to the Blue Dragon Society, and what do you plan to do next?" The red dragon grew more irritated the more she listened. Yu-Ji-Tae stepped forward and said, "Don't burden an injured child. That's enough." But the red dragon snatched the microphone. "Since you all want to know so badly, I'll answer. You're asking what I want to do from now on? Obviously, I'm going to turn this boring place upside down." Not long after, inside Lair's internal dormitory, the little gold dragon was practically bursting with excitement the moment she walked in. "This place is huge. It's so comfortable. Are we really living here?" The gold dragon wanted the best room, while the red dragon declared that the biggest room belonged to her. Soon, they arrived at a spacious room. The bed was ridiculously large. The television was the latest model, and the lighting was excellent. The gold dragon immediately decided, "This room is great. I'll take it." The red dragon stood beside her and said, "This balcony is perfect for killing time. This is my room now. The gold dragon protested. No way. I saw it first. Didn't you want the biggest room, big sister? The one next door is the biggest. But under the threat of the red dragon's strength, the gold dragon had no choice but to give in. Meanwhile, Yu-chun was still watering the blue dragon egg. She said softly, "Hello, baby." Yu-ji-tae asked, "Why are you watering it?" Yu-chun replied, "Because blue dragons like water. When a dragon egg was close to hatching, its transformed state would automatically come undone." Yu-chun then said, "Did you know? People at Lair have been talking about Hachan lately." It seems the interview from a few days ago became a hot topic. Back then, the bold Hachan had thrown out a rather provocative answer in front of the reporters. Yu-ji-tae had naturally seen the news as well. The red dragon did not think it was anything worth making a fuss over. It was not like those people were any different. Hearing that, the gold dragon asked curiously, "What does that phrase mean?" The red dragon immediately became interested. "What, you want to know? Then we'll have to properly educate our little chick." The gold dragon quickly backed away. "Actually, it's fine if I don't hear it. Mom said you don't need to know everything to live a good life." But that kind of refusal had no effect on the red dragon. At a time like this, the gold dragon could only look at Mr. pitifully for help. But Yu-ji-tae acted as if he had seen nothing. The next day, while the red dragon was still sleeping, the gold dragon suddenly shouted, "Big sister, wake up." Something huge happened. The red dragon opened her eyes in irritation. "What is it this early in the morning? I stayed up so late, I feel like I'm dying." The gold dragon instantly became suspicious. "You stayed up? Big sister? Were you watching weird stuff again?" The red dragon said impatiently, "I just watched some dirty movies." The gold dragon immediately confirmed it. "So it was weird stuff?" The red dragon frowned. "Anyway, that's not important right now. If this isn't serious, I'm killing you." But when she went downstairs, she found everyone gathered there, early in the morning. Yu-chun said, "Ha-chun, Dom-chun seems like it's about to be born." Clear cracks had already appeared across the egg, and everyone held their breath as they watched a new life come into the world. The last time Yu-ji-tae had witnessed a birth, it had not been a beautiful scene. Back then, a woman had cried and begged everyone to save her child, but it was already too late because the baby had been stillborn. The environment was terrible. War had destroyed everything, and even the hospital had been bombed. If there had been any proper medical facility nearby, maybe it would not have ended that way. It was not a pleasant memory. Yu-ji-tae had thought he would never remember that moment again. Yet here it was, suddenly surfacing now. Before long, the eggshell finally broke open. What came out was an adorable baby dragon. Yu-chun said gently, "Congratulations on being born, Dong-chun." She skillfully wiped the liquid from Dong-chun's body, and the red dragon asked, "You're pretty good at that. Did you learn it before?" Yu-chun replied, "Mom used to do this for me. Originally, you're supposed to lick it off." Then she asked Yu-ji-tae, "Mister, do you want to hold it?" Yu-ji-tae immediately refused. "No." The gold dragon instantly shouted, "I want to hold it." Yu-chun reminded her, "Its skin is still very delicate, so be careful." Holding the little dragon, the gold dragon looked like her heart had completely melted. She quickly noticed someone's gaze and asked with a sly smile, "Be honest, big sister. You want to hold it too, don't you?" The red dragon stubbornly replied, "What are you talking about? If you want to hold it, then hold it all you want." But the gold dragon immediately pushed the baby dragon into her arms. The little dragon even let out a soft little cry. The red dragon's entire face instantly turned red. The gold dragon grinned. "Now you know why I made you hold it, right? You think it's cute too." The red dragon looked at Yu-ji-tae. "Hey, we all held it. Aren't you going to hold it too?" The gold dragon chimed in. "Yeah, Dong-chen will be disappointed." "Are you trying to act all aloof by yourself?" The red dragon threatened. "Then I'll just throw it over. You catch it yourself. If the kid gets hurt, that's not my problem. You know, after coming to this house, I got myself a goal. I want to see that wooden block of a man panic for once." As she spoke, the red dragon actually lifted the baby dragon, as if she were about to throw it. In the next second, Dong-chun was already safely in Yu-ji-tae's arms. The red dragon clicked her tongue in disappointment. Tch, boring. The gold dragon felt once again that her big sister really was not normal. Seeing this, Yu-chun asked, "Since you're already holding it, why not pet it too?" Yu-ji-tae remained silent for a moment, then tried gently petting Dong-chun. The gold dragon immediately pulled out her terminal. Something like this obviously has to be photographed as a memory. Yu-chun also suggested, "Then to celebrate Dong-chun's birth, let's all take a picture together." Yu-ji-tae looked at the flower in her hand and asked, "By the way, what's that flower for?" Yu-chun smiled. A photo prop, of course. Yu-chun tucked the flower into Yu-jitae's hair and smiled. How does it look? Pretty good, right? But that one over there doesn't look too happy. The red dragon felt terribly awkward at the thought that even she had to be in the photo. In the end, the 4 dragons and Yu-jitae still took the picture together. At that time, the little dragon was still drinking milk. Yu-chun asked, Don-chun, are you ready? Yu-jitae asked, what are you trying to do? Yu-chun explained that since the semester had not started yet, and there was some spare time, she wanted to use magical transmission to teach Dong-chun transformation magic. Magical transmission was a spell that past magic one had mastered to another person by sending mana into them. Usually, the receiver could learn the spell without paying a price, but the caster risked losing life force. Yu-jitae asked, are you sure this is okay? Yu-chun replied, if Dong-chun stays in dragon form, it'll be hard to even leave the house. I, Ha-chen, and Shu-chen all learned the transformation spell in the places where we originally lived, but Dong-chen hasn't learned anything yet. We grow very fast, so before this child grows up, I want to give them happy experiences first. Yu-jitae said, fine. Tell me if you need help. But didn't you say I don't understand magic? Yu-chun said, I do have one request. While I'm performing the magical transmission, could you stay beside me? Yu-jitae agreed. Then, Yu-chun added, and don't stand so far away. It feels too distant. Come over here. Don't be shy. Yu-jitae did not think he needed to move closer, but Yu-chun clearly had a reason. She explained, if I get tired during the transmission, I might accidentally drop Dong-chun, right? If you're nearby, you can catch Dong-chun right away. If Dong-chen takes a tumble and hits the table, I'll be too guilty to keep going. After hearing that, Yu-jitae could only say, if you put it that way, I don't have much choice. Yu-chun lightly touched Yu-jitae's shoulder and found it hard as stone. Yu-jitae asked what she had just said. Yu-chun quickly covered it up. Nothing. I just said the sofa is a little hard. After that, the magical transmission officially began. After several days, the magical transmission finally ended. Yu-chun said softly, you worked hard. You worked hard too, mister, staying beside me the whole time. She was about to go back to her room and rest for a bit, while reminding Yu-jitae not to forget to feed Dong-chen and to call her if anything happened. But after only a few steps, Yu-chun suddenly slipped and tripped over her own feet. Yu-jitae instantly teleported and caught her. He said, I'll take you to your room. Yu-chun's face turned red at once. This Princess Carrie is a little embarrassing. Yu-jitae said flatly, looks like you still have enough strength to joke. Yu-chun asked quietly, I'm not heavy, am I? Yu-jitae replied, you're light. Yu-chun smiled, so mister can say sweet things too. After returning to her room, Yu-chun quickly fell asleep. Yu-jitae glanced at her once, then turned and left. Just then, a flash of blue light swept past. Yu-jitae noticed it as well, and a thought crossed his mind. Already, in the next second, a tiny figure appeared on the sofa. That child was none other than Dong-chen, who had successfully taken human form. Even Yu-jitae could not help freezing for a moment. Then he tried greeting her. Not long after, the entire superhuman investigation team at the Lair local police station was in an uproar. The guy they had failed to catch for months had been handled by Yu-jitae alone in just a few days. Someone said excitedly, did you see the chief's face just now? He looked like he was about to lose his mind from happiness. Our dear Jitae, what do you want to eat? It's on me today, so eat as much as you want. The team leader laughed too. Aren't we paying with the department card anyway? The other person laughed. Haha. I meant I'm paying for the second round. Just then, a voice broke their mood. I have something to do today, so I'm leaving first. A coworker immediately complained. You're running off again? You didn't come to the last team dinner either, and lately you always leave right on time. That's suspicious. Senior, do you have a girlfriend or something? Yu-jitae replied, it's nothing like that. I'm leaving. Another coworker said, pitifully, if you hate us, just say it, we'll do better. A female coworker also added, you really don't have a girlfriend, right? I believe you. At that moment, a girl on the roadside was walking while chatting with a friend through her terminal. Yu-jitae happened to pass by her. The instant they brushed past each other, Yu-jitae's clone transformed into her appearance. Because the one currently working in Yu-jitae's place was his clone, the beloved daughter of the Grand Duke. In the past, she had been a skill used by the Grand Duke of the Demon Realm to influence a distant duchy. After Yu-jitae killed the Grand Duke and became her new master, she became his clone. The clone, now in the form of a woman, soon arrived at the designated place. She spoke respectfully. Did you call for me, my lord? Then she noticed something strange as well. My lord, What is that? The one in Yu Jitae's arms was Yu Dongchen. He had just taken Dongchen, who had transformed into human form, to get a haircut, and they had only just returned. Passers-by nearby were whispering, "The baby is so well behaved in her father's arms. The couple looks so loving too." Seeing this, the clone said, "If it is inconvenient, I can hold her, my lord." The little blue dragon shot the clone an unhappy glance. The clone still did not understand what had happened. Yu Jitae did not mind. "It's fine. Even if no one holds her, she can walk on her own." The clone asked, "But why did you personally bring Lady Dongchen out? Aren't Lady Chun, Lady Ha-chen and Lady Chu-chen all at home?" Yu Jitae answered, "Yu Chun collapsed from the strain of magical transmission. The other two aren't reliable yet. One only wants to go shopping, and the other said there was no way she'd let me leave some brat with her." Yu Jitae looked at the clone. "Say whatever you want to say." The clone claimed she did not understand what he meant. Yu Jitae said flatly, "Don't pretend. Your emotions and memories are passed directly to me. You should know that." Only then did the clone speak. "I am not dissatisfied. I simply have some doubts about my duty. Among all those who have ever controlled me, none have ever desired ordinary daily life. They all wanted to use me for something more meaningful. For example, killing those who had to be killed, or sending me to places where influence needed to be displayed. And yet, in this regression, my lord wishes to experience everyday life. As your humble servant, I find that difficult to understand. If my words were disrespectful, please forgive me." Yu Jitae said, "In the end, you're just a personality construct. It's understandable for you to think that way. Soon enough, there will be something I need you to do. Until then, just go to work quietly. Besides, the team members seemed disappointed earlier. Go have a drink with them. You'll be parting ways soon anyway." The clone bowed her head. "Understood, my lord." Just then, a voice came from nearby. "Our baby wanted that so much. If I'd known you liked it that badly, I would have bought it for you sooner." The little blue dragon saw it too. The moment she noticed the baby panda plush, her eyes seemed to light up. Yu Jitae asked, "Do you want a doll?" He immediately activated the shallowest layer of the abyssal void. Though this one was a little different from that baby panda, he still took out a small bear plush and handed it to the little blue dragon. Her expression changed at once. Yu Jitae asked, "Do you like it?" But the little blue dragon simply placed the plush on the ground, then slowly walked toward Yu Jitae. Yu Jitae picked her up. "You want more?" "I don't have any right now." The little blue dragon quietly looked at him first, then reached out with her small hands and gently touched her forehead to Yu Jitae's. Yu Jitae paused. "What's this all of a sudden?" It felt a little like the green dragon's magical transmission. Was she using magical transmission as a way to express emotion? In that instant, Yu Jitae seemed to see memories from his past lives. There were moments when he fought demons, moments when he slaughtered dragons, moments when he was the only one left, and the moment he activated the EX Almighty clock. Yu Jitae simply looked at the little blue dragon in silence. She did not know what had happened, but the Yu Jitae standing there was no longer the same. After that, the little blue dragon dragged her bear plush along, humming as she returned home with Yu Jitae. But when Yu Jitae looked up, he noticed something was wrong. The sky had already been dyed in several different colors, so they had arrived this quickly. Just then, the gold dragon called out from inside. "Mister, where did you go? Did you go to the shopping district? Human form Danchun is way too cute." She immediately touched foreheads with the little blue dragon. "You got a gift from Mister just now, so you're happy, right?" Yu Jitae asked. "You can read Dongchen's thoughts?" The gold dragon answered, "When we dragons touch skin, we can transmit not only mana, but emotions and thoughts too. The forehead works best. Simply put, it's a kind of physical contact we use when we want to express our feelings." This was the first time Yu Jitae had learned that, so there were things even Mister did not know. He looked behind the gold dragon. "What's that on your back?" The gold dragon smiled. "This? I bought it so I can transmit my soul, even without skin contact." "How is it? Doesn't it make me look like a singer? I'll practice really hard." Seeing that, Yu Jitae remembered the gold dragon from the previous loops, when she had fallen into madness and looked utterly broken. Back then, the sight had shocked Yu Jitae so deeply, he could not even speak. She had been alive, yet as good as dead. Yet now, after playing for only a short while, the gold dragon frowned and complained that her fingers hurt. Yu Jitae said, "Don't push yourself too hard. Take it slow." Then, he asked, "Has Chun woken up?" The gold dragon answered, "She's still sleeping, and her fever still hasn't gone down. There's no helping it. Using magical transmission for several days straight was way too much." Yu Jitae asked again. What about Ha-chen? Sister Ha-chun has been obsessed with dramas all day and hasn't even come out of her room. It's the first time I've seen her this hooked on something other than fighting. Yu Jitae said calmly. That's a good thing. It's better than causing trouble outside. The gold dragon did not forget to remind Dongchen. When you come back from outside, you wash your hands first, okay? At that moment, Yu Jitae's eyes suddenly changed. The gold dragon was about to check whether her green dragon sister had woken up. But Yu Jitae placed a hand on her shoulder. Take Dongchen to your room right now. Until I call you, don't take a single step outside. The gold dragon asked in confusion. What's wrong? Yu Jitae did not explain. He simply ordered coldly. So the gold dragon immediately took Dongchen back to her room. Only after she left did Yu Jitae open the green dragon's door. Inside the room, a group of armored figures was waiting. One of them asked coldly, Are you the one who did this to the green dragon? Guardians were dragon nest knights and slaves created when the dragon race placed collars on useful monsters or humans through subordination magic. Among them, the more capable guardians would also serve as bodyguards for young dragons who had left the game, just like the ones before him now. Yu Jitae looked at the sleeping Yu Chun and judged that they must have used sleep magic on the green dragon. The other side demanded again, Answer me, are you the one who did this to the green dragon? Yu Jitae asked back, When you enter someone else's home, shouldn't you introduce yourself first? The guardian sneered. Looks like you still don't understand the situation. Asking questions is the right of the strong. Here, only I get to ask questions. Do you understand, lowly human? Yu Jitae could tell at a glance that this was an extremely high-level guardian barrier spell. The guardian spoke one last time. I'll ask you again, what did you do to the green dragon? Answer me, human. Only then did Yu Jitae explain. The blue dragon was born. The green dragon overstrained herself while using magical transmission to teach transformation magic, and ended up like this. The guardian demanded, Then who are you? Yu Jitae answered, I'm those children's guardian. The guardian scoffed. You? Their guardian? What a joke. Do you even know what kind of beings they are? Yu Jitae replied calmly. Of course I do. What I'm more curious about is why you arrived so early. You were supposed to be scattered across extremely distant, dimensional rifts. Someone was instantly shocked. How did this human know that? A mere human knew far too much. The guardian said in a heavy voice, We are the children's guardians, as well as the guardians of causal history. We acknowledge that you cared for the children in our place. But, no matter how we look at it, you are far from benevolent. If we let you leave alive like this, you will become a future threat. Yu Jitae asked. So we can't talk properly and find a way to solve this? The other side answered coldly, Don't worry, it won't be painful. In the next second, the group of guardians charged at Yu Jitae. The first guardian who rushed in was blocked by Yu Jitae with one hand. That guardian could not understand how his lord's sword had been stopped so easily. What Yu Jitae used was the invisible sword. With a single strike, he swept them all away. One guardian mocked, Pathetic. He couldn't even block an attack like that. We'll deal with this human. You just watch from the back. With that, the group charged again. Someone tried to warn them, That man is stronger than we expected. But before he could finish, countless slashes came crashing in, sweeping the guardians away. In only moments, they were lying all over the floor. The final guardian finally realized something was wrong. A mere human was taking care of the young dragons, and even knew about the existence of the guardians. He should have realized it the moment that doubt first appeared. The man before him was an existence beyond common sense, someone who must never be touched. Yu Jitae slowly walked toward the last guardian. The guardian took a deep breath and finally said in a low voice, So, we should have resolved this through dialogue earlier. Is this world under your rule? Yu Jitae did not answer. He only said, You just need to answer my question. Something must have gone wrong with the dimensions. How did you survive? The guardian replied, Because of dimensional distortion. Our Lord once opened a dimensional passage connecting the nest to this world and sent us through. But for some reason, the dimension distorted, and we were thrown outside the dimensional space. Yu Jitae continued, Explain that dimensional distortion. But the guardian himself did not fully understand it. He could only say, In the past, our Lord once mentioned a certain horizon of heavenly law. It is said that the dimensional distortion was caused by the power emitted from that horizon of heavenly law. With it as the axis, the entire dimension seemed to be forcibly twisted. Yu Jitae felt that something was off. In all his previous loops, he had never heard this kind of explanation for dimensional distortion. And the horizon of heavenly law was a concept he had never encountered before. Come to think of it, this loop had far too many differences from the previous ones. Aside from the first generation guardian, other guardians had appeared as well, and even the green dragon's guardian finding them was a first. Yu asked, "What does that horizon of heavenly law have to do with you coming here? Did it help you reach this place?" The guardian answered, "To be precise, a certain will from beyond the horizon of heavenly law gave us help." Yu pressed, "A will? What does that mean?" It felt as if some unknown will was guiding our direction. That will showed me the path. I merely followed that path, gathered the guardians, and found the location of the young dragons. Yu said, "I need to verify that." Then he placed his hand on the guardian's head and ordered, "Look into my eyes." Yu activated the SS Almighty Balance Eye. It was one of the 3 almighties he had taken from the Grand Duke of the Demon Realm, a pair of eyes capable of discerning good and evil, truth and falsehood, favor and dislike. The final conclusion was that the guardian was telling the truth. This was exactly the kind of problem Yu feared most. He had already dealt with everything that could threaten the world and had checked countless dimensions again and again. So why had something completely unknown suddenly appeared again? The guardian continued. The horizon he mentioned earlier, and the existence beyond it, carried a will filled with deep dissatisfaction. Perhaps it was because he carried a core inside his body, made from the green dragon's power. Hearing that, Yu reached out and tore open the guardian's chest armor. The guardian let out a scream, and sure enough, something was hidden beneath the armor. At the same time, the EX Almighty Clock seemed to detect an abnormal distortion in the flow of time. System notice. The EX Almighty Clock has detected an element hostile toward you. The EX Almighty Clock shows strong rejection toward elements that deviate from the world timeline. The EX Almighty Clock will designate all elements excluded from the timeline, or those with independent timelines, as hostile targets and conduct strict investigation. Yu had not expected this Almighty, which had originally been used only for regression, to begin interfering on its own. But for now, there was nothing he could do. He could only wait and watch the Guardian's reaction. The Guardians watched as that strange light turned into a clock, as if it had resolved something. Yu asked, "So what do you plan to do now? The dragons are under my care. There's nothing left for you to do here. And, because of the dimensional distortion, the subordination magic you formed with the dragon race should have been released. There's no need for you to stay here, is there?" The Guardians asked. "Are you really going to let us leave like this?" Yu answered, "As long as you don't cause trouble, I don't care." Hearing that, most of the Guardians were willing to leave. Only the Guardian whose chest armor had been torn open said he could not leave. Yu looked at him. "You're not leaving?" The Guardian answered, "Because I am one who guards causal history." Yu struck him casually and sent him flying. "I'll ask again. Are you leaving or not?" The Guardian gritted his teeth. "I cannot leave." Yu stepped on him again. "Last time." The Guardian still answered, "I cannot leave." The other Guardians explained, "No matter what you say, he will not listen. He has always been a foolish man who cannot grasp freedom even when it is right before him. Do with him as you wish." Yu looked at them first. Then he turned his head and said, "That's exactly why he deserves the name of Guardian." In the next instant, with a single strike, the other Guardians all perished. The remaining Guardian realized he was the only one left and asked, "Was this a test for us?" Yu replied, "Not entirely. You look unfamiliar, and you're a little different. Why do you want to protect the green dragon so badly?" The Guardian answered, "My loyalty to the green dragon race has never changed." Yu nodded. "Strong loyalty, I understand. But as I said, the green dragon is already under my protection. What can you, someone weaker than me, do as a guardian? Still, there is a role that suits you right now." Yu turned and said, "Come say hello. This is the newly hired cleaner." And just like that, the guardian soon began washing dishes. At first, he was clearly resistant. "A cleaner? What is the meaning of this?" Yu asked coldly. "Why? Are you dissatisfied?" The guardian could not understand. "But what does protecting the dragon race have to do with being a cleaner?" Yu replied, "Your brain just can't comprehend it. I told you yesterday. I alone am enough to protect the dragon race. Even so, I still left a place for you. If you can't even do a cleaner's job properly, I'll erase you. So work hard." The guardian never imagined he would end up like this. Yu recognized him. "You're a guardian from Astalifa?" Almada quickly asked. "Lady Yu are you feeling all right?" Yu smiled and replied, "I'm fine. It's just a normal cold." Yu then asked, "I heard you'll be staying here as a cleaner." Almada answered, "Something like that." Yu looked at the apron on him and smiled. "The apron suits you. Please take good care of us from now on, Mr. Cleaner." That sweet smile made Almada blush and completely lose his cool. He immediately said with excitement, "Cleaning, washing dishes, leave everything to me, Almata. I will never allow my lady's hands to touch dirty water." But he got too excited and used too much force, crushing the plate in his hand. Yu Jitae calmly reminded him, "That was expensive." Meanwhile, the little blue dragon had already changed into all kinds of outfits, from elementary school style to even gothic style. The gold dragon took photos of everything and could barely contain herself. "This is way too cute. Sister, when did you buy these clothes? They're so pretty." Yu-chun replied, "Once I felt a little better, I ordered them right away. What do you think? Does Dongchen like them?" The gold dragon looked at the little blue dragon's expression and said, "She looks like she loves them." She can't even hide her smile. The gold dragon then asked, "Mr. Cleaner, which outfit looks the best?" Almada immediately answered, "Lady Dongchon looks good in anything." The gold dragon instantly felt that this uncle really knew how to read the room. But Yu Jitae immediately noticed that the gold dragon's fingers were swollen. He asked, "Are you still playing guitar?" The gold dragon quickly denied it. "No, I was just gently playing around." Yu-chun also tried to smooth things over, saying Chu-chun only did it because she liked playing, though she had gone a little overboard. Yu Jitae did not say much about it, and only asked, "What about Ha-chun? She hasn't shown herself all day. Is she still watching dramas in her room?" Almada mentioned that he had tried to clean Lady Ha-chian's room earlier, but she refused to let him in. At that time, Lady Ha-chun's complexion had looked terrible, so he was worried. Yu-chin figured it was probably because she had stayed up all night. Hearing that, Yu Jitae immediately went to find her. The moment he opened the door, he saw trash piled all over the room. The red dragon was sitting there drinking something and asked irritably, "What are you doing? Why did you suddenly come in?" Yu Jitae said, "Nothing. I just came to check whether you're still alive." "Have you been watching only this the entire time?" The red dragon replied, "You've seen this too? This series is already on season 7, but the story is trash." The red dragon blinked. "You're right. Are you a genius?" Yu Jitae said, "Come out first. I have something to say." After that, Yu Jitae gathered everyone and announced, "Starting now, we're doing a full cleanup." Everyone paused. "A sudden cleanup? Why?" Yu Jitae said, "You may not be human, but if you're living on Earth, at least live like humans. Especially you, Ha-chan and Chu-chan. Your rooms are too dirty." The gold dragon immediately protested. "When did you go into my room? Mom said you're not allowed to enter someone else's nest without permission." Yu Jitae asked back, "Didn't I tell you to clean your room? That's not the point right now. Anyway, the living room and kitchen go to the cleaner. Each of you cleans your own room. That's final." The red dragon picked her nose and complained, "If we have a cleaner, why do I have to clean my own room?" The gold dragon looked at her in disgust. "Gross." The red dragon replied calmly, "Really? I was preparing it for you." That one line almost shaved 10 years off the gold dragon's life. The gold dragon immediately cried out, "I hate dirty things the most." Yu Jitae said coldly, "Someone who hates dirty things has no right to talk back with a room that filthy." The red dragon waved a hand. "Tin Man, I'm going to exercise. You clean my room." Yu Jitae said directly, "I'll inspect it." Almata had no choice but to agree. Yu-chun said her own room had already been cleaned yesterday, so she would use this time to buy dinner ingredients. With more people in the house now, she wanted to help out for once. Yu Jitae looked calm on the outside, but inside he remembered the last meal Yu-chun had cooked. Just thinking about it sent shivers down his spine. Seeing him go silent, Yu-chun asked, "What's wrong? Is there anything you want to eat?" Yu Jitae immediately replied, "Nothing. Go ahead." When Almata entered the red dragon's room, he had no nose, yet it still felt as if he could smell the stench. Only then did he understand why Lady Ha-chen's complexion had been so terrible. But what was that potted thing? Was she doing poison resistance training in here? Almata decided to start with the larger pieces of trash. Just then, the clone reminded him, "Isn't that a can over there? Cans and plastic need to be separated before disposal. You don't even know the basics of cleaning? Does Astalifa not have the concept of waste sorting? Now I'm curious how primitive that place is." Others might not have noticed, but Almada could clearly sense the aura of the demon realm. Was this the Lord's clone? The clone kept urging him, "Why are you spacing out? Planning to stand guard all night? If someone saw you, they'd think you were the original." At that moment, the real Yu Jitae arrived. "I told you to clean. What are you two doing?" The clone immediately lowered her head. "You have returned, my lord. This cleaner failed to perform his duty, so I was giving him advice." Almada was furious and frustrated. So this was the rumored kissing up and kicking down? But Yu Jitae said, "Don't just talk. You help too. I called you because Ha-chan's room is too much for him to handle alone. Almada instantly felt a little better. At that moment, the red dragon was still exercising. The green dragon was grocery shopping at the supermarket. The gold dragon was also working hard to clean her own room. Almada and the clone continued working with their heads down. It was only when the sun went down that the clone came to report. Everything is finished. Yujite nodded. Then he handed her a set of documents. This is where you'll be going next. It's a Russian demon organization called Invisibility. They're researching a type of transcendent demon human there. This is police business. Finish it within the week. After that, go to Russia and find the command-type transcendent demon prototype. The clone immediately replied, "Understood. I will prepare at once." Just then, the green dragon returned with the groceries. The gold dragon looked at all the bags and asked, "Sister, why did you buy so much?" The green dragon smiled. "There are more people in the family now. Since we're all together for once, I should make a proper feast." Seeing that, the clone said, "Lady Yuchun has returned, so I will take my leave." But Yuji Tae stopped her. "Change clothes with me right now." It did not take long before a table full of warm dishes was served. Yuchun smiled and said, "Children, eat well." The gold dragon took a bite and found it delicious. "This soup tastes like something I had in Astalifa." Even the red dragon nodded for once. "Not bad." The gold dragon then said, "It'd be nice if Mr. Cleaner could eat with us too." The red dragon immediately snapped. "Idiot, he doesn't have a mouth. How is he supposed to eat?" Only then did the clone understand. Her lord had called her here for this meal. Because at that moment, the real Yujite was still outside, in an abandoned industrial district near Lair. The scene was already a bloodbath. Someone shouted in terror, "You think you can do this and walk away alive? A lowly human dares to act like this? Do you know who's behind me?" The next second, both of his arms were sliced off. Yujite said coldly, "Yes, I know very well. Professor Wei Yan, of the Blue Dragon Society, right? No, I should call him Wei Yan, the demon of invisibility." Yujite asked coldly. "Wei Yan seems to be plotting something. What exactly is he trying to do? Lying won't help you, so talk." With that, he immediately activated the balance eye. The demon could only reveal the parts he knew, saying that if the plan succeeded, he too would be chosen for a seat in 3 months. The seats referred to the 4 demons chosen by the demon organization Invisibility. Ordinary demons usually operated in small groups, but once someone rose to a seat, they would command their own army and gain Calamity class power, the highest rank among demons. The more Yujite listened, the more wrong it felt. In the previous loops, Wei Yan had never risen to a seat, and at this point in time, he should not have grown enough to plan anything on this scale. System notice: the EX Almighty Clock has detected malice from beyond the horizon of heavenly law and is searching for beings detached from the world timeline. Target: Demon Wei Yan. A being from outside the world timeline, one dissatisfied with regression, has been detected. This being interfered with Demon Wei Yan, causing him to deviate from the repeated regression flow and exist in the most superior state of his past loop elements. After the Guardians, now even Wei Yan had changed, like this. Yujite realized that anyone connected to him might be interfered with by that will. The demon hurriedly begged, "That's all I know. If you let me go, I can gather more information. My sick mother is waiting for me at home. I'll never betray you. Please spare me." The next second, his head was sliced off. Yujite said coldly, "Lying is useless. And even if that were true, it'd still have to die." Then he activated the S-rank skill Erasure and completely destroyed the area. If Wei Yan's plan could raise him to a seat, then its scale had to be massive. In that case, it was very likely connected to Lair. Yujite recalled how Wei Yan had said he wanted Ha-chen to lead as their representative. The timing was most likely the year-end event. If that was connected to his plan, just then, he saw Yu-chun and Yu-dong-chan nearby. Some passers-by were standing around them, exclaiming, "That baby is so cute. I've never seen such a beautiful baby. What's the baby's name?" Yujite walked over and asked coldly, "What do you want with the child?" The 2 passers-by were so frightened, they ran off on the spot. Yu-chun looked at him. "Mister, you were gone all day. Where did you go?" Yujite answered, "I had something to handle." Then he asked, "What were you doing with Dongchen just now?" Yu-chun said, "Because I was sick before, I didn't really get to spend much time with Dongchen. School starts tomorrow, so I may not have much time to play with her like this later." Yujite nodded. "So that's why." Yu-chun looked at Yujite, then suddenly smiled. "Like this? We really look like a family. don't we? Dongchen is your daughter, and I'm Dongchen's mother. So if we follow that setting, then we would be. Seeing Yu Jitae's serious expression, Yu Chun immediately laughed. I'm joking. Why are you so serious again? Enough of that. Let's hurry home. Then she picked up Yu Dongchan and prepared to go home. After that, the day finally came for Lair's school term to begin. The gold dragon had a slice of bread in her mouth and said excitedly, "Finally, we're finally going to school." Then she asked, "Sister, what classes are you taking? It'd be nice if we could take classes together." Yu Chun replied, "I chose superhuman studies, literature, magic studies, and sociology." But Yu Chun soon noticed something. "Shu Chun, I've been wondering, why do you have bread in your mouth? Didn't you already eat breakfast at home?" The gold dragon said proudly, "Sister, you clearly don't understand. Mom said that if you go to school with toast in your mouth and bump into someone, that's an Astalifa tradition. It means the person you bump into is your destined soulmate. Isn't that romantic? Someday, I'm going to meet my destined person like that too." Just then, a voice suddenly came from beside her. "Oops, I bumped into you. Looks like I'm your destined one." The gold dragon froze. "But sister, you're a girl." The other girl answered confidently, "So what? In American dramas, girls kiss each other all the time too." Speaking of which, Mr. had been gone since morning. The gold dragon asked, "Where did he go? Didn't he say he was going to observe our classes?" Yu Chun replied, "He said there was something he had to confirm, so he went to the academic office first, and I barely saw him at home yesterday either. He couldn't be meeting some woman, could he?" Yu Chun immediately denied it in her heart. No way. Mr. was not that kind of person. But the gold dragon asked worriedly, "Sister, are you okay? You suddenly started sweating a lot." Just then, they saw a group of people waiting up ahead. The gold dragon asked, "Who are those people? They don't look like students." The red dragon said casually, "Who else? Reporters. Looks like they're here to film some of the more standout freshmen." At that moment, Yu Chun quietly left from the side first. Soon, a reporter called out, "Excuse me, are you student Yu Ha-chen? She's the one who defeated Sophia last time, and said that line, right?" "Yes. That redhead." The red dragon immediately understood that they were here for her. The reporter pressed, "You're student Yu Ha-chan, correct? Can we interview you?" The gold dragon was completely startled and still had no idea what was happening. What is going on with these people? At that moment, the red dragon suddenly shouted, "Everybody shut up. Listen up, people. My last answer still wasn't enough for you, huh? Fine, come on then. I'll deal with you one by one today, you trash reporters." Meanwhile, back at home, the little blue dragon was alone. Almada felt that things had suddenly become troublesome. Before Yu Jitae left, he had said that the children were all going to school, and that he also had something to handle outside. So today, only Almata and Dongchan would be home, and he was told to take good care of the child. He never expected to receive a task harder than cleaning. He had never taken care of a child before. So what was he supposed to do? Almata carefully spoke. "Lady Dongchen, the other ladies and the landlord won't return until evening, so please don't just wait here. How about staying somewhere comfortable?" The little blue dragon acted as if she had not heard a word and simply turned her head away. Almata immediately felt so pressured he could barely breathe. Maybe he should just go clean instead. Just then, he noticed something nearby. "Lady Dongchen, would you like to read a fairy tale book with me?" "Great." She seemed interested in the fairy tale book. Almata immediately said, "Then I shall read it to you. The title is, My Father is an Elf. Once upon a time, in a distant forest." Almata analyzed it seriously. If it's a forest from the distant ancient past, then it must be a primeval jungle from before the Demon Realm era. Anyway, Sunsuk and his father lived there. It seems the mother had already passed away. Still, Sunsuk was rather lucky. In that era, having even one living parent was already a miracle. Before bed, his father told Sunsuk ancient stories every night. This is an ancient story from a certain era, probably from the time of the Great War. It appears Sunsuk's father was also a war maniac. Then, one morning, Sunsuk woke up and found his father was not home. Did he go looking for a new mother? I heard that in that era, there was a culture of taking war captives as concubines. If Sunsuk got a new mother, he would probably be happy. Anyway, that was the story. By this point, the little blue dragon's expression had completely changed. Almata asked cautiously, "My lady, what is wrong? Are you dissatisfied with the content?" The little blue dragon silently pointed toward the corner. Almata had no choice but to go squat in the corner. Meanwhile, outside Lair, a car pulled up, and someone stepped out. Those who saw her immediately thought she was beautiful. Her name was Gong Juhee, the heir of the Gong family, one of Korea's 3 great swordsmanship clans. But she herself had no interest in swordsmanship and cared far more about her appearance, because training with the sword made her sweat, which she absolutely hated, and it ruined her makeup too. When she saw the crowd gathered ahead, she frowned. "What is this? Are those reporters waiting for me? Secretary Kim, you know I don't like attention, right? Go handle it." Secretary Kim replied, "It seems they're not here to film you, miss." Gong Joo-hee froze. Who are those people? They're ignoring me. But after one glance, even she was shocked. She's beautiful. At that moment, the red dragon was sitting on top of someone, looking incredibly fierce. The gold dragon asked from the side, "Sister, why did that person end up like that?" The red dragon said, "No idea. Maybe he wanted it." The person quickly said, "We're friends, right? It's fine, right? Don't change your mind later." The red dragon casually replied, "Of course. I'm your fan." Just then, a reporter asked again, "Student Yu Ha-chen, may we begin the interview?" The red dragon said impatiently, "Go in order. One question each. Ask fast, then get lost. Start with the old guy in the hat over there." The man immediately spoke. "Student Ha-chan. Hello, I'm from TT." Before he could finish, the red dragon cut him off. "Introduction's too long. Next." Another reporter quickly continued. "I'm from CG. You've recently become a huge topic in the superhuman world, and many people are paying attention to you. How do you feel right now?" The red dragon answered, "Terrible. Next." "Did you know a fan cafe for you recently appeared? Could you say something to your fans?" The red dragon frowned. "So that guy really said he was my fan?" "A bunch of lunatics. I'm Park Kang-ho from Gasan Daily. During your Blue Dragon Society interview, you shouted that controversial line. What exactly did you mean by it?" The red dragon sneered. "You obviously know, so why ask? I can smell your sweat from all the way over here. Is that all you've got in your head?" The reporter refused to back down. "Please don't be like that. Please explain in detail why, out of all the words you could have used, you chose that expression. Was there some other intention?" The red dragon narrowed her eyes. "Mr. Reporter, do you want me to give you a spicy answer too?" The nearby reporter immediately shouted, "What kind of joke is that?" The red dragon shot back. "So you know it's a joke? Then why are you still clinging to someone else's one-liner?" But the heavy-set reporter said, "Student Yu Ha-chan is still young, so maybe you don't understand. This is what reporters do. If you answer properly, I'll write properly." That finally set the red dragon off. "Enough already, mister. Even my patience has limits, got it?" The gold dragon quickly tried to stop her. "Sister, let's ignore them and go inside." But the cameras kept clicking right in the red dragon's face. The heavy-set reporter knew very well that the stronger her reaction was, the higher the clicks would go. Still, this level was not spicy enough. Should he provoke her a little more? He continued, "If you refuse to answer like this, I'll have to write the article based on my own interpretation. For example, the current hot topic, Yu Ha-chen, made a controversial statement toward a reporter in public." The red dragon exploded on the spot and raised her hand, ready to beat the reporter down. But just then, someone stopped her. The person who appeared was, of course, Yu Ji-tae. He looked at the red dragon and said, "I show up, and you're already causing trouble." The red dragon immediately protested. "That's not it. It's all because that damn pig wouldn't shut up." Yu Ji-tae simply lifted the red dragon over his shoulder. She struggled like a child and shouted for him to put her down. But Yu Ji-tae only announced coldly, "This interview is over, and you'd better not turn this into an article." In the next second, a flash of light shot out. Every reporter's camera and microphone began smoking at the same time. Even the red dragon was stunned by the sight. Yu Ji-tae turned and said, "Yu Chu-chen, you don't want to be late on the first day of school, do you?" Gong Joo-hee also saw everything, and her bodyguard quietly asked if they should investigate what family that man belonged to. But Gong Joo-hee stared ahead and asked, "Why is that blonde girl's figure so ridiculous? Where did she get that done?" Inside the classroom, the professor stood at the podium and said, "Hello students. I am Professor K of Sword Combat Arts. Today's lesson is about the history of swordsmanship and the attitude one should have when holding a sword." The red dragon muttered, "Who cares about the attitude of holding a sword? Just hurry up and teach us how to fight." Yu Ji-tae was a little surprised. "I thought you'd get bored quickly and run off." The red dragon replied, "What are you talking about? Even if a drama is boring, I can still force myself to finish it. And until I defeat that armored guy in the hoodie, I need to work hard. Just wait. One day, I'll smash him apart with my own hands." Then, she looked at Yu Ji-tae. "By the way, why are you following me to class? Shouldn't you be looking for someone else?" Yu Ji-tae said calmly, "You should know that better than anyone." The red dragon immediately said, "Relax. I won't cause trouble. I've been pretty well behaved lately, haven't I?" Yu Ji-tae reminded her, Did you already forget that you tried to hit a reporter just now? The red dragon argued. That was because that pig kept pestering me non-stop. If it were you, could you put up with that? Yujite said coldly. Don't lean on me. It's hot. The red dragon deliberately moved closer. What's wrong? Don't guys usually like this kind of physical contact? Are you embarrassed? But seeing Yujite's expression remain completely flat, the red dragon quickly lost interest and complained. Boring. Yujite said, studying is supposed to be boring. The red dragon clicked her tongue. I'm not talking about studying. I'm talking about you. Even a kidnapper should at least be an interesting kidnapper. At first, I thought you had to be something special. I was expecting days packed with dopamine and chaos. But what I wanted wasn't this house-playing game. Yujite replied. What happened on the way to school this morning should have been exciting enough. The red dragon said unhappily, I don't want that frustrating kind of excitement. What I want is fighting, killing, and the rush of victory. Got it? Just then, the swordsmanship teacher walked over. Looks like student Yu Ha-chen is itching to move around. In that case, there's a good solution. After class, stay behind with your guardian. Later, inside a certain room, the red dragon sat there wiping wooden tablets, getting angrier the more she thought about it. Why do I have to wipe these? I'd rather just take a few hits. Yujite said flatly. If you have time to complain, wipe faster. The red dragon grumbled. Can't we call the cleaner from home to help? Doesn't he love cleaning and scrubbing? Yujite asked back. Then who's going to watch Dongchun? That blue-haired one won't be any help. Then, the red dragon suddenly grew curious. By the way, did you not study much when you were a kid either? Yujite answered. Back then, I didn't have time to study properly. The red dragon raised an eyebrow. So you were a pretty serious problem child too, huh? Not having time to study is usually just an excuse, isn't it? Yujite said calmly. It was wartime. Staying alive alone kept me busy enough. The red dragon clicked her tongue. There you go, treating me like a kid again. If you put it like that, what does that make me? Then she suddenly asked, do you think being alive is fun? Yujite replied, not really. The red dragon pressed him. Then why keep living a life that isn't fun? If I were as strong as you, I definitely wouldn't live such a boring life. Is it because you're too strong, so you feel empty instead? Yujite said, because life continues, and I can't give up. The red dragon obviously did not understand, and only found it ridiculous. What kind of edgy nonsense is that? Yujite cut her off. That's enough talking. Finish wiping the rest. After returning home, the red dragon started twisting a Rubik's Cube. She muttered as she turned it. So if I rotate it like this, and line up the same colored sides, that's it, right? Almada walked past her, and she was still twisting it. When Almada walked back, she was still twisting it. The red dragon finally snapped. Big guy, are you trying to piss me off? You keep walking around in front of me and ruining my focus. Feeling wronged, Almada could only apologize. Yu-chan asked, are you in such a bad mood because of what happened with the reporters this morning? The red dragon answered, that's part of it, but mainly, I guess it's because I haven't fought lately. Then she suddenly said, hey, Sister Chun. That one word shocked Yu-chan. Did you just call me Sister? Ha-chan, are you feeling sick? Should we go to the hospital? The red dragon snapped, that's not the point. Sister, why are you alive? That question left Yu-chan unsure how to answer. The gold dragon immediately exclaimed, Dongchen, Sister Ha-chan's puberty has finally arrived. The red dragon shouted, I heard that. And you, blue-haired brat, why are you nodding? What do you know? The red dragon continued. Today, I asked that man what he thinks the point of living is. Do you know what he said? He said, life continues, and he can't give up. Both Yu-chan and the gold dragon felt that her tone just now sounded a little too much like Mr. The red dragon went on. Anyway, that man said he doesn't feel any fun. People live to feel fun, don't they? If you can't feel that, then there's no reason to live, right? Like that little golden monkey. As long as she eats something good, she's so happy she nearly dies. And that blue-haired brat feels happy just playing with that old teddy bear. Mr. never told us either, but he should have something he likes too, right? The way I see it, sister, you're kind of like him. You're both hard to figure out. You're exactly alike in that regard. Plus, you're both boring too. So, sister, is there anything fun about being alive for you? Yu-chan thought for a moment, then smiled. There is one thing. You know, our Mr. is surprisingly shy. The red dragon froze on the spot. What the hell is that supposed to mean? He's clearly a cold-blooded, heartless psycho murderer. Yu-chan nodded. I used to think so too. But actually, he has a pretty cute side. The red dragon immediately became suspicious. What's with that creepy smile? Don't tell me you two have been doing something weird behind my back. Just then, the gold dragon suddenly ran downstairs. Sister, something huge happened. The lair community is full of posts about Sister Hachun, and her fan club has already been created. The red dragon paused. What's a fan club? But when the gold dragon came downstairs, she happened to see the red dragon pinning Yu-chan to the floor. The gold dragon immediately turned around. Never mind. Please continue whatever you were doing. Not long after, Yu Jitae was changing clothes in his room. Yu Chin suddenly barged in, saying she had something to ask him, but she happened to catch him in the middle of getting dressed. Yu Chun quickly apologized. Sorry, I should have knocked first. After Yu Jitae finished dressing, he asked, what is it? Yu Chun said quietly, could you go to school with me today? Yu Jitae asked back, go with you for what? Why are you suddenly asking that? Yu Chun said, until now you've only gone out with Hachan and Dongchan. You've never gone with me even once. Yu Jitae explained, that's because Hachan gets into fights, and Chuchen is greedy, so she's easy to trick. Saying that, even Yu Jitae let out a sigh. The gold dragon peeked in and asked, Sister, why aren't you going to school? Are you asking Mister on a date? The moment she heard the word date, the gold dragon was shocked. The red dragon, however, figured it was probably something that required a guardian's accompaniment. Still, the gold dragon asked, Mister, why don't you go out with Sister Chun? You're not only favoring me and Sister Ha-chen, are you? Yu Jitae immediately denied it. It's not like that. But the gold dragon nodded seriously. Favoritism is bad, but I understand. When Mom dated over 100 human men at the same time, she still favored 2 or 3 of them more. The red dragon could not help commenting. Your mom is seriously wild. Yu Chun added, if we follow that setting, does that mean I'm one of the 97 men who got abandoned? Yu Jitae froze. What does that mean? Yu Chun said pitifully, you were the first one to bring me back, but then you stopped caring about me, like catching a fish and just ignoring it. I'm the only one who got abandoned. The gold dragon instantly sympathized. Poor Sister Chun. Mister is too much. The red dragon also understood. I get why you only stick with us, but we won't cause trouble this time, so just go with her. You can't keep watching only us forever. Yu Jitae thought for a moment, then finally agreed. Yu Chun immediately flashed a smug smile. Not long after, the lair students saw her and began murmuring, is she the sister of that famous Yu Ha-chen? I think her name is Yu Chun. She's really pretty. I heard she got a perfect score in the freshman selection interview. Apparently, she's from the Yu family, though the name alone sounds a bit old-fashioned. Today's theory lesson on social etiquette ended there, and next came social dance practice. Some students felt embarrassed. They could not believe they had to dance. But the professor explained, when you all become superhumans representing your families, you will inevitably attend elegant occasions where dancing is required. If you know nothing and panic then, that would be far more embarrassing. Alright, please pair up in twos and choose your dance partners. Once everyone had found a partner, only Yu Chun was left without one. Everyone had assumed the boys would line up to invite her, but she had a strange sense of distance around her that made people hesitate to approach. To put it simply, she had an untouchable aura. The professor came over. Only student Yu Chun has not found a partner yet. Yu Chun smiled. I know. Looks like I'm not very popular. The professor said, student Yu Chun is so beautiful, so perhaps. But Yu Chun spoke first. Professor, may I partner with my guardian? The professor answered, of course. Even the professor could not help thinking she moved fast. Yu Jitae, meanwhile, looked completely confused. Yu Chun was already smiling as she urged him, Mister, let's go. Yu Jitae frowned. But I don't know how to dance. Yu Chun asked back, then are you going to leave me alone? Standing there all by myself? Left with no choice, Yu Jitae had to dance with her. The professor began guiding everyone. Take it slowly. Hold your partner's hand. 3, 2, 1, step. But Yu Jitae and Yu Chun had not started yet. Yu Chun quickly noticed something was off. She saw Yu Jitae's hand frozen in place. Looking unusually unsure, Yu Chun could not help smiling. Mister, are you embarrassed because you're afraid of touching me? Yu Jitae strongly denied it, but his hand still would not move naturally. Yu Chun reassured him, don't worry, just touching hands won't immediately transmit emotions. Also, don't even think about half-assing this. This might affect my grade. Yu Jitae had no choice but to answer. Fine. Yu Chun smiled. Then let's begin. After that, the two of them finally began dancing. After 3 rounds, Yu Chun noticed that Mister's hand was surprisingly sweaty. She whispered, are you that nervous? Are you sweating anywhere else too? That sentence instantly made her remember certain moments from before, and her face flushed bright red. The next second, Yu-chun accidentally missed a step, and by accident again, Yu-jitae caught her in his arms. Their distance suddenly became extremely close, making Yu-chun even more embarrassed. She even got a nosebleed. Afterward, she simply plugged her nose. Yu-jitae asked, "Do you need to go to the hospital?" Yu-chun quickly shook her head. "Why would I go to the hospital? I'm fine now." Yu-jitae found it strange. She hadn't hit anything, so why the sudden nosebleed? Yu-chun could only say she had no idea either. She quickly changed the subject. "More importantly, mister, I didn't expect you to dance so well. Did you learn it somewhere?" That question made Yu-jitae remember one of his previous loops. Back then, someone had once taught him how to dance. That person had smiled and said, "You're more flexible than I expected. At this rate, you'll get good in no time, Captain." But in the end, Yu-jitae only answered, "I never learned." Yu-chun asked again, "Mister, do you have plans after school?" Yu-jitae replied, "I guess not." Yu-chun immediately said, "Then let's go find something fun to do." Meanwhile, inside a research facility belonging to the Russian demon organization Invisibility, demons were running for their lives. Someone shouted in terror, "Damn it, where did that monster come from? The people here can't stop it. Get out first and contact headquarters." Just then, a voice came from ahead. "Where are you rushing off to?" The demon shouted in fear. "What do you want?" The other side answered, "My lord is searching for something." "Where did the command-type transcendent demon prototype go?" The demon gritted his teeth. "You think I'll tell you? Kill me if you dare." The clone said coldly, "After killing plenty of demons like you, I realized something. When you're about to die, your true nature shows itself. When the pain reaches its limit, that man-eating side crawls back out and struggles, like a puppet with broken stings. Do you want to dance under the moonlight too?" Just now, Yu-jitae's clone had destroyed Invisibility's research facility and informed the main body that the Transcendent Demon Prototype X had apparently been sent to headquarters as a sample, and this time, Type X was different from every previous loop. It was said to be a female individual. Yu-jitae asked, "The chief researcher you dealt with was named Bella, right? Take her form, infiltrate Invisibility's headquarters, and find out who X really is." The command-type Transcendent Demon Prototype X possessed a special ability that could connect the minds of many demons. The longer she survived, the more demon minds she could connect, gradually growing into an extremely dangerous existence. That was why in previous loops, Yu-jitae had always made eliminating Prototype X his highest priority. But this loop's information was different from before, and the search had fallen into difficulty. The EX Almighty Clock was reading malice from beyond the horizon of heavenly law. System notice: the EX Almighty Clock is searching for beams detached from the world timeline. EX Almighty Clock search in progress. Prototype X's identity had changed, and that was most likely the work of the malice the Guardian had mentioned. But that did not matter. What Yu-jitae had to do remained the same. Anything that interfered with daily life would simply be erased. Just then, Yu-chun's voice came from inside the fitting room. "Mister, come here for a second. Hurry, hurry." She opened the curtain slightly and smiled. "How does it look? Pretty, right?" Yu-jitae asked, "What are you trying to do?" Yu-chun replied, "Summer is almost here, so I thought buying one wouldn't be bad. You can't see it properly from outside, so why don't you come in and look?" Yu-jitae said flatly, "You said we were looking for fun, and this boring joke is what you came up with?" Yu-chun laughed. "What's wrong? Isn't it fun, mister? You're not thinking anything weird, are you? Adults really are different." Yu-jitae said coldly. "Don't make me angry." Yu-chun pressed him again. "Be honest, mister. You wanted to look just now, didn't you?" Yu-jitae denied it. "Not at all." Yu-chun smiled. "There's no way you didn't want to look." Yu-jitae said, "I shouldn't have bought it. If you're done joking around, let's go home." Only then did Yu-chun explain that they had actually come here to buy gifts for the children. She knew Dongchen's bear was already worn out, so she wanted to buy a new plush for Dongchen and pick up gifts for everyone else too. Shuchen only knew how to buy clothes and was not interested in much else, so Yu-chun planned to buy her a nice wallet so she would not feel embarrassed when hanging out with friends later. As for Ha-chun, Yu-chun had asked her yesterday. She said there was something she wanted, though it was a little strange. So Yu-chun went to buy gifts for Chu-chun and Ha-chun, while Yu-jitae went to buy a gift for Dong-chun. Yu-chun watched Yu-jitae walk away and wondered if he would be alright. The moment Yu-jitae entered the baby toy section, the clerk looked him up and down several times. He seemed to be in his late 20s or early 30s, with the height and build of a model, maybe even a soldier. He was handsome too. He was not here with a woman, and he had the clueless look of someone who knew nothing about baby toys. This type usually had a thick wallet. The clerk immediately locked onto her target. Easy prey confirmed. She approached him warmly. Are you here to choose a gift for a baby? How old is the baby? UGT answered. Around 4. The clerk smiled. That's the cutest age. Is she your daughter? UGT said. Not my daughter, but she is a girl. The clerk quickly replied, then you must be her uncle. It's rare for an uncle to personally choose a gift. The baby will definitely love it. But your taste is a little lacking. 4-year-olds usually like pretend play toys more than simple dolls. This way, you can play with the baby too, and build a closer bond. And, if you buy this hospital playset, I can give you 10% off the other sets. What do you think? Want to take a look? UGT imagined the little blue dragon in a nurse outfit, and thought it was not bad. So he said, then I'll leave it to you. The clerk instantly felt she had hooked a sucker. She kept pushing. Don't be intimidated by how many items there are. These are all necessary for the baby's emotional development. You absolutely won't regret it. Would you like to pay by card? The next second, the clerk was shocked. Because the card UGT took out was a black card issued only to VIP families, no wonder he bought whatever she recommended. He really had the money for it. The more she looked at him, the more charming he seemed. He did not look like a married man either. Maybe she should take this chance and make a move on him. She tested the waters. Sir? Do you have a girlfriend? Just then, Yu-chun came over. Big brother, are you buying all of this? The clerk froze. Was she his girlfriend? But she was wearing a school uniform. Yu-chun looked at the shopping cart and sighed. Weren't we supposed to buy the gift for Dongchun? Why are you only choosing weird things? The clerk finally relaxed. So she was his younger sister. She tried to explain the baby might not be used to this at first. But Yu-chun smiled and answered, our Dongchun doesn't like those kinds of playsets. Then she turned and spotted a baby bear plush. This one looks good. It's similar to the original plush, so it shouldn't confuse her. UGT had actually been thinking of buying that one too. UGT looked at the clerk. VIP discount applies to this one too, right? After that, the two returned home. The gold dragon's eyes lit up as soon as she saw the bags. Are these gifts for us? The gold dragon was thrilled, since she'd been wondering whether to buy a wallet. The red dragon could not hide her smile either. And the little blue dragon was even happier. The gold dragon asked curiously, Dongchen got a plush, so what did Sister Hachin get? The red dragon smirked. An adult toy, obviously. Monkey, come here. I've got something to show you. A moment later, the gold dragon's scream rang out from the room. Meanwhile, the little blue dragon was touching foreheads with UGT to express her thanks. Yu-chun then handed another bag to UGT. Mister, this is for you too. I noticed during class that you always wear the same tie. So I bought one for you. Once I earn my own money, I'll buy you a suit too. UGT said. You should buy something you want for yourself too. Yu-chun smiled. Actually, I did buy one thing. I'll show you what it is later. A few weeks later, UGT found Almada. I may have to leave home for 3 days. During that time, take good care of Dongchen. Almada asked, are you going somewhere far away? UGT answered, yes, and Yu-ha-chan is coming with me. Not long after, somewhere else, someone was already excited. It's finally starting. The anti-demon battle simulation exercise. The anti-demon battle simulation exercise took place inside a virtual dungeon. It was a 2-day, 3-night combat survival exercise for martial-type students, where students moved in teams of 3. The Guardians' representatives issued commands to them. And this role was known as the Commander. Superhuman groups that raided giant beasts originally had commanders as well. Here, the Guardians took on that role, and UGT was one of them. Watching those nervous kids, UGT thought they clearly had no real combat experience. He said to Yu-ha-chan, you probably won't have time to relax. This isn't a solo raid. It's a team raid with groups of 3. Yu-ha-chan replied, I know, but I need teammates I actually like first. Just then, 2 frail-looking students came over. If you haven't formed a team yet, would you like to join us? Yu-ha-chan shouted on the spot. You nerds get lost. But UGT asked, what are your names? The boy was named Kujo Tojiro. The girl was named Kim Ji-in. The 2 said they would do their best not to drag her down. Yu-ha-chan shouted again, didn't you hear me? I told you to get lost. You look weak as hell. But UGT directly approved the team up with those 2. If you don't like it, go find your own team. The 2 students looked awkward, while Yu-ha-chan warned them, if you get in the way of my fighting, you're dead. Just then, someone punched Kujo Tojiro in the head. Didn't I tell you? Nerd, don't wander around in front of me, or you're dead. Kujo Tojiro hurriedly apologized. The guy then closed in on Kim Ji-in. Your boyfriend apologized. Don't you have anything to say? Speak. Someone reminded him. Other kids' guardians are here too. Tone it down. But he did not care. So what? Adults aren't interested in singles anyway. Then he grabbed Kim Ji-in's hair. Lift your bangs already. You look gloomy enough as it is. Kim Ji-in quietly told him to stop. The guy sneered. A single dares to talk back? Yu Ha-chun asked, what's a single? The blonde recognized her. She's from the Blue Dragon Society, also known as the Lunatic, Yu Ha-chun. Yu Ha-chun asked again, I asked you, what's a single? The blonde remembered what his family elders had told him. Do not get involved with her. If you ever meet Yu Ha-chun, be especially careful. So he explained, a single is a student without a guardian. In simple terms, a useless broke loser with no backing. Yu Ha-chun finally understood. So that's what it means. But the blonde continued. You're really teaming up with trash like that? You're not actually joining these guys, are you? You're strong. So why team up with useless people like them? Why not join our team? If you want, I can open a spot for you. His teammates immediately froze. What are you saying? But the blonde was thinking that no matter how crazy this woman was, if he built a good relationship with her, she would definitely be reliable. Her strength and personality even seemed to match his taste. He just had to go along with her. The next second, Yu Ha-chun punched him in the face. The sight made his teammates' jaws drop. The two weak-looking students beside her were stunned, too. Yu Ha-chun said coldly, Moped, do you want to die? Who gave you permission to put your hand on my shoulder? You think we're on good terms? You think you can stand on the same level as me? What kind of trash do you think you are? The blonde had only one thought left. She really was a total psycho. Yu Ha-chun did not forget to threaten him. If I see you again, you're dead. Watching her storm around in anger, Yu Ji-tae could only sigh. Then the announcement rang out. All students, attention. We will now explain the rules. The speaker was the professor of practical anti-demon combat studies. All students will be divided into 50 teams total and depart from their assigned .7 starting locations. Activity score, kills, deaths, damage, and all other factors will be counted as points, and rankings will be broadcast in real time. After one death, you will respawn at another starting point after 3 hours. Please take note of the name of this virtual dungeon. Ant Nest. Now then, may fortune be with you. The students began entering the virtual dungeon one after another. For a virtual dungeon, the place looked pretty convincing. Yu Ha-chun was already ready to kill to her heart's content. Kim Ji-in asked, do you know where the other teams are? Yu Ha-chun answered, no. If we run around, we'll bump into them eventually. Kim Ji-in warned her, we're not that fast, and we don't have enough stamina to run around blindly. If you charge out alone, we might get ambushed from behind. Yu Ha-chun sneered, a weakling getting proud now? Kim Ji-in insisted that they should make a strategy first, before moving. Yu Ha-chun snapped, strategy my ass. You rookies just support me from behind. Kim Ji-in stressed, this is a team battle, not a solo fight. Don't act on your own. Yu Ha-chun sneered, I only brought you along out of pity, and now you're pushing your luck? Just then, Yu Ji-tae interrupted them. Calm down first. Do you have a target number? Where do you want me to send you? Kim Ji-in thought there was no way they could just go wherever they wanted. Everyone had commander support, so no team would easily expose its weaknesses. Yu Ha-chun, however, believed they just needed to wipe out every team they saw. Meanwhile, on the blonde's side, his teammate was scolding him. Who told you to mess with Yu Ha-chun and get punched? The higher-ups already told us not to provoke her. The blonde said he only wanted to get close to her, but he had not expected her to be that crazy. His teammate asked again, when you said you'd kick one of us out and let Yu Ha-chun join, you aren't serious, right? The blonde replied, of course not. I was just testing her reaction. If I run into her here, I'll tear them to pieces. The next second, a voice came from behind him. You're going to tear me to pieces? Yu Ha-chun had already charged right up to them. She grinned. Come on then, try it. The moment she finished speaking, she kicked the blonde in the face, instantly dropping his HP to 17. The others had not even processed what had just happened. Their commander did not know when they had been followed either, and immediately shouted, ambush, everyone, prepare for battle. The two teammates quickly drew their weapons and got ready to fight. Yu Ha-chun sneered, are you misunderstanding something? This was not a battle. It was a one-sided hunt. Just moments ago, after Yu Ha-chun attacked the blonde, the enemy commander had shouted about an ambush and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. One of them drew his weapon and came forward, but his attacks could not touch Yu Ha-chen at all. When he had nowhere left to dodge, he swung his sword to block the red dragon charging at him like a bullet, but Yu Ha-chen had already rushed straight in front of him. In the next second, she slashed down, and his HP dropped straight to 0. Another one came at Yu Ha-chen with a sword, but that strike was blocked head-on. The guy sneered inwardly. Was this ignorant fool really trying to take it head-on instead of dodging? Both positioning and weapon weight were in his favor. No matter how strong she was, there was no reason he should lose here. But in the next instant, Yu Ha-chan sent him flying with a single strike. She asked coldly, "You thought you could beat me in strength?" Another slash came down, and his HP also dropped to 0. Yu Ha-chen shook her hand. "What was that? That didn't even count as a warm-up. So that's everyone, right?" Yu Ji-tae reminded her. "Ha-chan, there's still one left." Only then did Yu Ha-chen look at the blonde nearby. With 17 HP remaining, the blonde trembled and asked, "Can you not hit the face?" The next hit landed directly on his face anyway. Even the enemy commander could not help thinking that this was just miserable. Kujo Tojiro could not help exclaiming, "Amazing." Kim Ji-in had not expected Yu Ha-chan to really take down the entire enemy team by herself. She was that strong after all. Her reputation was not just for show. But what shocked her even more was this. Even with mana sensing restricted, Yu Ha-chen's guardian had found the direction of another team this quickly. After all, in this training exercise, guardians could not use mana. On top of that, he had perfectly timed Yu Ha-chen's ambush. With tracking that fast and command that precise, he must have been a frontline operator for the Union in the past. System notice. All members of Team 37 have been eliminated. They will respawn at another location in 3 hours. The blonde was still begging in despair. Please, not the face. They had only just wiped out one team. Yet their ranking had already risen to 6th. The anti-demon simulation had only just begun, so very few teams had finished a battle yet. Since Yu Ha-chen had crushed an entire team without taking damage, of course their ranking would be high. Kujo Tojiro ran up and said excitedly, "As expected of Ha-chen, you're amazing." The next second, Yu Ha-chen grabbed his mouth shut. "You little shrimp. You just watched from the back. What are you so proud of? What were you two doing during the fight? Aren't you supposed to be sharpshooters? During the battle, instead of finding good positions to snipe, you just stood in the back staring? Are your weapons decorations?" The two immediately apologized. Yu Ha-chen added coldly, "And don't get satisfied over something like 6th place. Our goal is 1st place. Got it?" She glanced at Kujo Tojiro again. "Shrimp, fix your clothes. You're not a little kid." Yu Ji-tae quietly watched them from the side. Meanwhile, somewhere else, the little blue dragon was missing Yu Ji-tae. 2 days after the anti-demon simulation began, inside the virtual dungeon control room. "Today is the final day of the simulation, right?" The speaker was Jon Kitae, professor of practical anti-demon combat studies. He asked, "Which team is currently in 1st place?" The assistant replied, "Team 1 is still ranked 1st, but Team 50 is catching up fast. Team 1 is made up of 2nd-year elites." Who was Team 50 again? It's the team that includes student Yu Ha-chen. That ridiculous Yu Ha-chen plus 2 singles. Yu Ha-chen's position is guard, Kujo Tojiro is a sharpshooter, and Kim Ji-in is also a sharpshooter. In other words, it's basically Yu Ha-chen's one-woman team. One professor frowned. No matter how good she is, there's no way she climbed to 2nd place alone. Another professor believed her guardian, acting as operator, had forced their ranking up. The assistant pulled up the footage. "Please look at this. This movement route is incredible. Could he have been a former Union operator?" Jon Kitae asked back. "Have you forgotten that I came from the operator field? I know most of the famous people in this line of work, but I've never heard of this man. Yu Ha-chen, a target the Blue Dragon Society needed to watch carefully, and Yu Chun, hailed as a once-in-a-century genius by the magic professors. Both belong to the family created by that man, Yu Ji-tae. Yet the information on that man was far too clean, as if someone had wiped it completely clean." Just then, the assistant said, "Professor, there's something that bothers me. Team 1 seems to be doing something." After marking Team 1's movement route, I noticed their path never overlapped with the routes of the 3rd and 4th ranked teams. It feels like they're passing some kind of signal between each other. Jon Kitae replied, "Assistant, are you a sports referee? Our subject is practical combat. If they are exchanging intent without using outside communication methods, that doesn't count as cheating. It should be considered a strategy. If anything, it deserves praise, don't you think? However, if they run into each other and deliberately avoid fighting, that would indeed be a violation." Meanwhile, The red dragon was absolutely furious. We haven't died once, and we've been scoring non-stop, right? So why are we still second? Kujo Tojiro quietly said. Second place is already amazing. The red dragon glared at him. Didn't I already say it? If it's not first place, I'm not satisfied. As she said that, she kept hitting Kujo Tojiro, making his HP drop little by little. Kim Ji-in could not help speaking up too. Can't we be satisfied with second place? You might be fine, but our stamina is already at its limit, and we don't have much time left. If we push too hard now, we might lose points instead. Considering the situation, it would be better to play it safe. The red dragon heard that and immediately rushed over. Fine, I get it. Aside from the beginning, you two did work pretty hard later. You followed along well enough. You put in a decent amount of effort. And that's exactly why this won't do. The red dragon's punch made Kim Ji-in cry out in pain. Do you know why other people look down on you and treat you like idiots? Because deep down, you've got the loser mindset of giving up the moment things get a little tiring. Weren't you like that on the first day too? Saying you didn't want to drag me down? Then, stand up. Stop living like losers, you idiots. Completely provoked, Kim Ji-in and Kujo Tojiro shouted back. Fine then. Seeing that reaction, the red dragon actually looked satisfied. She said, if you're done yelling, come over here. I thought something was weird earlier. They've been using these marks to coordinate with each other. I checked other areas too, and there are similar marks. Kim Ji-in thought for a moment. Now that you mention it, I think I've heard of that before. Some seniors apparently team up and use marks to avoid running into each other. It might be those seniors, but that's only a suspicion. We don't have solid proof yet, Kim Ji-in suggested. Then why don't we report it to the administrators? It shouldn't be too late. The red dragon said. No need. Because I've already got a way to screw those brats over. Meanwhile, Team 1 was currently in first place, and the timing was just about right. There were only 40 minutes left until the simulation exam ended. Someone asked in confusion, second place is still Team 50, right? Another person replied, that's right, but there's no need to worry. As long as we don't get wiped out, first place is ours. Speaking of which, the captain of the second place team is Yu Ha-chen, right? I heard she's pretty capable. She really is impressive. A first year reaching the top tier like this would have been dangerous if we didn't have a strategy. Hearing that, the leader's eyes sharpened. The woman beside him immediately snapped. No matter how strong she is, can she compare to our captain? Read the room, idiot. Our captain is from the prestigious swordsmanship clan, the Yang family. That man was Yang Myung-ho, a member of the prestigious Yang family. The fat guy quickly apologized and said he had misspoken. Yang Myung-ho warned them, don't relax. The exam isn't over yet. To him, it did not matter how strong Yu Ha-chen was. His goal was to take first place in this exam, earn the family head's recognition, and prove that he was better than Yang Tae-hwa. Just then, their commander suddenly asked, did our strategy change midway? Yang Myung-ho also showed a shocked expression. Because the walls were covered in markings. With this many marks, who can tell who came through here? How are we supposed to know which way to go? Right then, a noise reached their ears. Someone was clearly coming. They quickly recognized the approaching team as Team 3, and Team 3 also recognized them as Team 1. Weren't we supposed to be allies? For a moment, everyone froze, unsure what to do. Yang Myung-ho said, coldly, what else? Kill Team 3. Someone hesitated. They really look like they want to fight us. Should we pretend to lose? Another immediately shot that down. Do they look stupid to you? They'd notice for sure. Since there's no other way, we have to strike first. With that, both sides clashed immediately. Meanwhile, the red dragon was hiding above them, watching the allies tear into each other. Kujo Tojiro had not expected the strategy to actually work, and the red dragon even asked him, want to bet? Which side do you think will win? Not long ago, she had proposed using those markings against them. They did not know exactly what the marks meant, but if they messed them up enough that even the teams using them could no longer recognize them, their own movement routes would fall apart and their whole strategy would collapse. The plan was simple. Kujo Tojiro and Kim Ji-in would go around drawing tons of similar-looking graffiti, while the red dragon moved alone to hunt monsters and earn points. And if they happened to run into the first-place team during the process, they would just wipe him out. Kim Ji-in had asked, what if we run into another team while wandering around? The red dragon answered, since you're such cowards, I'll lend you this guide, uncle. Just hide properly while you move. Yujite asked in response, am I an object now? The red dragon asked proudly, so? My strategy's pretty good, right? Yujite still gave his evaluation. Not bad. The red dragon immediately became smug. I knew this strategy was awesome. Meanwhile, Yujite only wondered why he had even answered her. At that moment, the battle between Team 1 and Team 3 finally came to an end. All members of Team 3 were eliminated. Although Team 1 lost a member, wiping out Team 3 actually increased their score. As long as they survived to the end, first place would remain secure. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Who said you'd survive to the end? The red dragon jumped down from above, and Young Myung-ho asked coldly, Who are you? The red dragon grinned. You're asking who I am? I'm the real villain this messed up world's been waiting for. The red dragon drew attention from below, while Kujo Tojiro and Kim Ji-in hid above, preparing to ambush. Young Myung-ho finally realized that the one who had ruined their strategy was the person standing right in front of him. Just then, Kujo Tojiro whispered, Hachon, we'll cover you properly. That only made Young Myung-ho let out a cold smile. He immediately asked another teammate if he could still move, then ordered, the other two members of Yu Ha-chen's team are up there. Go deal with them. The teammate could not help asking, can't we just avoid fighting? If we stall until time runs out, we win. Why do we have to do this? Young Myung-ho warned coldly. Don't make me say it twice. Faced with that forceful attitude, the teammate had no choice but to agree. He leaped up, vanished in an instant, and appeared right in front of Kujo Tojiro and Kim Ji-in. The two of them were instantly terrified. The fat guy smiled. Hello there, friends. I'm a little busy right now, so let's wrap this up quickly. The two were so scared they turned and ran, showing absolutely no will to fight. The fat guy immediately chased after them. Hearing their screams, the red dragon could not help commenting, I didn't know pigs could fly. At that moment, Young Myung-ho attacked. Now isn't the time to get distracted, is it? As he spoke, he forced the red dragon back with a slash. You're Yu Ha-chen, right? You're the one who ruined my strategy. The red dragon admitted it without hesitation. I'll give you that. Looks like you're good for more than just fighting. But do you really call that little collusion with your own people a strategy? Young Myung-ho said coldly. This ends here. No matter how much you struggle, first place belongs to the Yan family. The red dragon grinned. No, the Yan family is second. First place belongs to the Yu family. From a distance, Yujite quietly watched everything unfold. Just moments earlier, the fat guy had started chasing Kujo Tojiro and Kim Ji-in. I told you to surrender, and you didn't listen, did you? You first-year rookies. Kim Ji-in told Tojiro to hang on a little longer. That pig took damage in the last fight. Once his stamina runs out, we'll find an opening and counterattack. But Tojiro was already completely exhausted, and his expression startled Kim Ji-in. How did you age so much all of a sudden? Tojiro gasped. Ji-in, run while you can. I really can't run anymore. Kim Ji-in shouted, Don't give up. Do you want to die by Yu Ha-chen's hands? Tojiro said, This isn't giving up. I'm leaving the rest to you and Ha-chen. With that, he turned around to counterattack. Because he was weak, and because he had always been a single, he was sick of living a life where people looked down on him. So this time, he refused to run away again. He fired an arrow with everything he had, but it simply dropped to the ground in front of him. The whole scene went silent. Only then did Tojiro remember that he had used up all the strength in his arms, smashing marks earlier. The next second, the fat guy punched Tojiro, and his HP instantly dropped to 0. Kim Ji-in cursed. Kujo Tojiro, you idiot. But immediately after that, she was pinned to the ground by the fat guy as well. The fat guy sneered. I checked the files on you and that skinny monkey kid. You're both singles, aren't you? Trash singles like you dared to ride someone's coattails up to second place? You really don't know your place. You're only second place, while we're the Guardian team. We're only interested in first place. At that moment, Kim Ji-in released her mana toward the sky. The fat guy nearly jumped out of his skin, then scoffed. You can't even control your mana sensing properly, and you want first place? Know your limits. Kim Ji-in gritted her teeth. My mana control is perfectly fine. The next second, a falling rock slammed straight into the fat guy's head. Only then did he realize that Kim Ji-in had not been aiming at him at all, but above him. The fat guy's HP instantly dropped to 0. Kim Ji-in had done everything she could. At that moment, the female member of Young Myung-ho's team woke up and immediately asked the commander, What happened to the rest of the team? The commander replied, One member has been eliminated. Captain Young Myung-ho is still fighting. She quickly realized that the captain was being suppressed, and by a kid like that. The red dragon sneered, I thought this might be interesting, but this is all you've got? What a disappointment. Don't use the excuse that you just fought another team and lost stamina. Before running into you, I had a pretty rough fight too. Yang Myung-ho shouted, "Don't act like you've already won. A low-class family like yours has no right to act arrogant in front of me." When they clashed again, the red dragon grabbed his head. The next second, she slammed him straight into the ground. She tried to follow up with a kick, but Yang Myung-ho blocked it. Yang Myung-ho swung his sword and forced the red dragon back. He had no choice but to admit it. "You're far stronger than I expected, but you're not skilled in swordsmanship. Now I'll show you the real difference." The red dragon scoffed. "You're already getting beaten this badly, and you're still acting tough?" But in the next second, the red dragon was shocked, because Yang Myung-ho unleashed the Yan family swordsmanship. First form, dragon soaring, blue wind instantly wrapped around the red dragon. Even the commander was stunned. When did Myung-ho learn the Yan family's secret technique? Yu Ji-tae simply watched the move calmly. The wind was like blades. This was the Yan family swordsmanship, and it was steadily lowering the red dragon's HP. Still, the red dragon could not help saying, "That move actually looks pretty cool." Yang Myung-ho charged toward her. "No matter how strong you are, with that lunatic fighting style of yours, you will never lay a finger on a prestigious swordsmanship clan." Then he unleashed the second form of the Yang family swordsmanship, sending several slashes into the red dragon. Blue wind wrapped around her again. Using that strike, Yang Myung-ho leaped up to the spot where the red dragon had previously ambushed him. He thought to himself that he had never expected to use dragon sword art for the first time in a place like this. To awaken the power of the dragon, he had trained in secret for countless years. Since its practical effect was this perfect, the family elders would surely recognize him now, and he would prove that he was better than Yang Tae-hwa. But then he realized that the sword in his hand had already broken. In that instant, Yang Myung-ho's entire face twisted in shock. The red dragon's voice came from nearby. "Looking for your sword? It's right here." "You keep throwing around the words, prestigious swordsmanship clan, so I was wondering, if a swordsman from a prestigious clan loses his sword, doesn't that just make him trash?" "You family swordsmanship, form 999, face crusher." With that, the red dragon punched Yang Myung-ho in the face. His HP instantly dropped to 0. The red dragon muttered, "First, we got first place." Yu Ji-tae caught her as her strength gave out. He asked, "Any victory speech?" The red dragon said weakly, "I'm exhausted. When we get back, I'm making Yu Chu-chen heal me properly." Final ranking of the anti-demon battle simulation. Yu Ha-chen's team, first place. Do you know why snow would fall in the middle of such a warm spring? Because of winter. They say that when the blue dragon race feels gloomy, white snow begins to fall around them. In other words, Dong Chen was feeling lonely right now. So, as a guardian of the dragon race, Mr. Cleaner had to melt Dong Chan's heart. Almata had even changed into a pink costume. He understood the idea, but still could not help wondering, can this appearance truly melt Lady Dong Chen's heart? Yu Chu-chen was full of confidence. Of course, no little kid dislikes this character these days. To melt Dong Chen's heart? Let's go. At that moment, the little blue dragon was in the living room, seemingly drawing something. Then, she suddenly heard a voice. "Lady Dong Chen looks very bored. Would you like to play princess with me?" The little blue dragon looked over, and her face instantly filled with disgust. Almata had no idea what was wrong with Dong Chen, and Yu Chen also asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" Almata explained that he had dressed up as a comic character because he thought Lady Dong Chen might enjoy it. Yu Chen sighed. "The way you look right now will scare Dong Chen instead. Go wash it off," Almata said, pitifully. But Lady Chu Chen clearly said she would like it. The gold dragon immediately denied it. Poor Almata could only suffer in silence. On the way back, Yu Ji-tae and the red dragon also noticed something strange. "Why is it snowing in May?" The moment the gold dragon saw them, she ran over. Sister Ha-chon, long time no see. Did you have fun?" Anyone listening would think they had really gone out to play. The red dragon answered confidently, "Wasn't it a trip? Of course it was. So since we had fun and came back, I brought you a gift too." With that, she shoved a cold snowball straight down the gold dragon's back. Just then, Yu Chun and the little blue dragon also came out. Yu Chun said, "That seems to be a gift Dong Chen made for you, mister." Yu Ji-tae picked up the drawing. Yu Chun explained, "This is you, and these two are Yu Chu-chen and Yu Ha-chen. The cleaner is there too, and the one holding Dong Chan seems to be you, because you're holding Dong Chan." After looking at it, Yu Ji-tae said, "Then how about we go out tomorrow for a 2-day, 1-night trip?" Yu Chun paused. "You mean travel? Looks like Dong Chan improved your mood, mister." Hearing that, the little blue dragon looked very happy. Even the snow outside slowly stopped. This was several Baikalsk, Russian territory, about 2,000 kilometers from the border. Decades ago, during the Great War, it had been used as part of a military facility. But now, no one paid attention to it anymore. It was an extremely hidden place. The gold dragon looked at the scenery and could not help exclaiming, "This place is so beautiful." "How did you know about such a pretty place, mister? The water is so clear you can see straight to the bottom." In truth, UGT had discovered this place while clearing a dungeon in the past. The gold dragon asked again, "We could have teleported here, so why do we rent a car?" UGT answered, "Taking a drive like this once in a while isn't bad." Yu-chun asked, "Where are you going, mister?" UGT said, "I'm going nearby to set up the tent and buy some food." Yu-chun wanted to follow him too, but UGT said, "You're the oldest sister. Take good care of Dong-chun." The red dragon immediately saw right through Yu-chun's little scheme. At that moment, UGT was setting up the tent and cutting some wood. Then, he went to find some food. He spotted a mushroom that was large and brightly colored, and, at a glance, it seemed pretty good. Afterward, he told the others, "Everything is ready. Take your time heading over." But only then did he realize they were already done on their side. They were sitting there eating snacks, and they had all changed into swimsuits. Yu-chun smiled and asked, "These are the swimsuits we tried on at the department store before. Do you remember?" "Mister, you actually wanted to see them, right?" UGT told them to hurry up and put clothes on, but Yu-chun kept pressing him. "What's wrong, mister? Why are you looking away? Are you embarrassed? Are you seeing us as women?" The red dragon added from the side, "If I'd known you liked it that much, I should have worn an ultra-sexy micro bikini." After that, the red dragon took a punch to the head. The gold dragon gloated, "That's what you get for stealing my cup noodles." When it was time to eat, everyone was stunned. "What is this?" UGT explained calmly, "Mushroom hot pot." The red dragon immediately became wary. "Not poisonous mushroom hot pot, right?" The gold dragon remembered eating too many poisonous mushrooms in the tropical rainforest, and now she did not want to eat them at all. Just looking at them made her feel like she could not breathe. Yu-chun was shocked. "You actually survived in a place like that?" The red dragon took one look and said with disgust, "Damn poisonous mushrooms. They look awful. Even the neighbor's yellow dog wouldn't eat this." UGT reminded her, "You ate Chun's cooking pretty happily before." Yu-chun immediately questioned him, "Mister, were you just insulting my cooking? Last time, you said my food was delicious." The red dragon said, "I can't eat this. Bring out the cup noodles before I flip the table." The little blue dragon looked at the mushroom and actually picked up a spoon, ready to eat. Both the gold dragon and the red dragon saw it. "Dong-chen, you can't just eat something like that. Spit it out." UGT explained, "That's actually good for the body." Just then, the little blue dragon suddenly said, "Delicious." Everyone was stunned. It seemed she could talk. Then, the little blue dragon took another bite. The gold dragon hurriedly asked, "Dong-chan, you can talk?" But then she immediately felt something was off. After all, she herself could talk the moment she was born, so maybe it was only natural. In other words, Dong-chen had not been unable to speak before. She simply had not wanted to. But if she had wanted to talk, how had she managed to hold back? The red dragon teased, "Maybe she saw how noisy you were and decided not to become like you." The gold dragon immediately argued, "I'm the quiet and reserved type, okay?" UGT asked Yu-chun, "Did you already know Dong-chen could talk?" Yu-chun answered, "When you weren't home, I heard her talking to herself." UGT asked again, "Then why didn't you say anything?" Yu-chun smiled. "Because I was waiting for her to speak on her own. It felt like, more than anyone else, she wanted to speak to you first." The red dragon took the chance to ask, "Can Dong-chan curse?" The gold dragon immediately stopped her. "Don't corrupt our little Dong-chan." This scene made UGT remember a past life. Back then, the blue dragon had been kicked away, then pinned under someone's foot. The other person had said coldly, "How many times do I have to tell you, blue dragon? You cannot leave this place." Yet, she kept begging to be let out, because one day, he would meet her. But now, things were different. This was a smile UGT had never seen in the previous loops. He could not regret the loops where he had treated this fragile child cruelly, and he could not allow himself to regret them, because regret was the beginning of the curse carried by a regressor. So, the regressor only prayed silently in his heart, "At least in this loop, may she grow up healthy." Before long, the mushrooms were all eaten. The red dragon even looked a little regretful. "Is there more?" UGT asked back. "Didn't you say even the neighbor's yellow dog wouldn't eat it?" Yu-chun said, "Since Mr. made the meal, we should handle the cleanup." The red dragon immediately stood up to escape. "You guys clean up. This kind of thing should be done by the youngest." The next second, a hand landed on her shoulder. Yu-chun looked at her, with a terrifyingly gentle gaze. Hachan, we should clean up together. Seeing that, the red dragon had no choice but to obey. However, the red dragon quickly came up with a good idea. A huge magic circle appeared on the ground. Yu-chun immediately recognized it as a summoning magic circle. Then a head emerged from the magic circle. The red dragon grabbed Almada by the head and yanked him straight out of the circle. She urged him, "You're heavy. Hurry up and come out already." Almada was still confused. Why has Lady Hachan summoned me? Could it be because she was worried I would be lonely at home by myself? The red dragon pointed ahead at the pile of pots, bowls, and dishes left after the meal. Why are you spacing out? Hurry up and clean. And so, Almada began his hard labor once again. Yu-chun also went over to help. Yu-ji-tae asked, "Why is the cleaner here?" The red dragon answered as if it were obvious. "Because he's the cleaner." The gold dragon could not help commenting, "Sister, you're so mean." The red dragon immediately glared at her. "Then you go help too." The gold dragon silently cheered for Mr. Cleaner. At that moment, Yu-ji-tae seemed to sense something and told them to go into the tent first. The gold dragon asked in confusion, "Why?" A figure was walking toward them. As the figure came closer, a man wearing a hat greeted everyone. The red dragon and the gold dragon both paused when they saw him. The man asked, "Are you here on a family picnic?" Yu-ji-tae explained, "We're here on a trip." The man smiled. "We came to have fun too, with my beautiful wife and precious children. I didn't expect anyone besides my friends to know this place. It's extremely remote after all." Then he asked Yu-ji-tae whether they had picked any mushrooms nearby. Yu-ji-tae asked, "Do you mean the Abaddon mushrooms? If so, we ate all of them." The man paused. "I see. Actually, I planted those. Since so few people come here, I didn't expect anyone to pick and eat them." He could only say it was fine, since it was his fault for not putting up a label. The red dragon quietly asked, "Who is that? He looks super strong." Yu-ji-tae pretended not to know. He had not expected to meet this man here, either. Ranked 9th on the global superhuman ranking. The regenerating druid, Myeon-yeon-ha. Even among superhumans, he was an extremely rare, nature-type superhuman. He was treated as a national strategic weapon, a monster among monsters. In past loops, Yu-ji-tae had once fought alongside him, and had once fought against him. Yu-ji-tae did not have many memories of Myeon-yeon-ha, but he remembered that the man was always deeply worried about his pregnant wife's illness. The mushrooms were probably planted for his wife too. Yu-ji-tae summoned the shallowest layer of the abyssal void. Then he pulled something out and tossed it to Myeon-yeon-ha. "Please take this. Consider this 1,000-year ginseng a replacement for the mushrooms. It's excellent for nourishment." Myeon-yeon-ha was extremely grateful to Yu-ji-tae. After all, the 1,000-year ginseng was far more precious than the Abaddon mushrooms. More than enough as compensation. Just then, Myeon-yeon-ha called out to Yu-ji-tae again. "This must count as fate. Do you have some time? If we walk a little farther from here, there's an incredible rift zone. The scenery there is unbelievably beautiful. Would you like to come see it with us?" Yu-ji-tae replied, "We don't mind." The moment they heard that, the gold dragon and the red dragon rushed forward. "Beautiful scenery? Awesome. Who cares about scenery? Mister, you look like you're itching for a fight too. Want to spar?" Yu-ji-tae looked at them and could only let out a long sigh. Myeon-yeon-ha simply extended 2 vines, tied them up, and carried them away. The pregnant woman apologized awkwardly. "My husband is still a little childish." Yu-ji-tae replied, "It's fine. We'll follow once we finish cleaning up here." Yu-chun smiled and said, "All this noise makes it feel like we're traveling together with a neighboring family. But we're a little different from that family, right?" Yu-ji-tae answered, "Of course, we're not a real family." Yu-chun said, "I don't think that's quite right. Listen, if you're the father, then I'm the eldest daughter, and the other children are all my younger sisters. But then there's no one to be the mother. That won't work. So, no matter what, I have to be the mother." Just like that, Yu-chun went straight on the offensive. Even Yu-ji-tae looked a little surprised after hearing that. Yu-chun immediately grinned. "I'm joking. It was just a joke, mister. But are your ears red? They really look red." Just then, Yu-ji-tae received a message from his clone. "My lord, I have found information related to Prototype X." Yu-ji-tae said to Yu-chun, "You take them ahead first. I have something to handle, and I'll be there soon." Yu-chun asked in confusion, "Where are you going at this hour?" Almada analyzed seriously. If he has business to handle, he must be going to the restroom, and likely for a number 2. Yu-chun's expression immediately turned awkward. "You learned how to joke right after cleaning up garbage?" Almada answered seriously, "But I truly have finished cleaning. Would you like to inspect it?" Meanwhile, somewhere in Russia, A woman was waiting. She spoke respectfully. "You have arrived, my lord." Yujite said, "I'm only passing through. I'll have to leave soon." The clone said, "If you are busy, communication would have been enough." Yujite replied, "It's fine. I just wanted to catch my breath for a moment." "What about X's movements?" The clone handed him the documents. "Please look at this. This is the demon's plan to deploy X. It concerns a project targeting the Superhuman Union. The International Superhuman Union's 70-member raid team. This is top-level classified information. Recently, my lord wiped out the demons hidden in the Lair region, and they have been troubled by it. They've started realizing that someone is obstructing them, so they seem to be moving before they suffer even greater damage. Their target is the International Superhuman Union's 70-member raid team. Their goal is likely to have X hide their identity, infiltrate that 70-member raid team, and eliminate everyone." Yujite asked, "What about X's identity?" The clone lowered her head. "My apologies. I have not been able to confirm that yet." Yujite said, "Fine. I'll go there personally. You stay here and continue observing the situation." Not long after, back at the campsite, Manhwa's wife smiled and said, "This child's name is Dongchun? Then the other young ladies are Chun, Hachun, and Chuchun. Young ladies carrying the 4 seasons in their names." The red dragon could not help muttering, "Aren't our names way too lazy?" The gold dragon said, "I think they're cute." Just then, Yujite returned. Yuchun asked, "Mister, why did you come so late? Didn't you say you'd be right back?" Yujite explained, "I went to meet someone." The gold dragon immediately pressed him. "Who did you go meet? Who could you possibly meet this late at night? It must be some woman you're hiding, right?" The red dragon said impatiently. "More importantly, when is that amazing scenery going to show up? If we keep waiting, the sun will rise." Manhwa smiled. "Don't worry, it's about to begin. Everyone, look at the sky." The next second, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, leaving the gold dragon completely stunned. The sky seemed to split open all at once, and multicolored light flooded the space around them. Manhwa smiled and asked, "So, young ladies, isn't it incredible?" Even the red dragon could not help saying, "It really is spectacular." The gold dragon was even more excited. "This is amazing. I have to take a picture." Yuchun looked at Yujite. "Mister, have you ever seen scenery this beautiful?" But Yujite did not answer, as if he had not heard her. A blurry, colorless image suddenly appeared before Yuchun's eyes. It was as if she had seen something, and she couldn't help but ask, "Mister, could it be?" But the gold dragon's shout cut her off. "Look, it's a shooting star." While everyone looked up at the meteor, Yuchun kept looking at Yujite. Everyone was drawn in by the sight as a meteor streaked across the night sky. The next day, Manhwa smiled and said, "It was short, but we had a wonderful time. Thanks to you, we got to see something truly amazing. That place really is beautiful, isn't it? Actually, that's where I proposed to my wife." Just then, his wife said softly, "I heard that, dear." The gold dragon sighed. "That's so romantic. I didn't expect you to say something like that, mister. You always seemed kind of cold. Do you have someone you love too?" Yujite looked toward the sea. A figure surfaced in his mind. It was someone deeply familiar, someone who was no longer there. At that moment, Manhwa's wife suddenly coughed up blood. Manhwa's expression changed. "Dear, are you all right?" Her condition had finally calmed down recently, so Manhwa had no choice but to leave first with his wife and children. Yujite called out, "Chun, Dongchen, we should get going too." But Yuchun seemed not to hear him. Yujite asked, "Yuchun, what are you spacing out for?" Yuchun finally came back to herself. "Sorry, I got distracted for a moment. More importantly, look at Dongchun. She seems a little sad to leave. She's been looking at the lake this whole time." Yujite picked up a bottle and filled it with lake water for Dongchen. The blue dragon's clear eyes quietly looked toward him. Yujite said, "We'll come back next time." Dongchen happily looked at the water inside the bottle. The red dragon urged from the side, "Hurry up and go already." But the gold dragon suddenly shouted, "Did Hachon just fart?" Elsewhere, Manhwa was staying beside his wife, murmuring, "My dear Hawon." Just then, a hand landed on his shoulder. "Long time no see." The person who appeared was the world's second-ranked superhuman, the first returner, BM. Not long before, in a hospital room, a man had come to see Manhwa. "It's been months since we last met. You keep saying you're busy, and you barely come to the Chuntin Union anymore." Manhwa answered, "Of course I only stopped by because I had some things to collect. I need to hurry back to the lab soon." That man was BM, the world's second-ranked superhuman, and the first returner. He'd reportedly been staying sober for 3 years. BM asked. That illness had calmed down for a while, hadn't it? Has it started again? Myung-Young-ha replied heavily. It flared up again after we went camping recently. It's been 10 years. What's the point of medicine and magic advancing this far if they still can't even figure out what illness Hawan has? If only I had protected Hawan better during the Great War. If it worked for that damned ancient species virus. BM tried to comfort him. You did everything you could. There was nothing you could do. Hearing that, Myung-Young-ha's emotions surged. There's no such thing as nothing I can do. A top ranker, the world's strongest druid, I don't need any of those titles. All I want is for Hawan to live in good health. Just then, BM leaned closer. Myung-Young-ha frowned. What are you doing? BM grinned. I'm seeing something rare, so of course, I need to remember it. A guy who laughs every day and causes a ruckus like an ogre. Actually crying? That's pure gold, come to think of it. The first time I saw you cry was when Miss Hawan gave birth, right? That expression was amazing. Myung-Young-ha said helplessly, at least pretend to comfort me at a time like this. BM said, comforting people isn't really my strong suit. Take this and try it on Miss Hawan, just don't expect too much. Myung-Young-ha asked, what is this? BM answered, probably something very good. It took quite a bit of effort to get. I'll be going then. When Miss Hawan wakes up, tell her I said hello. Myung-Young-ha looked at the item in his hand. If BM said it had taken effort, then it had to be extremely valuable. At that moment, Myung-Young-ha suddenly remembered the ginseng he had received earlier. He hurriedly stopped BM before he could leave. Can you take a look at this? I received it not long ago. You've probably never seen anything like it either. BM looked at it and immediately showed a surprised expression, because he truly had never seen something like that before. Meanwhile, inside the little blue dragon's dream, a yellow bird was being chased by a red monkey. The little blue dragon watched quietly from the side. Then she heard a voice. Yu Jitae was waving to her. Donchen, come here. Let's play in the water together. The little blue dragon became excited and immediately began surfing on her teddy bear. In the next second, she jumped straight into Yu Jitae's arms. Yu Jitae praised her. Our Dongchan jumped so well, so cool too. Our Dongchen is the prettiest and the coolest. The little blue dragon muttered in her sleep. Dongchan is the coolest, and the gold dragon was asleep beside her too. Outside the door, Yu Jitae simply glanced inside. Almada was also crouched outside the door, fast asleep. The red dragon was sleeping soundly as well. However, one person was still awake. Yu Jitae looked at her. Why are you still up? Yu Chun said, I want to go with you. Yu Jitae replied, I'll be back soon. Go sleep. Yu Chun asked, you're going out now because of the thing you briefly left for yesterday, aren't you? Yu Jitae looked at her. Looks like you saw something with heavenly law before. Yu Chun answered, you know that what I see with heavenly law can't be said. What I can say now is this. Uncle, you need me. But Yu Jitae said, those matters leave no room for you to interfere. Yu Chun suddenly grabbed his hand. Uncle, have you always seen me as a child who needs protection? You shield me from the ugly. You keep me away from the filth. Do you think that if you only show me good things, we'll be happy? If I could only see good things like the other children, you probably wouldn't worry so much. But I am from the green dragon race. Yu Jitae still pulled his hand free and said only, I'm leaving. Yu Chun asked again. Then if there were something extremely painful, extremely difficult, and absolutely loathsome, but it still had to be done, what would you do? Yu Jitae answered, I'd do it. Yu Chun looked at him. Even if someone would hate you for it? Even if it would be painful? That's why I borrowed something from Mr. Cleaner just now. You'll soon reach a moment where you have to use it. I hope Mr. Cleaner won't mind that sword. In the end, Yu Chun only said quietly, please be careful. Because she did not want Yu Jitae to go, but she also knew she could not stop him. International Superhuman Association Branch. For today's upcoming large-scale subjugation, the Superhuman Union had gathered many famous powerhouses to form the International Hunter Alliance's 70-man raid team. At that moment, someone arrived. It was Yu Jitae, who had rushed over through the night. He looked at the man and got straight to the point. You're the person in charge here, right? Add me to the raid group. The International Superhuman Union's 70-member raid group was targeting the Kraken, a massive boss monster that appeared inside the S-rank dungeon known as the Sea of Hedia. Considering how dangerous this raid was, the Union had gathered superhumans from the top 0.5%. Put simply, they had mobilized military power equal to, or even greater than, that of an ordinary developing nation. The captain who had gathered them was Shirai Ryunosuke, an executive of the International Superhuman Union, a top powerhouse ranked 90th in the world, and known as the Divine Bow. Yuji Tae had come to demand a place in that subjugation team. Shirai Ryunosuke looked at him. Let me get this straight. You want a spot in the 70-man raid group? And you want to inspect the files of every raid member? Hearing that, Shirai Ryunosuke immediately laughed. You know our classified operation details, and you managed to avoid the surveillance net to appear before me. Clearly, you're not an ordinary superhuman. For a dangerous operation like this, I would naturally welcome powerful support like you. Did you really think I'd say that? The dungeon raid is about to begin in just a few hours. At a time like this, you're a stranger with no background, and you're not even affiliated with the Union. How am I supposed to trust you? How could I possibly insert you into the raid group? Do you think the Union is stupid? Yuji Tae said flatly. I thought we could talk this through. Shirai Ryunosuke said coldly. Looks like I'll have to ask you to stay in a detention room. If you resist, you will be treated as an enemy of the Union and killed on sight. The next second, a laser shot toward Yuji Tae. Yuji Tae simply tilted his head and dodged it with ease. Shirai Ryunosuke then kicked the desk, charged power into both hands, and fired countless lasers. The desk from earlier was instantly destroyed by the beams. But attacks of that level could not hurt Yuji Tae at all. Shirai Ryunosuke frowned. So, ordinary attacks won't work. I didn't want to use this. Shirai Ryunosuke raised his hand like a blade. As power gathered, a massive bow of light formed in his hands. You'd better not dodge. I don't want to blow a hole straight through to the basement. This was Shirai Ryunosuke's finishing move, Judgment of the Sky. But to his shock, Yuji Tae caught it with his bare hands. Shirai Ryunosuke was stunned, seeing him catch Judgment of the Sky bare-handed and with such ease. In the next instant, the attack suddenly came flying back toward him. Because Yuji Tae had thrown the Judgment of the Sky, he caught right back at him. Shirai Ryunosuke was heavily injured by the blow. Yuji Tae asked, "Have you changed your mind now?" Shirai Ryunosuke gasped. "Hard to say. If I keep refusing, what are you planning to do?" Yuji Tae answered, "I'll have to wear your skin and do the job myself." Shirai Ryunosuke smiled. "I may look young, but I'm older than I look. An old man's skin is pretty tough. Peeling it off won't be easy." As soon as he said that, he rushed to the side. Running far from that monster was impossible now. His only way out was the emergency teleporter in the room next to the office. If he could return to headquarters first and report the situation, he could request support. The teleporter was almost within reach, but in the next second, it was destroyed. A blade was pressed against Shirai Ryunosuke's neck. Yuji Tae asked again, "Have you changed your mind now?" Left with no choice, Shirai Ryunosuke said, "Welcome to the raid group." Yuji Tae sat nearby and began reviewing the documents. Shirai Ryunosuke wondered what this monster-like man actually was. He did not seem like a demon. Could he be a regressor from another world, like BM? But Shirai Ryunosuke quickly rejected that idea. If he were a regressor, there was no way the Union would not know about him. More importantly, why was he trying to interfere in their operation? Shirai Ryunosuke could not figure out his motive at all. Yuji Tae asked, "Is this all the information on the raid group?" Shirai Ryunosuke answered, "Yes." Yuji Tae looked through the files. One person is missing from the 70-member list. What happened? Shirai Ryunosuke explained, "The original operator couldn't be reached, so we brought in a last-minute replacement. That's why they might not be registered in the file yet." Shirai Ryunosuke continued, "However, he is an operator directly dispatched by Union headquarters, so there's no need to worry." Yuji Tae asked, "Can I meet that operator now?" Shirai Ryunosuke had no choice but to say, "Please wait a moment." Then he ordered the standby operator to come to the office immediately and not ask why. Just then, Yuji Tae received a message from his clone. "My lord, may we speak for a moment? I have obtained information regarding Prototype X." Yuji Tae asked back, "If you found it, couldn't you just transmit the memory directly?" But the clone apologized quietly. Yuji Tae's heart sank. Could this person be someone he knew from a previous loop? At that moment, a voice came from the entrance. "Why is the office such a mess? Captain, why are you kneeling? Wait, why are you injured?" Shirai Ryunosuke quickly explained that he had simply fallen. The other person narrowed her eyes. "Did you just get beat up?" Shirai Ryunosuke cleared his throat. "That's not important right now. That man says he wants to see you." Yuji Tae had already made up his mind. Even if Prototype X's true identity was someone he knew, it did not matter. No matter who it was, they had to die. But the moment that person removed her mask, Yuji Tae was still shocked. The woman looked at him calmly and said, "Were you looking for me? My name is Ha-jin Sung." She had also once been Yu-Ji-Tae's lover. That was during the man's second regression, 3 years after the Demon War broke out, in Severobykolsk. It was Yu-Ji-Tae's second regression, and he was 32 years old at the time. Just then, a hand suddenly landed on his shoulder and lightly poked his cheek. The woman laughed. "Hee hee, gotcha again, Captain. It's a rare vacation, so I wanted to create a little holiday mood." "Well, does it fit?" Seeing Yu-Ji-Tae's reaction, she smiled. "You're blushing?" Yu-Ji-Tae quickly denied it. "No, I'm not." The woman then asked if he wanted to come to the hill behind the camp that night, because she had something to show him. "Want to know what it is? If you want to know, come chase me." The squad members watching them could not help whispering, "Captain and Miss Jin Sung, are they a thing? They've probably been dating for a while. They say love can bloom even on the battlefield." Guess that's true. But how did Miss Jin Sung join our mercenary corps? Honestly, having a young and beautiful girl like her here makes the place feel less gloomy. Did she join because she fell in love with our captain at first sight? Another person shook his head. No, she used to take care of children at an orphanage. Then, as you know, the war started. The orphanage collapsed, and all the children died. Around that time, Miss Jin Sung awakened as an operator-class superhuman, so she naturally drifted into this gloomy place. She's always smiling so brightly. I never imagined she had that kind of past. Then again, who here doesn't have a story? Damn this war. I really hope it ends soon. That night, Yu-Ji-Tae came to the hill. "I thought you forgot. You said there was something here, so what is it?" Ha-Jin Sung smiled. "You have no sense of romance. Isn't there a beautiful night sky here? And the beautiful, me too." That left Yu-Ji-Tae speechless for a moment. Ha-Jin Sung finally said, "Actually, there is something here. You know my blessing is an eye that detects threats, right?" Yu-Ji-Tae thought that meant there was something dangerous here. Ha-Jin Sung immediately teased him. "There you go, acting all serious again. Close your eyes first, and feel it. My blessing does detect threats, yes. But after getting used to it, sometimes I can sense things other than danger too. If my feeling is right. This time I'm sensing your heartbeat speeding up." Yu-Ji-Tae asked, "What are you trying to say?" In the next second, a breathtaking scene unfolded. Countless streaks of light appeared in the sky. It was the first meteor shower Yu-Ji-Tae had ever seen. Ha-Jin Sung threw herself into Yu-Ji-Tae's arms. She smiled and said, "See, your heart really did speed up." Yu-Ji-Tae lifted her face. Beneath the meteor shower streaking across the night sky, the two of them kissed. But Ha-Jin Sung quickly complained, "Captain, your lips are too dry. You should use some lip balm." Yu-Ji-Tae suddenly asked, "After this local battle ends, do you want to get married?" Ha-Jin Sung froze. "Are you proposing to me right now? Why so suddenly?" Yu-Ji-Tae asked, "What, you don't want to?" She smiled. "That's not it. If it's the captain's order, do I have to obey? I'm just wondering if I can really handle having children. That's like taking an egg out from that place, you know?" Still, she said, "I'll think about it. I'm looking forward to married life with you, Captain." But one day after that, a sword was raised high. His teammates were all lying on the ground, and the person holding up that sword was Yu-Ji-Tae himself. Countless threads were wrapped around his body. Yu-Ji-Tae could only beg weakly for the other person to stop, but controlled by the threads, he still drove his sword into the girl's body with his own hands. The other person said in ecstasy, "What a beautiful sound. There is no melody at all. Yet, nothing is more thrilling than making someone kill the person they love with their own hands." This person was the collapse-class demon, Hasegawa. Hasegawa sneered. "So tell me, why did you insist on getting in our way? Do you know how badly our side suffered because of you? Still, since I promised that woman I would spare your life, I will naturally keep that promise. So live on. Remember this well. This is what happens when you make an enemy out of us demons." Yu-Ji-Tae looked at the body on the ground. He could not accept it at all, so he pulled the sword out of her body. Then he ended his own life right there. System notice, you failed to save Earth. The EX almighty clock has rewound the world's time. Back in reality, a hand touched Yu-Ji-Tae's face. Ha-Jin Sung asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "You were just standing there in a daze without saying a word." Shidai Ryunosuke was so startled that he immediately asked, "What are you doing right now?" Then he secretly warned her, "Don't upset this VIP." Ha-Jin Sung asked in confusion, "Is he some high-ranking figure?" System notice, Yu-Ji-Tae has activated the EX almighty clock. Malice from beyond the horizon of heavenly law has been read. The EX almighty clock has located an existence detached from the world timeline. Target, Superhuman Ha Jin Song. A being from beyond the horizon of heavenly law. One dissatisfied with regression is interfering with this loop. Ha Jin Sung's life trajectory has changed drastically. Due to mistaken fire from Union superhumans, the orphanage collapsed. Ha Jin Sung, who came to hate superhumans, made a contract with an abyssal being and was reborn as a demon. The being that made a contract with Ha Jin Sung was the 7th monarch of the abyss, Rakshata. Warning: memory fragments from outside the timeline also contain pieces related to the regressor. Yu Jitae forced himself not to think too deeply. No matter who Prototype X was, what he had to do was already decided. Yu Jitae asked, "Was my position assigned as a flanker? Change it to operator immediately. Also, I'll be moving together with this woman. The current mission is to stop Prototype X." That's all. Dungeon, Sea of Hatia. Everyone was fully prepared. This was the Superhuman Union's 70-member raid group. Shirai Ryunosuke announced, "Everyone maintain formation. The Kraken raid begins now." Not long before, 2 operators, Ha Jinsong and Yu Jitae, had been suddenly added to the Sea of Hatia dungeon raid. It was one thing to add personnel at the last minute, but the members did not even know who they were. Still, since the captain had arranged it urgently, they had no choice but to trust him. Shirai Ryunosuke said quietly, "I told the members earlier that you two are acquaintances and that we already greeted each other. A few people may still be suspicious, but it shouldn't be a major problem. You need to make sure you don't cause any more trouble." Yu Jitae only wanted to quietly finish the job and leave. But Ha Jin Song could tell that even Captain Ryunosuke was being extremely careful around this man, which meant he had to be someone remarkable. Could he be from the Union's inspection team? So she tested the waters. "Do you have a lot of experience in dangerous dungeons?" "I'm actually a little afraid of water, and this is my first time operating inside a dungeon that looks like the ocean. If I fall into the water, could you just leave me behind and keep going? I'm heavy, so I'll sink." Ha Jin Sung blushed and said she had to use the restroom, then quickly left. She was not usually like this, but for some reason, she felt especially nervous today. And the Ha Jin Sung Yu Jitae knew really had been that timid. Forget deep water, even seeing blood would make her tremble. But even with memory fragments detached from the timeline, she could not recognize Yu Jitae. Her core had already become completely different. Even so, she was still imitating the Ha Jin Song from the original body's memories. Her true soul was most likely already bound by the 7th monarch of the abyss, Rakshata. And the one who had designed all of this was the existence beyond the timeline. What that thing desired was nothing but despair. It wanted Yu Jitae to kill the woman he had already killed once with his own hands and break completely. It was pure malice. Unfortunately, that thing did not understand Yu Jitae. Just then, a tentacle suddenly shot out. Someone shouted, "It's a giant octopus. It's way bigger than the report said. A giant species truly lives up to its name." "Captain Ryunosuke, please give the order." Shirai Ryunosuke immediately said, "Let's finish this quickly and go grab a bite." "Fred guards, charge." The knights at the front rushed in at once. One of them slashed the giant octopus across the eye. But in the next second, the wound regenerated, and a massive tentacle swept toward them. Shirai Ryunosuke immediately ordered the sealing-type superhumans to seal the tentacles. The support-type superhumans were to amplify mana. The sharpshooters would provide continuous fire support until the operators found its weakness. But the octopus was far too strong. They would not be able to hold out for long. Shirai Ryunosuke immediately asked the operators, "Have you found its weakness?" Yu Jitae answered, "Its weakness is in the left eye. Aim there." Shirai Ryunosuke asked, "Is that the core?" But Yu Jitae suddenly asked, "Where did Ha Jin Sung go?" Someone answered, "She went to the restroom and hasn't come back." Shirai Ryunosuke frowned. "Why is she going to the restroom at a time like this?" Several people asked, "Captain, what are you going to do?" Shirai Ryunosuke ordered, "Everyone else, hold on to the octopus legs and don't let go. I'm going to hit it with something big." He began charging power, and a massive arrow of light formed on his bow. "Monster of the deep abyss, may you rest in peace." This was Shirai Ryunosuke's ultimate move, Titan Bow. The arrows struck the giant octopus directly in the eye. Everyone cried out, "Did Captain Ryunosuke succeed?" The giant octopus collapsed. After using that move, Ryunosuke was nearly exhausted. He muttered, "If my shoulder hadn't been injured earlier, I could have used it at full power." Because that level of attack still would not be enough to kill the giant octopus. They had to finish it completely before it regenerated. But no one noticed that someone had already set her sights on him. Ha Jin Sung leaped from behind and charged straight at Ryunosuke. Her eyes were blood red as she rushed forward like a madwoman. Yu Jitae, holding a massive sword, blocked the attack. With a splash, he pushed Ha-jin-sung straight into the sea. Ryunosuke still had no idea what had just happened. He only felt as if something had rushed past him. As they plunged underwater, Ha-jin-sung's mask also shattered. She stared at Yu Ji-tae. "You bastard, how long have you known about my plan?" Yu Ji-tae answered coldly. "You don't understand me. The current me has no attachments or emotions left. The her from back then and the me from back then. I killed them all with my own hands." Ha-jin-sung stared at him in shock. "So you did recognize me. You knew me. I thought I'd seen you somewhere earlier, and now I'm slowly remembering. We met on the battlefield before, didn't we? And we were lovers destined to fight to the death. I think we even held hands, watched the stars together, and kissed. Your lips were rough, but they were still pretty sweet. If I had known you would interfere with me like this, I should have bitten off your tongue back then." Yu Ji-tae blasted Ha-jin-sung away with a single strike. Ha-jin-sung sneered. "Didn't you just say you were the one who killed me back then? This is what I look like after shedding my shell. So now, it's my turn to kill you." This was Prototype X's complete form. Yu Ji-tae and Ha-jin-sung finally clashed, and countless tentacles surged toward him. Yu Ji-tae swung the massive sword and blocked every attack. Ha-jin-sung stared at him. "Are you really the Yu Ji-tae I knew? You are on a completely different level from before. If you'd been this strong back then, our comrades and even I might have survived. But I've been wondering this whole time. Why are you only defending and not attacking? Is it guilt? You can't bring yourself to attack the woman you once loved? Back then, you tore me to pieces. You even gouged out my eyes without mercy. You have no idea how much pain I was in, do you? That morning, I was so cold. System notice. The EX Almighty Clock has detected an object detached from the world timeline. Target, Almada's longsword." Yu Ji-tae knocked Ha-jin-sung away with a slash, and it was as if a certain power had enveloped him. System notice. The EX Almighty Clock will protect you and prevent malice from approaching. Yu Ji-tae sensed the clock's authority radiating from the Guardian's sword. Was this power left inside the sword when he had pulled the malice out of the Guardian's body back then? Yu Chun had said this was something she'd borrowed from Mr. Cleaner, and that soon there would be a critical moment when he would need it. In other words, had she foreseen the situation and brought the sword for that reason? With this, he could drive out the malice and the demon authority from Prototype X without killing Ha-jin-sung. Ha-jin-sung did not understand what Yu Ji-tae had done to her body. Yu Ji-tae said coldly, "Stop using this poor girl's body for your tricks. Get out of her body." Ha-jin-sung realized that every time she touched that sword, her awakened state began to come undone. At this rate, her demonization would disappear, but what could she do? She quickly figured it out. She just had to stop that sword from touching her body. The next second, Ha-jin-sung rushed straight toward the giant octopus that had been knocked down earlier. She landed steadily on its back. The tentacles behind her began to glow. Then, they stabbed directly into the giant octopus's body. The fallen giant octopus instantly surged with power again. It seemed that in this loop, this no longer involved only demons. Even that monster's mind had been entangled as well. The crazed Ha-jin-sung roared, "Die!" Countless tentacles rushed toward Yu Ji-tae at once. Yu Ji-tae activated the Shadowless Sword, second form of shackles. Streaks of black power instantly wrapped around the giant octopus. Prototype X recognized it too. That black power did not exist anywhere in the girl's memories. From what she felt through the Kraken's skin, it was not mana, nor was it a blessing. It was pure killing intent, left behind after countless layers of hatred and curses had been stripped away. Prototype X asked in shock, "What did you do to obtain power on that level?" "You monstrous bastard." Yu Ji-tae slashed into her with his sword. With a thunderous boom, a massive wave surged up from the bottom of the sea. The people on the shore shouted, "Everyone, evacuate." Ryunosuke could tell that ominous power truly belonged to that man, but it made no sense at all. What exactly was this so-called important business of his, for it to cause a scene this huge? Not long after, Yu Ji-tae walked out of the sea, carrying the unconscious Ha-jin-sung in his arms. System notice. The EX Almighty Clock has begun collecting traces of the malice dwelling inside Ha-jin-sung. The EX Almighty Clock has informed you that in order to locate the malice, Ha-jin-sung must be observed regularly. For now, this matter was temporarily over. At that moment, Yu Ji-tae received a call. Mister, where are you? Hurry back. While you're gone, Hachon is sneaking near booze." The International Superhuman Union's 71-man raid team had completed the Kraken subjugation in the S-rank dungeon, Sea of Hedia. At the same time, Ha Jin-song had been successfully rescued. When the 4 dragons saw this, they were all shocked. Not long ago, the man had returned home with his unconscious ex-girlfriend, Ha Jin-song. Yu Chun stared at him. Mr. Yu Jitae, explain. Who is she? Who is that woman? The red dragon sneered too. Too embarrassed to say she's your girlfriend? I didn't expect you to be such a hopeless guy. The gold dragon immediately joined in. See? I told you looked like he had a woman. But how desperate are you? You were trying to take off her coat before even entering the house. Then she leaned closer and asked, Mister, is she really your girlfriend? Yu Jitae explained, she's just a woman I know. The red dragon immediately added, oh, a woman you know. Take off her coat, and she's a younger sister you know. You're too impatient, big bro. Take off her shirt, and suddenly she's your girlfriend. The next second, Yu Jitae karate chopped her on the head. Don't misunderstand, she's just someone I know. We're not that close, and she doesn't know me either. Yu Chun asked, you went out last night because of this woman too, didn't you? Yu Jitae nodded. Yes. This woman is the only one who knows where to find the person I'm looking for. So for now, I need to keep her here and get the information out of her. After hearing that, Yu Chun said, if that's the case, I don't have any objections. The gold dragon shouted, I object. This is our nest. This is the place where we can return and rest safely after going outside. So Mister's personal problem has made our nest feel unsafe. That is not what we want. The little blue dragon also nodded, thinking the gold dragon was right. It might sound cold, but there was nothing that could be done. Yu Jitae looked at Almada. What about him? The gold dragon immediately said, Mr. Cleaner isn't human. Hearing that, the red dragon thought it made sense too. Now that the monkey says it, she kinda has a point. I'm voting with the monkey. The gold dragon then asked, what do you think, Sister Chun? Yu Chun looked troubled as well. I also think it may not be appropriate, especially since she's a woman. The gold dragon announced on the spot, then that's 1 vote in favor and 4 against. The lady lying there cannot live with us. Yu Chun said, then let's talk about it tomorrow. We have class early in the morning, so we should sleep first. The red dragon did not really care, but she had not expected them to oppose it that strongly. She looked at Yu Jitae. Mister, what are you going to do now? Yu Jitae answered, I'll have to find somewhere else. The next day, a roar suddenly echoed through the house. Everyone woke up in shock. What happened? The red dragon said irritably. Can't you tell? The woman you brought back is going crazy. Ha Jin-song was glaring around and demanding, where is this place? What did you do to me? The red dragon looked at her. So she woke up. Pretty calm, huh? Hurry up and deal with that thing. Ha Jin-sung looked down and instantly snapped, why is my underwear gone? You'd better explain right now. The red dragon waved a hand. Calm down first. According to Mr. here, he didn't do anything weird. The moment she heard weird, Ha Jin-sung became even more agitated. You shouldn't have done this. I may look like this, but I'm a superhuman. If you don't want to get hurt, move. The red dragon frowned. This woman is completely losing it. Just kill her already. At that moment, a system notice appeared before Yu Jitae. Malice trace fragments collected, 10%. System notice. Based on the collected traces of malice, the EX Almighty Clock has revealed a new fact. Targets directly possessed by malice will enter an abnormal state known as mental contamination. Until the mental contamination is removed, the target's personality, behavior, and language will be negatively affected. Yu Jitae thought, mental contamination, so this was an after effect of exposure to malice. Ha Jin-sam shouted, I warned you. Then she charged at Yu Jitae with a bottle in hand. The red dragon asked, Mister, what do we do? Yu Jitae said flatly, beat her down first. Just don't kill her. Ha Jin-sung snapped, how dare you people look away from me? The red dragon sneered, open your eyes first, then talk. In the next second, the red dragon grabbed Ha Jin-sung's hand and slammed her to the ground. She looked back and asked, how's that? This level of suppression is fine, right? It just happened by accident. She's the one who charged in, like that. Then, the red dragon looked at Almada. Tin can, you big idiot. Are you just going to watch from the back? Clean up these glass shards. But at that moment, something was clearly wrong with Almada. He said in a low voice, I refuse. That left both the red dragon and the gold dragon stunned. Almada continued, I've endured your tyranny for so long that I completely forgot my duty is not cleaning, but protecting my lady. He looked at Yu Jitae. Yu Jitae, you took my sword, didn't you? Return it to me at once. The red dragon asked in confusion, what's wrong with that tin can? Even the little blue dragon felt that Mr. Cleaner was scary now. Yu Jitae immediately saw that this was the same condition as Ha Jin Song's. Come to think of it, Almata had also once been exposed to malice. It seemed the after effects of mental contamination had affected him too. Yu Jitae first put the little blue dragon down. Almata said heavily, "Last time I only lost because I was careless. I won't let you succeed twice." Yu Jitae knocked Almata down with a single karate chop. By accident, even his helmet went flying. The red dragon finally understood. So this woman and the tin can both caught the same bug because of that bad guy? What now? We can't exactly take them to a hospital like this. Yu Jitae asked her, "I heard you secretly drank my alcohol yesterday. Did you finish all of it?" The red dragon looked a little guilty. "Not exactly. There are still a few bottles left in my room." Yu Jitae said, "Take one of them, then follow me." With that, he tore open space with one hand. "We're going somewhere that can treat them." They arrived at an underground labyrinth. The red dragon looked around. "Where is this? It looks kind of amazing." Yu Jitae answered, "A secret base. We'll treat them here." The red dragon complained, "Is this really a treatment place? It looks more like a prison." Yu Jitae said coldly, "Stop talking and come here." The red dragon could not help asking, If we disobey you later, are we going to be locked up here too?" That question made Yu Jitae remember the previous loops. Back then, he had indeed locked her away. So, he simply told the red dragon, "That won't happen now." After that, they arrived before a door. The red dragon asked in confusion, "What? Someone lives here too?" Yu Jitae said, "I need to ask the one living here to hand over a room." The red dragon wrinkled her nose. "I can smell someone seriously strong." Yu Jitae answered, "Apparently he's second in the world." The red dragon immediately understood. "You mean the superhuman world ranking, right?" Yu Jitae closed the door. "When I tell you to come in, then you come in." The red dragon immediately made a fuss. "I want to go in too. I'll really just look. I promise." Just then, a fist came flying toward Yu Jitae, but he blocked it with ease. Yu Jitae said flatly, "That's a pretty rough greeting for a guest." Nearby, a man was sitting there drinking. "You said guest? I don't remember inviting a guest like you." He was BM, the world's second-ranked superhuman and the first returner. When BM was young, about 40 years ago, an incident swept across the entire world. The Babylon Great Disappearance. At that time, thousands of children with superhuman talent vanished all at once. Faced with this sudden event, the militaries of various nations searched for the missing children, but found nothing. And so, 15 years passed without any of those children being found. Then, only one man returned to Earth. His nickname was BM. He was the first returner from the other world Arlandot, and currently the second-ranked superhuman in the world. BM looked at Yu Jitae and said, "That chimera was one I rather treasured, yet you destroyed it so cleanly." Yu Jitae answered, "The cut is clean. It can still be reattached." BM asked back, "Are you trying to be considerate of me? So what brings you here? You want to borrow the inner chamber of the underground labyrinth?" Yu Jitae looked at him. "You know my identity, and you know what the underground labyrinth is. Who are you? Are you from the superhuman side, or the demon side?" BM asked back, "What do you think?" Yu Jitae said, "More importantly, there are people who need treatment in the inner chamber. I need to borrow it for about half a year." BM answered immediately, 30 days. I can lend it to you for 30 days at most. Anything longer is too much." Yu Jitae replied, 30 days is nowhere near enough." BM did not waste words. "Then 25 days. Yu Jitae said, "Let's talk. I didn't come empty-handed." BM lowered it again. 20 days. "Do you think I need anything from this world? What I need is something that doesn't exist in this world." 30 days was already a favor, given only because you cut off the chimera's head so cleanly. As a trespasser, you should be grateful for even that much. If you don't want it, get lost. That made Yu Jitae's expression darken. "You're talking like this place actually belongs to you." The next second, he casually unleashed a streak of black energy. The surrounding area was instantly torn apart and destroyed. Worse, that power continued to corrode everything around it. BM frowned and demanded, "What are you doing?" Yu Jitae said coldly, "Why'd you stop running your mouth? Go on, say 15 days, 10 days. Hearing that, BM's expression also turned ugly. "You're going to regret this." His right hand became covered in a layer of energy. "Now, I don't even feel like turning you into a lab rat." This was BM's power, Asilia's curse. Yu Jitae looked at that hand. "Since you're using Asilia's right arm, are you planning to erase this whole place?" BM answered coldly, "Don't worry. I'll only erase you cleanly." With that, he released the power, and a giant hand rushed toward Yu Jitae. But Yujite did not panic at all. He simply shot BM a single look. In that moment, it was as if time itself had been frozen by Yujite. Even BM's body could not move. His first thought was that this had to be some kind of illusion magic. But he quickly realized it was no magic at all. It was overwhelming fear. The demon blood flowing through Asilia's right arm was terrified of the man before him. BM could not understand it. What exactly was this guy? Even when he fought Oscar Brunsky back then, he had never seen this kind of biological composition. It felt completely unfamiliar. Then, Yujite picked up an item, as if preparing to make something. BM's expression changed. Wait, you really can't touch that. But he had not even seen when Yujite moved over there. Just as Yujite was about to destroy the item, BM quickly shouted, "Fine, fine. That's a sample used to create humanoid chimeras." Yujite asked, "What are humanoid chimeras?" BM immediately explained, "It's not for conquering the world or becoming some creator. I don't have grand ambitions like that, so don't overthink it. Everyone fears death. I just wanted to prepare a little for my old age, so I plan to make a few copies of myself. Anyway, put that down first. Let's talk this out." Yujite activated the balance eye. "So you're lying." BM immediately changed his tune. "I was wrong. I'll tell the truth, I swear." Yujite said, "Forget it. I don't care what you're doing. Just lend me the inner chamber." BM could only agree. "Of course, you can use the labyrinth's inner chamber for as long as you want." Yujite said, "I plan to borrow the inner chamber for 3 months to a year, and I'll occasionally come here. 1 set of magic armor and 1 female superhuman. Both are mentally contaminated." BM said he would check on them from time to time. Yujite left behind a bottle of liquor. BM asked, "What is this?" Yujite answered, "Rent. It's definitely better than that cheap swill you drink." BM immediately objected. "Cheap swill? That stuff is pretty expensive too." But the instant he opened the bottle, an extraordinary aroma rushed out. BM was stunned. "Where did you get this liquor?" Meanwhile, outside the door, the red dragon was trying to make the little blue dragon move aside. But the little blue dragon refused to move. The red dragon ordered again. "Move already." The little blue dragon stubbornly answered, "No." The red dragon was speechless. "What are you doing? Who said I was going in? I'm just going to open the door a crack and look." The little blue dragon said seriously. "Mister said not to open the door." The red dragon gritted her teeth. "You little brat, you're impossible." "Hey, blue-haired brat, didn't you see that I already subdued Yu Chuchen? Do you want to end up like that too?" But the little blue dragon still thought that was not allowed. The red dragon grew impatient. "You stubborn little brat, now is not the time to waste time. Something insane is happening in there right now. The strongest, Mr. Yu, in our family is fighting a life or death battle against the world's second-ranked superhuman. Thunder, explosions, no one knows who'll live or die, complete chaos everywhere." Of course, all of that was only Yu Hachen's imagination, and the little blue dragon had no interest in it. Seeing her expression, the red dragon could not help complaining. "You stubborn little brat, who did you even take after? Honestly, no one in the Yu family is normal except me." Soon, the red dragon came up with an idea. She softened her voice. "Our adorable Yu Dongchen, you've been a little sad lately because Uncle Jite hasn't played with you, right? If you move aside, I'll personally convince him. This time, you and Uncle can go out together, just the two of you. Don't you like snow? You can go sledding on a snowy mountain. And then eat nice hot ramen." At that moment, the little blue dragon began seriously imagining it. The red dragon kept tempting her. "Wouldn't that be great? You're looking forward to it, aren't you? So just sit quietly on the sidelines and suck your thumb. Even if you could move heaven and earth, you're still no match for me, Yu Hachin." But just as the red dragon rushed over to open the door, Yu Jite happened to push it open from the inside and sent her flying. Yu Jite looked at her lying on the ground and asked, "Why are you lying there?" The red dragon immediately asked, "How did the battle go?" Yu Jite answered, "We didn't fight. We solved it through dialogue." The red dragon looked deeply disappointed. "Well, ain't that just great news?" Yu Jite looked at her. "If you're disappointed, then go fight him yourself. You said you wanted to fight that guy, didn't you?" BM also looked out from inside and sneered. "Little girl, I won't go easy on you." That immediately made the red dragon happy. "No problem. Then let's do it." BM took a sip of the liquor Yu Jite had brought. The aroma and flavor were impossible to find on Earth, and even the smoothness was perfect. This liquor was indeed fermented liquor from Arlandot. Arlandot was the name of another world, and it was also the place BM had been forcibly transferred to during the Babylon Great disappearance 40 years ago. BM stared at the bottle. "Where the hell did you get this? I searched the whole world and couldn't find it." Yujite asked. Does it suit your taste? BM immediately changed his tone. Of course. This is beyond worth it. You only want to use the inner chamber for a year? Use it for 10. The inner chamber, anything else, take whatever you want. Yujite said. Actually, I have one more request. BM looked puzzled. What request? Your request is for me to play with this young lady for a while. Yujite said. When I go to the inner chamber later, please look after her. The red dragon, meanwhile, stared at BM excitedly. BM looked at them. By the way, who are they? They don't look like your daughters. Children from your family? Yujite replied. Something like that. I'll leave them to you. The little blue dragon, in Yujite's arms, was still a little shy. She immediately shrank into his arms, and even BM found her rather cute. The gold dragon asked curiously, Are you really BM, the second-rank superhuman? I've seen videos about you online before. Your face was never revealed, so I didn't expect to meet you in person here. BM smiled. Well, seeing me in person, am I more handsome than you imagined? The gold dragon answered seriously. No, you look like a damn no-life gamer shut-in. BM froze. The gold dragon asked excitedly. Right. Are you stronger than Javier? BM said, That's a name I haven't heard in a long time. Rumor has it that demons blinded him. I wonder how he's doing now. The red dragon asked awkwardly. Did something like that really happen? BM said calmly, Whether I'm stronger or not, we have to fight to know. But in this world there are 5 humans stronger than him, and I'm stronger than all 5 of them. The red dragon thought that was incredibly badass. BM brought her to a room. This is a training room used to test the abilities and strength of synthetic beasts. After all, my research materials can't withstand being destroyed like that again. Before BM could announce the start, the red dragon had already attacked from behind. BM blocked her attack with ease. He asked, Why are you in such a hurry? The red dragon grinned. Lately, I've only been fighting a bunch of third-rate brats. I'm getting rusty. Let's just fight, Mr. Number 2. BM smiled. You really are a straightforward young lady. Then his transformed right hand officially clashed with the red dragon. Meanwhile, Yujite arrived in another room. This was the inner chamber of the underground labyrinth. He raised his hand and opened a space, releasing Hajinson and Almada. Yujite said, You two will stay here for now. Once your condition improves and you fully recover, I'll come get you. Yujite looked up at something nearby. It was called the Paradise Crystal, a crystallization of magical engineering from a dimension where magic was highly advanced. This fragment could make those who received its light feel happiness and satisfaction. But that happiness was ultimately artificially implanted into them. In the past, Yujite had once imprisoned the violet red dragon here for a long time. But, in the end, that attempt had also failed. Yujite reminded the little blue dragon, Snap out of it. We need to head back quickly. Not long after, they returned home. Only then did everyone understand why the house had been such a mess. That explained it. The gold dragon asked a little sadly, Does that mean we won't see Mr. Cleaner for a while? I was starting to get attached. Yujite said, Not exactly. You just won't see him for the time being. The gold dragon immediately turned to the red dragon. Sister Hachon, did you hear that? We won't see Mr. Cleaner for a while. The red dragon said coldly, So what? You want to go hang out by a dumpster too? Yu-chan looked at the red dragon. What happened to Hachan? She's covered in injuries. Yujite knew very well that she had probably been completely defeated by BM. The little blue dragon, meanwhile, was pouting angrily. Not long after, the red dragon was holed up in her room. She knew she would lose, but she had not expected to lose that badly. The world really was vast, and she was still just a small fry. Just then, the little blue dragon suddenly appeared in the room. It startled the red dragon. The red dragon frowned. Yu-dong-chan, remember to knock before entering your sister's room. The little blue dragon said seriously. Open door. Sled. Ramen. The red dragon froze. Are you saying if you open the door, I'd persuade him? Are you talking about what happened in the labyrinth? What I said wasn't that I'd persuade him if you opened the door. I said I'd persuade him if you moved aside, okay? The little blue dragon asked. No? The red dragon immediately replied. Are you kidding? Of course not. While I'm still asking nicely. Hurry up and get out. Your sister is in a bad mood right now. Don't forget to turn off the light when you leave. But the little blue dragon looked at her with puppy dog eyes. That left the red dragon with no choice. In the end, she had to bring the little blue dragon to Yujite's room. Yujite asked, Is there something you want to say? The little blue dragon asked, Do you have time tomorrow? Just moments earlier, the little blue dragon's revelation had begun. My child. It was the first time the little blue dragon had heard that voice. My young child. The voice was warm and familiar. The little blue dragon instinctively called out, Grandfather. My child, just as you know me, I also know that you are living happily, enjoying a game more joyful than anyone else's. The little blue dragon also said that she was very happy now. The voice continued, that is because someone sincerely wants you to be happy. Do you also want that person to be happy? For that, there is something you must do. Before long, a long night will come. It will be very dark and very frightening. Someone will fall, and perhaps someone will never stand again. When that time comes, you must protect what is precious with your own hands. The little blue dragon answered, I don't have any power. That does not matter. What matters is that your heart understands what is most precious, worries over it, and thinks about how to protect it. If your firm resolve can overcome the darkness, then both you and what you treasure will be able to smile. The revelation granted to you is to protect what is precious to you. Protect it well, my youngest daughter. If it is you, I know you can do it. The little blue dragon also swore that she would protect that precious place. Just then, the clone contacted him. My lord, I sincerely apologize. I should have been more proactive regarding X. Ugite replied, forget it. From the beginning, this was something I had to bear myself. More importantly, did you find anything else on invisibility's side? The clone said, do you remember the Ball of Malaysia? The Ball of Malaysia was an extremely rare separation type dungeon, and also a massive S+ class dungeon of abnormal scale. Inside it, unknown dangers could be hiding in every single room. Because of that, it was classified as one of the worst dungeons, the kind even top-tier raiders had to risk their lives to enter. And apparently, Lair's year-end event had been set to take place in the Ball of Malaysia. Invisibility planned to use the students there to create 100 new demons and push Wei Yan onto a seat. Yu Jite had not expected those people to use the Ball of Malaysia. This was a method he had never seen in previous loops. On top of that, the issue with Prototype X had caused plenty of discussion inside Invisibility as well. In particular, they had labeled Yu Jite as the Prototype X killer, granted him the title of X, and even put out a bounty on him. The reward was 15 top-grade magic stones, worth around 1 billion. But they did not know Yu Jite's real identity anyway, so it was not a real threat. Yu Jite ordered, after you wrap things up in Russia, infiltrate Wei Yan's side and find out what's really going on with the year-end event. The clone replied, as you command, my lord. However, the clone then asked, why was Lady Dongtron acting like that? Yu Jite did not know what kind of revelation she had received to become that way. The little blue dragon only felt that a suspicious woman looked dangerous. Just then, Yu Jite received a message from Lair's academic office. He told everyone, it's time for the Guardian consultations. Lair has issued an official notice. Starting now, there will be one-on-one consultations. The little blue dragon immediately said she wanted a consultation too. Yu Jite replied, you're not even a student. This is adult time. Children out. Also, what is with that outfit? Ha Jin Song leaned closer. Can you talk with me first, Appa? All three dragons showed looks of disgust at the same time. Yu Jite looked at the red dragon. Come to think of it, you said the other day that you had something to talk about. Is something bothering you? The red dragon answered, of course. I think I'm too weak. Yu Jite asked, is it because you lost a BM? He's strong to begin with. There's no need to feel down about that. But the red dragon shook her head. It's not entirely because of that, uncle. Actually, I sparred with some upperclassmen before. I won, but I didn't win with human power. I used the mana of my dragon heart. I was so angry back then that I almost even dropped my human disguise. You know what that means, right? Using my source power is crossing the line in the game. I wanted to die on the spot. I felt like such an idiot. Yu Jite said, you're strong. You're already strong now, and you'll only grow stronger in the future. The blood flowing through you is not ordinary blood. Just by being alive, you already possess the right to reign. That is something you were born with. But if you want to surpass the version of yourself from 10 years or 100 years in the future right now, that means breaking the laws. If you want to become stronger, you must pay the corresponding price. Even so, do you still want to become stronger? The red dragon answered without hesitation. Of course. Because right now matters. Yu Jite nodded. Understood. Vacation is coming soon. When it does, we'll try it together. I'll train you. The red dragon was stunned. I said I wanted to get stronger. I never said I wanted you to teach me. You actually want to take me as your disciple, don't you? Yu Jite said coldly. Stop talking nonsense and call the next person in. Yu Ha Chen's consultation evaluation was simple. Rude to her elders, as usual. When it was the gold dragon's turn, Yu Jite asked, Is there anything you need right now? The gold dragon thought for a moment. Not really. I'm going to school properly, and I'm making friends properly too. Yu Ji-tae nodded. Then there's no problem. Call Yu Chun in. But the gold dragon said, there's one thing I want to ask. If there's a chance, can I participate in dispatch missions or something like that? I just asked around and I heard Lair sometimes dispatches people to military bases and places like that. I want to go see them too. Yu Ji-tae asked, why? The gold dragon answered, I want to do volunteer work, and I want to meet new people. I also heard we might be able to perform for soldiers. Even she knew the odds were low. It probably won't work, right? Yu Ji-tae said, I'll consider it. We'll talk again once the plan becomes more concrete. Wanting to perform was, in the end, the nature of the gold dragon race. Yu Chu-chan was doing well, but still needed attention. Next was the green dragon. Yu Ji-tae asked, how have you been lately? Yu Chun answered, I attend classes, play with Ha-chun and Chu-chun, and take care of Dong-chun. That's about it. Is there anything lacking, or anything I need? Yu Ji-tae asked, had you ever thought about drawing, writing novels, or anything like that? Yu Chun replied, the green dragon race isn't especially good at, or fond of, creative activities. Then, she suddenly asked back, what about you, mister? How have you been lately? Yu Ji-tae answered, same as always. Yu Chun snatched Yu Ji-tae's notebook. Mister, is there really nothing lacking in your life lately? Like love, for example. Yu Ji-tae said coldly, that's enough. Aren't we supposed to be having a consultation? Yu Ji-tae warned, if you're done joking around, get off. Yu Chun seriously wrote in the notebook, Guardian Yu Ji-tae has heavy knees, suspected frozen shoulder. Yu Ji-tae said, my knee hurts. Yu Chun asked back, is a frozen shoulder in the knee? Yu Ji-tae warned, Yu Chun, you'd better stop. But she simply smiled, isn't it nice to be this close? It's better than staying far apart, isn't it? We should become a little closer like this too. Whenever I get close to you, you always move away again. Does it feel like a burden to you? Or do you not see me as a woman at all? Do you know something? Mister. You. Those words made Yu Ji-tae remember an unpleasant memory from a previous life. Just then, the little blue dragon opened the door. She looked at the two of them and asked, what are you two doing? Yu Ji-tae deadpanned. It was Yu Chun. She tackled me. Yu Chun quickly smiled and said, actually, your sister was just bored and joking with Mr. Our Dong-chan got startled, right? I'm sorry. How about I read you a fairy tale? But the little blue dragon said, I want a consultation too. Yu Ji-tae said, you're not even a student. What consultation? Yu Chun smiled. Dong-chun probably envies what her sisters are doing. Yu Chun took the chance to say, then the consultation is over. I'll go prepare dinner. We agreed to eat together today, so no one is allowed to skip. Yu Ji-tae asked the little blue dragon, what do you want to consult about? But she answered, I don't know. Meanwhile, Yu Chun left the room with a determined look in her eyes. Lair Academy's year-end event was officially revealed, drawing global media attention. Vice Principal Ma Namjoon would lead the raid on an S-plus class dungeon, the Ball of Malaysia. The school would form a dungeon raid group centered on students, so competition for spots had become extremely fierce, and questions over whether the selection process involved cheating had also drawn attention. Principal Ha Sekwoo recognized the public's intense interest in the raid group selection. He personally promised that the selection would be conducted fairly. This year's year-end event, sponsored by top guilds, major corporations, and prestigious families from various countries, would be the raid on the S-plus class dungeon, the Ball of Malaysia. A reporter asked, some believe this is too heavy a burden for students. What do you think, Professor Wei Yan? Wei Yan answered, this year, including the Blue Dragon Society, the combat ability of our rare students has been evaluated as several times higher than last year and the year before. Although the raid group will be formed around students, experts from top guilds and prestigious families will also participate. We have invested a great deal of time and effort into this year-end event, so rather than worry, I hope everyone will look forward to it. Someone was still complaining about when the message would arrive, saying he had not started working under that man just to be treated like this. This person was Wei Yan's assistant, the demon Kwok Pan-wee. The assistant beside him, Hashimoto, also spoke up for him. Professor Wei Yan went too far. No matter how badly the plan went, he shouldn't have done that to your arm. Kwok Pan-wee gritted his teeth. It should have been X. If that guy hadn't ruined our plan, this never would have happened. As long as this succeeds, everything will go smoothly. Professor Wei Yan will rise to a seat, and I'll regain my status too. Hashimoto tested the waters. Preparations for the Ball of Malaysia are going smoothly, right? Kwok Panhui instinctively said, "Of course, because X is from the elder's side this time." Hashimoto hurriedly waved her hand. "Just pretend I didn't hear that. After all, this is still classified. You know me. My lips are sealed. I absolutely won't tell a soul." Hashimoto looked shy and admiring. Kwok Panhui fell for it immediately. He lowered his voice. "Don't tell anyone this time. 2 Collapse Class Great Demons and 1 Calamity Class Great Demon will attend the ball," Hashimoto said in surprise. "So those big figures are coming personally, Collapse Class Great Demon Lord Hasegawa, and..." Just then, Kwok Panhui received a phone call. Hashimoto kept up her act as a devoted fangirl, but the moment she turned away, she contacted Yujite. "My lord, I have obtained the information." Meanwhile, at Yujite's home, the gold dragon looked at the animal in front of her and asked, "What animal is this?" The red dragon answered, "It's a chicken. Let's fry it and eat it. It looks delicious." Yujite told them he had to go out. The gold dragon immediately said, "Then bring back fried chicken when you return." Yu-chun looked at Yujite's outfit. "Mister, this is my first time seeing you dressed like that. Are you going to a wedding?" Yujite answered, "I'm going to a funeral." The little blue dragon did not yet understand what a funeral was. Soon, Yujite arrived at a certain place. He thought of his mortal enemy from a previous life, Hasegawa. People around him began murmuring. "I thought this was some kind of award ceremony. Isn't that famous beautiful freshman, right? I think her name is Yu-chun." Yu-chun immediately spotted Yujite and hurriedly called out, "Mister, why are you only here now? It's embarrassing to wait here alone. What's with that look? I dress like this to match you. Our styles go pretty well together, don't they?" Yujite asked, "Did you see fate?" Yu-chun smiled. "Who knows? You're going to tell me to go back while you're still speaking nicely, right? Then I'll say no. This time I really am important. Then you'll give me that cold look and say, 'Yu-chun.' And then cowardly Yu-chun will be left alone, waiting all night for you, with tears in her eyes, right?" Yujite only told her, "From now on people will die by my hands. I told you before, I'm not a good person. I will kill many people from now on. The process will be brutal, and the aftermath will be ugly. I don't want you to see that, so go home." Yu-chun asked, "Mister, do you know what it feels like to live as one of the green dragon race? To be able to see fate, but be powerless after seeing it? Yesterday, I saw the fate of a person with autism, killing the mother who had cared for him for 20 years. It was cruel. It was a tragedy. But I couldn't do anything. But mister, you're right in front of me. I really want to help you, just like when we saved that older girl." Yujite was silent for a moment before saying, "If you slow me down even for a second, you're going straight home." Hearing that, Yu-chun instead showed a happy expression. At that moment, in Kyoto, Japan, Lord Hasegawa was already prepared. He smiled and said, "Let's have a good time today too." This man was the Collapse Class Demon, Hasegawa, somewhere in Japan. Yujite and Yu-chun arrived at the venue. Many business figures were dancing in the hall, while the two of them looked completely out of place there. Yu-chun whispered, "This is where you'll be fighting from now on, mister. You didn't expect it to be somewhere like this, did you? I saw it through fate, but seeing it in person still feels strange, and it doesn't look like a battlefield at all." Yujite warned her, "Don't let your guard down. This is enemy territory." Still, the people here did not seem to be demons. Someone handed Yu-chun a glass of water. Another person approached Yujite and asked, "Is this your first time here? May I ask which family you're from?" Yujite answered that he was from the Kinobashira family. The other person immediately reacted, "The ninja family that operates in the shadows, right? I didn't expect the Kinobashira family to have such a handsome man. Did you come alone?" Yu-chun also looked at Yujite. The woman smiled and asked, "If you don't mind, would you dance with me?" Yujite refused, saying he was not very good at dancing. But the woman said, "That's fine. If you're not good at it, I can lead you." Yu-chun immediately stepped in and stopped her. "I'm sorry, but he already promised to dance with me." The blonde woman was taken aback by that. She muttered how disappointing, then turned and left. Yu-chun looked at Yujite. "You remember, right, mister? We danced together during practical class." Yujite asked, "Do we really have to dance?" Yu-chun said, "Like you said, this is enemy territory, so we need to blend in to avoid suspicion. Just this once. It's for the mission." Yujite had no choice but to agree. People around them began whispering, "Who are those two? I've never seen them before. The woman is gorgeous. Which family is she from? That man is completely my type. After this ends, I want to dance with him too." Someone beside her scoffed, "With that face of yours?" Yu-chun whispered, Has your dancing improved since last time? Don't tell me you secretly practiced alone in your room. Yu Jitae asked, are you going to keep spouting nonsense? We're not here just to play. Did you find anything? Yu Chun said seriously. As I told you before, the people here don't seem to be demons. But they don't seem brainwashed either. Yu Jitae said, the demon I'm after has a trait. He performs music, and he likes imitating artists. Yu Chun did not understand what he meant by imitating artists, but then someone approached him. You must be the second young master of the Kinobashira family. I am Hasegawa, the host of this social gathering. I hope you are enjoying yourselves, and I hope I'm not interrupting. He looked at Yu Chun. And this beautiful lady beside you is? Yu Chun immediately bowed. Forgive my late greeting. I am Chun, an intern secretary. I have long heard of your reputation. I heard that your beautiful performances can capture everyone's heart. Hasegawa smiled. I am deeply grateful that all of you are willing to listen to the music of someone as lacking as myself. Why don't we let the fragrance of this moment draw us closer together? Yu Chun smoothly replied. Then today, we hope to flutter here like a pair of butterflies. Hasegawa praised her. What a perfectly matched pair. Perhaps next time we meet, it won't be as an intern secretary, but as the lady of the Kinobashira family. After Hasegawa left, Yu Jitae asked, wasn't that a little too much? Yu Chun replied, how so? Ha-chan and I link arms all the time too. And stop looking so stiff, or you'll expose us. Yu Jitae then asked, when does the performance begin? Hasegawa's voice announced over the hall. Everything is ready. It will begin shortly. I can't wait to hear Lord Hasegawa's performance. Hasegawa slowly spoke. May this poor melody be engraved in your noble hearts. Yu Jitae whispered to Yu Chun, that old man is our target this time. Yu Chun asked, you want to kill him, right? Yu Jitae answered, that's what I'd like, but he isn't easy to kill. He's an immortal. However, his resurrection takes a very long time. Yu Chun asked, how long? Yu Jitae said, about 10 years. Yu Chun, if you hadn't come, I was planning to blow this entire place up along with him. 10 years would be enough for your game to end completely, so there would be no need to kill him permanently right now. At that moment, the host announced, next, Lord Hasegawa's performance will begin. The first piece is Liszt's La Campanella. The social gathering would only last until tomorrow, so there was not much time. Yu Jitae had to find a way to truly kill Hasegawa before the day ended. The performance officially began. Not long after, in the restroom, Yu Chun explained, I suddenly felt a little nauseous. Yu Jitae warned her, you can still turn back now. Yu Chun shook her head. I'm fine. It was just my first time hearing a performance that uncomfortable, so it startled me a little. No matter how I think about it, this place doesn't suit you at all. Yu Jitae said, if you read Fate, you should know this place is filthy and ugly. Now that you're facing it in person, you should understand even better. A place like this doesn't suit a kid like you. Why insist on coming to this polluted place and facing these dirty things? Yu Chun answered, because if I didn't come, you would keep standing alone, mister. Yu Jitae frowned. Don't be ridiculous. What's that supposed to mean? Yu Chun said, I told you earlier, didn't I? We need to find a way to kill him. I'm not just shaking in fear. Tomorrow will be his final performance. The next day, the host announced, today's first piece is the third movement of Lord Hasegawa's work, Eve. Please welcome him with applause. The people around them were intoxicated by the music. This melody is so beautiful. It feels like a dream. Yu Chun knew it was about time to begin. Yu Jitae warned her quietly, prepare yourself. What you're about to see will be more terrifying than you imagine. With that, Yu Jitae released his glass. As the glass shattered on the floor, the performance was forcibly interrupted. Countless eyes turned toward them at once, and those gazes were enough to send chills down the spine. Then a voice rang out, who dares interrupt my performance? Just moments ago, after Yu Jitae shattered the glass, the entire audience instantly turned into zombie-like beings. As expected, the people here were not truly alive. These audience members were all Hasegawa's toys, puppets made from corpses. Yu Jitae asked Yu Chun, why do you think so? Yu Chun answered, because dragons can tell whether someone is alive or dead through even slight contact. They are corpses, but I could still feel the pulse of life from them. That bothered me at first, but once the performance began, I became certain. The only living parts on these audience members are their ears. Yu Jitae said coldly, that bastard has a sick hobby of collecting human ears. If Yu Chun was right, Hasegawa had turned the people he killed into corpse puppets, then attached the ears he collected to create a puppet audience that could only enjoy his performances. In previous loops, Yu Jitae had killed him before he started this little game, which was why he had never obtained this information. It seemed he had been too hasty in the past. Yu Jitae asked, "What does this have to do with his immortality?" Yu Chun said, "What I learned at Lair is that unlike superhumans, demons have triggers, the roots of their contracts. If someone sells their soul to a demon, there is a cause and effect behind what led them there. On the other hand, if someone becomes a demon but still fails to achieve their purpose, the demon sheds its shell, right? What was hidden becomes exposed. And that is the element connected to Hasegawa's immortality. We need to draw out what he has hidden first. That is what I wanted to say." Yu Jitae nodded. "Then let's try it your way." Hasegawa spoke coldly. "No wonder I encountered someone with such sharp ears. It seems I misunderstood. To think you would dare interrupt my sacred performance. Instantly sever the ears of the bastards who disturbed my performance." Yu Chun looked at everything and whispered, "So this is the world you live in, mister. I think I understand a little now why you act so ruthlessly. I understand, but I want to understand you even more. In the world you see, I will fight alongside you too." Yu Chun activated dragon speech. "Ye rotten decaying ones, stay where you stand and submit to the law." Her words carried overwhelming power. It was power that the living could not defy and had to obey, and power that even the dead dared not resist. It was the law of all mortal things. Yu Chun told Yu Jitae, "Leave those puppets to me. Mister, you deal with Hasegawa." Even Hasegawa was briefly bound by Yu Chun's dragon speech. He frowned. "I don't know what trick you pulled, but with that level of mana, you're nowhere near enough." The next second, he broke free from Yu Chun's restraint. Yu Chun was hit by the backlash as well. Even though she was a green dragon, she was still a child. Having her hold back Hasegawa at the same time was clearly too much. Yu Jitae took down 2 corpse puppets with a single strike. Hasegawa said coldly, "I cannot understand why you insist on disturbing the performance. Are you truly incapable of understanding my melody? Then I have no choice but to cut off those ears of yours and attach them to my dolls. That way, in eternal silence, you will be able to listen to my performance perfectly." Hasegawa's threads instantly seized control of every puppet. He connected himself to the puppets he had created. Performer and audience resonated with one another, and his mana surged. This was Hasegawa's power. At that point, Yu Chun was almost at her limit. His mana was too strong, and she could barely maintain dragon speech. But that was already enough. As long as they had drawn out Hasegawa's power, it was enough. Yu Jitae drew his weapon. Hasegawa snapped. "How dare you spout such insolence in my presence, you embodiment of noise." A powerful attack shot straight toward Yu Jitae. Yu Chun thought something had gone wrong. Hasegawa sneered. "You were so arrogant earlier. This is a much better look for you. That is what you get for disturbing another person's performance and making a scene. A performance is sacred. No one should ever interrupt it. I once heard of a noble who interrupted a royal musician's performance and had his ears cut off." Yu Jitae said flatly, "Ears that listen but fail to understand have no reason to exist. Is that where you got your inspiration?" In that instant, Yu Jitae had already disposed of all the puppets. He continued, "Deep down, you know your performance is terrible, don't you, you deaf bastard?" The next second, his sword cut into Hasegawa's neck. Hasegawa did not even have time to understand what had happened. A thunderous boom shook the entire building. Yu Chun was stunned by what she had just seen. Only then did Hasegawa realize that his head had already been severed. Yu Jitae said coldly, "Playtime is over." With one strike, he severed Hasegawa's head. Then, he stepped on that severed head. Yu Chun was shaken too. Hasegawa had been taken down in a single slash. She asked what they should do now. Yu Jitae told her not to worry. "This guy won't die just because his head is cut off." Hasegawa stared at him. "You seem to know me very well. Now I understand. Your strength exceeds ordinary superhuman powerhouses, and you know my true nature, something even the superhuman union doesn't know. There is only one answer. You are X. What is your goal? To eliminate the demons? World peace?" Yu Jitae said coldly, "You sure talk a lot for a dead man. The audience that could listen to your disgusting performance is all gone. For a performer contracted to an abyssal monarch, that must be fatal. The reason you are immortal is also the power of your monarch. Amobalka, isn't it?" Hasegawa's expression finally changed. "You even know the name of the monarch who made a contract with me. What are you? But there is one thing you've misunderstood. Just because the audience leaves does not mean the performance can no longer continue. If the audience leaves because the performance is not good enough, then I simply need to improve the performance. And audiences can always be created again. I must admit, you are the strongest superhuman I have ever seen, and my threads probably won't work on you either." As soon as he said that, Countless threads burst from Hasegawa's severed neck and rushed toward Yu-chun. It happened so quickly that even Yu-jite could not stop it immediately. Hasegawa grinned. That woman is weak. So what if you are strong? As long as you are not a demon, human nature remains. That is your weakness. If you dare lay a finger on me, that woman dies too. But if you just stand there, she will kill you. So choose. Will you kill your beloved with your own hands, or will you be killed by your beloved's hands? Yu-chun, controlled by the threads, charged toward Yu-jite. Yu-jite only said coldly, "Your sick taste hasn't changed at all." But that's exactly what I needed. The next second, green light suddenly appeared beside Hasegawa's threads. He did not understand what it meant. Then, green threads rushed back toward Hasegawa, and his consciousness instantly plunged into a green world. Hasegawa froze, wondering if this was an illusion. Yu-chun's voice rang out. "This is not an illusion. You have entered the inner world of a dragon, and you entered through your own thoughts." Only then did Hasegawa realize that the other party was not human. Yu-chun said, "The source of your power is an abyssal monarch. The source of power here is the green dragon. It may still be weak in strength, but in terms of origin, it easily rivals yours." Hasegawa had heard of the green dragon, a transcendent existence said to have created life and magic. He had always believed it was nothing more than myth. Yu-chun continued, "And there's one more thing you got wrong. Earlier, you said Mr. and I were lovers, right? Sorry, but we are not lovers. At least, not yet." With a roar, Hasegawa finally jolted awake from the inner world. Yu-jite looked at him. "You're finally awake. The hotel you were in collapsed, so you couldn't keep performing there. I moved you to a more suitable stage. Do you like it, Hasegawa? You killed many people here before. Back then, people slaughtered each other in this place. So this is the perfect place for your final stage." Hasegawa sneered. "Final stage? Have you forgotten who I am? I am a man who offered his soul to a demon to compose music, and who performs with his life as collateral. My performance remains in the hearts of my audience. As long as the audience does not die, I will not perish. In other words, because all of you who heard my performance are still alive, I will not die." Yu-jite said, "As you said, in this state, you really can't be killed. To kill you, I should have acted before hearing the performance, but I can't gamble everyone's lives just for you. You act all high and mighty, yet you cling so desperately to your pathetic life. So I'll use another method. You made your contract with the demon as a performer. If you can no longer perform, that should count as breaking the contract." The next second, Yu-jite cut off Hasegawa's hands. He stepped on Hasegawa's severed hand, then lifted his head and ordered coldly, "Now, start your performance." Hasegawa thought to himself that he was a collapsed-class demon. A mere arm would regenerate in no time. But when he tried, he realized something was wrong. Why couldn't he regenerate? He immediately understood. That woman's mana was interfering with his regeneration. Had she already tampered with him back then? Hasegawa desperately forced noise from his body. "I can still perform. What's one missing arm? I can still continue my performance. Come. Amulbalka. Listen well. This is the first piece I composed after offering my soul to you. Listen one last time." Yu-jite and Yu-chun simply watched in silence as his body slowly faded away. Yu-jite also looked at the cross beside them. Yu-chun asked, "Did something happen here before?" Yu-jite did not answer. He only reached out and touched Yu-chun's face. The next second, he pinched and pulled her cheek. "Don't ever do something that dangerous again," Yu-chun mumbled. "But without that method, we would never have been able to kill Hasegawa." Yu-jite let go. "You worked hard too. Let's go home. Let's go back. Back to our home." Yu-chun followed behind him. Not long before that, Yu-chun had been writing her Mr. Observation diary. In the diary, she wrote, "Mr. is strong. There probably isn't anyone on Earth stronger than him. He has probably lived alone for a very long time, so he doesn't seem to care much about the things around him. Usually, he looks easygoing, but sometimes he becomes very serious, as if he has many stories he cannot say out loud." The suit from last time fit him very well. He also seemed to like that slightly bold dress. Thinking of that, Yu-chun could not help smiling foolishly. Just then, Yu-jite asked, "What are you doing? Why are you smiling so happily?" Yu-chun quickly covered the diary she was writing. Yu-jite asked in confusion, "What's wrong? If it's nothing, why are you so startled?" Then he looked at the stars drawn in the diary. "What are those stars? Do you add a star every time we get a little closer?" "Well, keep it up." But Yu-chun panicked inside. Mr. was usually not interested in this kind of thing, so why did he suddenly ask? Next time, she would have to write in her room. Still, come to think of it, in the past, he would never have cared what she was doing. This time, he had actually asked her first. Could Mr. also be slowly changing because he had met them? He really did seem different from when they first met. He was starting to pay a little attention to the things around him. Maybe she was turning him into a completely new person. Just then, the little blue dragon also discovered the Mr. Observation Diary, and Yu-chun was startled. Oh, it's just Dong-chun. Your drawing is even worse than mine. The little blue dragon took out an ID card. Yu-chun looked at it. Isn't this Mr. Civil Servant ID? The little blue dragon said, borrowed it secretly. Yu-chun immediately said, how can you steal that? Hurry and give it back to Mr. But when Yu-chun checked the photo on the ID card, she suddenly noticed something strange. Yu Ji-tae's information was written on it. International Superhuman Union Headquarters. The next report was that a hotel explosion had occurred last night in Kyoto, Japan. Around 11 p.m. local time, a violent explosion occurred on the upper floors of the hotel. The blast caused part of the building to collapse and sent a powerful shockwave through the surrounding area. The identities of the suspect and victims had not yet been confirmed, and the possibility of superhuman involvement had not been ruled out. Police and fire authorities were investigating the cause. Can you explain what exactly happened, Miss Minamoto? The speaker was the Superhuman Union's chief aide, Jefferson Antonio. What happened in Kyoto? The person he was questioning was Minamoto Ai, the world's 13th ranked superhuman, known as the Royal Sword, and a prosecutor under Japan's Imperial Special Affairs Department. Jefferson continued pressing her. You still haven't identified who did it. You don't know how many casualties there were, and you don't even know why it happened. What exactly does your precious Japanese Imperial Department know? Minamoto Ai muttered under her breath. So noisy. Jefferson immediately said, Miss Minamoto, I heard that. You need to figure this out quickly. The higher-ups are in an absolute frenzy right now. Minamoto Ai replied, we'll identify the cause as soon as possible. If there's nothing else, I'll excuse myself. Jefferson said, I still have something to say. Yesterday, our secretariat received an anonymous report. This year's year-end event will be held in the dungeon known as the Ball of Malaysia. You know that, right? The report says something will happen there, something extremely dangerous. Does that mean demons will appear? Jefferson continued, according to the report, Collapse Class and Calamity Class demons hiding inside the Union will show themselves. Minamoto Ai immediately questioned him. Can you take responsibility for what you just said? Jefferson said, this report was placed directly on my desk. That means the person behind it has the ability to infiltrate the chief aide's office inside International Superhuman Union headquarters. Naturally, tracking them failed too. So does the Japanese Imperial side really have the right to criticize us right now? At first, we thought the report was nonsense. But after checking the information, we found that it matched far too well. Honestly, it was frightening. Minamoto Ai asked, then why are you telling me such important information? Jefferson answered, the dungeon known as the Ball of Malaysia is located in Japanese territorial waters. You know that, correct? We received intelligence that a demon unit near the Balkan Peninsula began moving toward that location the day before yesterday. We want the Japanese Imperial Covert Mobile Unit, led by Miss Minamoto, to quietly eliminate that demon unit. During that time, we will use the Union's airborne special forces to dig out the rats hiding inside. Of course, these instructions were secretly issued from above. For this year-end event, it would be best if everything were resolved quietly and cleanly, without any rumor spreading. Later, inside the car, Minamoto Ai complained, that bastard acts like he owns the place, just because he's close to the Union Secretary General. He really doesn't treat the Japanese Imperial side like people. In the end, we're the ones left cleaning up their mess. The report about the demons being handed to the Union had to be connected to Hasegawa's disappearance. Someone who could avoid Union tracking and deal with a collapse-class demon like Hasegawa. If all of this had been done by the same person, then just as that slippery Jefferson said, the culprit had to be an extremely dangerous figure. But was this an individual action? Or an organized operation? What exactly was that person's goal? A subordinate asked, what should we do? Should we gather the covert mobile unit first? Minamoto Ai said, stand by for now. Before that, I need to make a trip to the Natural Society. Not long after, Yu Ji-tae returned to his mansion. The moment he opened the door, the lights inside suddenly turned on. Everyone shouted together, happy birthday, mister. Yu Chun smiled and said, a few days ago, we saw your civil servant ID. December 12th is your birthday, right? How's this surprise? Were you shocked? The gold dragon said excitedly, pretty amazing, right? This is my first time celebrating someone else's birthday. The red dragon complained, Anyone who didn't know better would think it was your birthday. Then she looked at the gold dragon. What's with that dress? The gold dragon spun around. Well, it's a birthday party. Since it's a party, I wanted to try wearing a dress. So I borrowed this from Sister Chun for now. How is it? It fits, right? Though it's a little tight around the chest. Was the dress made wrong? Seeing this, Yu Chun began doubting herself. Only the red dragon looked uncomfortable. As expected, this kind of thing still felt way too cheesy for her. So she said, since the celebration is over, it's time for your birthday beatdown. With that, she grabbed the cake and charged at Yu Jitae. Back before Yu Jitae's birthday party, the red dragon was still hesitating. I should just drop it. A proud red dragon learning how to fight, and from a human at that? Even a passing dog would laugh. Come to think of it, who even knows if that guy is human? Even if all the elders of the red dragon race fought him together, they probably couldn't beat him. Even if I risked my life, I probably still couldn't beat him. But, even if it was only once, she really wanted to land one good hit on him. Right now, Yu Jitae was holding Yu Dongchan with both hands and was completely defenseless. The other children were here too, so he could not use his power. At this distance, he could not dodge either. This was the perfect chance. It was not a punch, but she could still hit him with this. Just as the red dragon charged in with the cake, the little blue dragon stared straight at her. The revelation granted to you is to protect what is precious to you. You must protect it well. Just like grandfather said, she had to protect it. In the next second, power burst out from the little blue dragon. A magic circle instantly unfolded and blocked the red dragon's attack. Seeing that, Yu Chun was stunned. The cake was sent flying too, and landed straight on the gold dragon's face. Cream instantly covered her entire face. The red dragon wondered if the joke had gone a little too far, but it was probably fine. Next, the birthday gift ceremony officially began. The gold dragon wiped her face clean, ate a new cake, and finally felt better. Yu Jitae thought there was no need to prepare gifts for him on purpose. He was not a child. But the gold dragon said, 27 years old is still a child by dragon standards. First was the gift Yu Chen had prepared. A pocket watch. System notice. The EX almighty clock has become nervous. Yu Jitae had no idea what was wrong with it this time. Yu Chun said, please press the button on top. When he pressed it, a photo appeared inside. It was the picture they had taken during their trip to the lake. A pocket watch carrying happy times and their shared memories. Yu Jitae said quietly, thank you. Next was the gold dragon. She held up her gift. My gift is a wish coupon. Sister Chun and I worried over this for a whole week, but we just couldn't figure out what you needed. So, I created an exclusive wish coupon that surpasses all gifts. Whatever you need, you can ask for it. Yu Jitae asked, can I ask for money? The gold dragon froze on the spot. Money? I didn't think of that. The red dragon complained. No sincerity at all. You were too lazy to prepare a gift, so you tried to bluff your way through with that. The gold dragon immediately shot back. That's not true. Then what did you prepare, sister? The red dragon looked calm. It's nothing special. Just something on this level. These are my worn socks. I washed them before giving them to you. Well, are you touched? The other dragons exchanged awkward glances. Yu Jitae asked, come to think of it, Dongchan often peeks around socks too. Do socks have some special meaning for dragons? The gold dragon seemed about to say something, but the red dragon covered her mouth. The red dragon quickly said, it's not a big deal. Then she hurriedly changed the subject. Yu Dongchen. You prepared something too, right? Hurry and show us. The little blue dragon told Yu Jitae to close his eyes. Then she personally put her gift on him. It was a necklace. Yu Chun explained. Dongchen's gift was prepared by the two of us. It was made by threading Dongchen's scale together with your hair. Only then did Yu Jitae realize that his hair was indeed inside it. Yu Chun said, because you said you lost something like this before, Dongchen made this. It won't be easy to lose. Yu Jitae asked, does exchanging hair have some special meaning too? Yu Chun quickly answered, no, nothing like that. Dongchen only did it because she likes you, mister, so don't lose it. The gold dragon suddenly shouted, mister, you just smiled. That's the first time I've seen you smile. You kept a blank face for our gifts, but you reacted so well to Yu Dongchen's. Meanwhile, in Marie Birdland, Antarctica, this was the only region in Antarctica that no country had claimed sovereignty over. However, a certain group had secretly established a base there. Unlike the International Superhuman Union, the Chongtian Union was a secret organization whose only goal was to eliminate demons. Its members included Minamoto Ai, a prosecutor from the Heigo department under Japan's imperial household, and the world's 13th ranked superhuman. It also included BM, the first returner from the otherworld Arlandot, and the world's second-ranked superhuman, and Nyeon-ha, the world's 9th-ranked superhuman from the prestigious Myeon magic family of Korea. But at that moment, he suddenly broke down in tears. Minamoto I looked at BM. What's wrong with him? Nyeon-ha cried. The doctor told me today that there's been progress. My wife's illness is getting better. The concentration of that damned ancient species virus has gone down. It was hard to believe that the ancient species virus could actually be treated. A virus that had shown no progress for 10 years was finally improving because of a single dose of medicine. Myeon-ha looked at BM. BM, this is all thanks to you. That medicine you prepared, the doctor said my wife started improving after taking it. But BM didn't feel like he had done anything. It was the herb you brought that acted like an antibiotic against the ancient species virus. Where did you get it? I've never even seen anything like that in Arlandot. Myeon-ha explained. Actually, someone I met during a trip gave it to me, and he wasn't an ordinary man. How should I describe him? He looked incredibly strong. The moment BM heard incredibly strong man, he immediately had a strong hunch. Just then, Minamoto I pulled BM aside. Sorry to interrupt. I need a word with you in private. BM asked. Don't tell me you're actually interested in me. Minamoto I answered coldly. Don't worry, you're not my type. BM looked disappointed. What? So it's not a confession? Then what is it? Minamoto I said, it's about Hasegawa and the Calamity class demon. BM's expression turned serious. That's a thorny subject. Minamoto I said, in other words, Hasegawa's disappearance and the strange report sent to Superhuman Union headquarters may have been done by the same person. And that report also said 1 Calamity class demon and 2 Collapse class demons would appear. If that's true, then one of the Collapse class demons should have been Hasegawa. For now, the Union still plans to hold the year-end event as scheduled. My mission is to quietly eliminate the demons gathering around the event site. During that time, they'll dig out the demons hiding inside the association themselves. BM said bluntly. Those idiots finding them? I'll believe it when I see it. In the end, you're the ones who'll be buried in work. But are you really hiding this from that fool? Isn't he part of the Chontian Union too? Shouldn't you discuss it with him? Minamoto I said heavily. This may involve lives. He just barely crawled out of a hell that tortured him for 10 years. Forcing him to step back into it now would be too cruel. BM paused. Minamoto I, were you always this kind? Untouched? So what do you want me to do? Minamoto I said. Find Hasegawa's whereabouts, and find the mastermind behind all of this, as well as the person who sent the report. For you, that shouldn't be too difficult, right? BM sighed. Even I'm not good at playing detective. Minamoto I looked at him. You already have a lead. BM shrugged. Nothing special really, but there is one suspect. Meanwhile, Yu Jitae's birthday party at home had already ended. After eating her fill, the gold dragon felt extremely sleepy. The red dragon complained, of course you're sleepy after eating that much. It was indeed late, so it was time for everyone to return to their rooms and sleep. The little blue dragon was getting drowsy too. Late that night, Yu Chun was still writing in her diary. Today was Mr.'s birthday. Judging by how awkward he looked, he probably had not celebrated birthdays often. The way he got shy was kind of cute. Just then, Yu Jitae suddenly opened the door and came in. Still awake? Yu Chun immediately protested. Why did you come in without knocking, you pervert? Yu Jitae answered, I came to put Dong-chan to sleep. Isn't she sleeping in your room? Yu Chun smiled. I thought you were going to sleep with us too. Yu Jitae said, once Dong-chen falls asleep, you should sleep early too. But the little blue dragon grabbed Yu Jitae. Sleep together? Yu Jitae refused immediately. Yu Chun asked, what's this all of a sudden? It looks like Dong-chen wants to sleep with you. Stay with her until she falls asleep. Dong-chan even gave you a birthday present. And so, 2 dragons and 1 person ended up lying on the same bed. Yu Chun whispered, the bed feels a little small. Yu Jitae replied flatly, that's because I take up too much space. Yu Jitae looked at the little blue dragon, who was still awake. Why isn't she sleeping yet? Yu Chun answered, probably because she's too excited about sleeping with you. If you pat her like this, she'll fall asleep. Mister, try it too. Yu Jitae tried, but he accidentally used too much strength, causing the little blue dragon to take an unnecessary hit. Yu Chun quickly stopped him. Who pats a child that hard? That'll just wake her up more. You need to be gentler. Pat softly. Unexpectedly, the little blue dragon soon fell asleep. Yu Chun said softly, your hand is very gentle, mister. Now, you should sleep too, or Dongchen might wake up. Yu Chun explained that once Dongchen fell asleep, she was not easy to wake. Then she asked, "More importantly, aren't you going to put me to sleep too? Lately, whenever I sleep, I see scary hallucinations, so I haven't been sleeping well." Yu Jitae said, "Isn't that just a normal nightmare?" Yu Chun said seriously, "Mister, aren't you my guardian too? I'm still a kid too, you know." Yu Jitae sighed. Fine. What am I supposed to do?" Yu Chun pointed at Dongchen. "Same as Dongchen, just pat me gently like this." But when Yu Chun touched Yu Jitae, he immediately pulled away. "I'm tired too. I'm going to sleep." "You should sleep soon." It was the first time Yu Chun had seen Mr. react like that. Even Yu Jitae himself did not know what was wrong. Maybe he had been immersed in daily life for too long. System notice. The EX Almighty Clock has confirmed the exposure of tiny fragments of malice. Target, 30 Airborne Special Forces members. As expected, this kind of thing made him feel more at ease. Meanwhile, a worker had been cornered by a group of soldiers and shouted in terror, "What the hell is wrong with you? Aren't you from the Superhuman Association? Is it okay for you to bully ordinary people like this?" One of them muttered, "Old man, I don't know why we're acting like this either. So hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, we really might kill you." They were the International Superhuman Union's combat unit, the 30-member Airborne Special Forces. Location, a construction site in the northwest of Black Garden City. System notice, the EX Almighty Clock has confirmed exposure to tiny fragments of malice. Target, the 30-member Airborne Special Forces. They were a combat unit under the International Superhuman Union. Regardless of gender, every member had a massive physique, almost like barbarians. They often served as vanguards in dungeon raids, and also took part in counterterrorism and suppression operations. In one previous loop, Yu Jitae had briefly belonged to this unit during the early middle period. After arriving here, he found several staff members lying on the ground. Yu Jitae asked, "You were the facility managers and night duty staff here, right?" But the old man still warned him, "Young man, this place is dangerous. Run." Just then, a voice rang out. "Old man, I told you to run quietly. I didn't tell you to point a gun at my head." The speaker was Belbalian, captain of the 30-member Airborne Special Forces under the Superhuman Union. The terrified old man already thought he was dead. In this loop, the 30-member Airborne Special Forces had been dispatched here to search for a rare hidden demon. But while tracking the demon's traces, they had accidentally been contaminated by malice. Until the mental contamination was removed, their personalities, behavior, and speech would all be twisted in a violent direction. Yu Jitae guessed that they must have moved out based on the information he provided, only to end up contaminated by malice. He asked the old man, "Can you still move? I'll handle these people. Don't tell anyone what happened here. Run." Captain Belbalian roared. "And who the hell are you? Are you here to get in our way too?" The old man could tell things had just turned deadly. But in the next second, he was completely stunned, because the man before him had caught the enemy's fist with ease. In a previous loop, they had once been comrades. Back then, Belbalian often said, "Jitae, you need to eat more. You're too skinny. That body doesn't suit our Airborne Special Forces. Want me to recommend some protein?" Now, Yu Jitae looked at her and said, "Compared to that life, your body did get bigger. But your punches got weaker. Are those just glamour muscles?" The next second, Yu Jitae sent Captain Belbalian flying with a single blow. "You're already corrupted by malice, so nothing I say will get through anyway." "Good. I haven't stretched properly in a while." The old man used that chance to escape. The others were shocked. The captain got knocked down. That skinny guy is strong. But soon, they became excited again. "We want to fight. We want to fight. Let's go. We'll smash you to pieces." The group charged at Yu Jitae, but they were no match for him. Every punch he threw took one down. Still, they kept rushing in as if they had no fear of death. Pin that skinny guy against the wall. Surround him. If nothing works, crush him flat. Yu Jitae activated combat martial arts. His entire body turned into a streak of light, darting and piercing through their ranks. "It's been a while since I used this fighting style. I'm a little rusty. Controlling the force is annoying." He wondered whether the current Yu Hachan could master this skill properly. At that moment, an oil drum came flying at him. Yu Jitae cut it apart with a single hand chop. Captain Belbalian charged at him again. She unleashed her ultimate technique, the Rui Golden Nunchaku. Yu Jitae blocked it with one hand. With a sharp crack, the nunchaku shattered on the spot. Belbalian could not believe it. Impossible. A third-grade divine artifact was shattered bare-handed? Yu Jitae asked. "Have you calmed down now?" Belbalian gritted her teeth. Who are you? Yu-Ji-Tae answered. You don't need to know. Just come with me quietly. I'll treat you and your subordinates. Belbalian snapped. Are you telling the airborne special forces to surrender? You arrogant bastard. Don't look down on us. We are warriors who have risked our lives on the front lines for years. As if we would fear death. Yu-Ji-Tae said flatly. I never said I was going to kill you. But Belbalian was not listening. She roared. Warriors, stand up. Fight to the end, for our honor. Yu-Ji-Tae looked at her and sighed softly. As expected, whether in the past or now, that stubborn, pain-in-the-ass personality of hers had not changed at all. But that was exactly why he had once fought beside her. The next second, countless winged black shadows were summoned. Seeing them, even Belbalian was shocked, because those summoned familiars were clearly not simple. Yu-Ji-Tae asked, Now, are you willing to cooperate?